Chapter 1900. The 8 skills of Heavenly Pong belong to the extreme speed category. It was a powerful ability of the Dark Lightning Pong clan, and there were few things in the world that could compare to it. As the pride of the Heavenly Pong clan, the Golden Pong had long been famous. He did not expect to meet a fake Heavenly Pong today, and the two of them were evenly matched. Under the young man's astonished expression, the Golden Pong displayed the 8 skills of Heavenly Pong to the extreme. His figure changed 8 times in an instant, appearing in 8 places as if he had turned into 8 people. However, the other party also changed 8 times. Each time, he was behind the Golden Pong, 1 step faster than the Golden Pong. This proved that his footwork was also extraordinary. After the 8 changes of the 8 skills of Heavenly Pong ended, the Heavenly Pong true body appeared in another place. His handsome face was full of surprise. Previously, he had been trying to catch up to the other party, but the other party was 1 step faster than him every time. Faintly, the other party suppressed his extreme speed. After his figure appeared, the Golden Pong's expression changed again when he did not see the other party. Swoosh! Zichun silently appeared behind the Golden Pong and stared at him coldly. The Golden Pong sensed something and immediately turned around to meet Zichun's cold gaze. His heart trembled. When he saw Zichun, he exclaimed in disbelief, "How can your speed be faster than mine?" The Golden Pong's handsome face was full of shock and disbelief. The eyes of the young man watching the battle flashed, and his expression became extremely shocked. 9 changes. He saw with his own eyes that Zichun's figure changed 9 times in a row, 1 more than the Golden Pong. He had reached the limit of extreme speed that could be flashed. For extreme speed movement techniques, 9 was the limit. It was known as the extreme of 9. Whether it was the 8 skills of Heavenly Pong or the 8 transformations of Heavenly Dragon, they were rare extreme speed movements in the world. Their extreme speed changes were 8. Similarly, whether it was the Golden Pong's 8 skills of Heavenly Pong or his own 8 transformations of Heavenly Dragon, they were also recognized by the world as the extreme speed. However, there was one situation where these 2 footwork techniques could not be called extreme speed, and that was the true extreme speed of the 9 transformations. As for the 9 transformations extreme speed in the world, there was currently only one type and only one type, and that was the number 1 extreme speed in the world, the 9 flashes of thunder. The 9 deaths of thunderbolts was the divine ability of the Thunder Clan. It was extremely famous, but the Thunder Clan was destroyed in the Great Battle back then. The 9 deaths of thunderbolts was lost and no longer existed in this world. Who would have thought that a random pseudo-heaven would possess the long-lost 9 deaths lightning, and the complete version at that? This is the fastest speed in the world, the true fastest speed in the world. The shock in his heart could no longer be concealed, and the young man cried out involuntarily, "You know the 9 lightning deaths. Who are you?" The Golden Rock also guessed the reason. The disbelief on his face turned into shock. Only the people of the Thunder Clan knew the fastest speed in the world, but he had never seen such a person in the Thunder Clan. Zichun said indifferently. His speed overshadowed that of the Golden Rock, but he did not go all out. This was the number 1 continent, and there were many aristocratic families with long histories. It was better to keep a low profile. Zichun, what a familiar name. I think I've heard it somewhere before. The handsome Golden Rock frowned slightly. He sized up Zichun, trying to recall where he had heard the name. The young man also found the name familiar. He was also trying to recall. Suddenly, he realized something. He looked at Zichun and said, "You're that Zichun who's been talking about recently? Rebel Dragon, you know him." The Golden Rock looked back at the young Rebel Dragon. He's that Zichun who challenged Supremes on the 7th mainland. 1,000 years later, he defeated Heaven Realm Supremes with the strength of the Undying Supremes. The Rebel Dragon's eyes were still flashing with divine light. After hearing Zichun's name, he was not afraid at all. Instead, his battle intent rose around him. "I didn't expect you to come to the number 1 continent. Do you dare to fight with me?" "Oh, it's him." The Golden Rock's eyes flashed with lightning, and his battle intent rose as well. "It's you. No wonder you sound so familiar. I heard that you've been fighting people who are stronger than you. Today, I'd like to see it for myself." Feeling the two's fanatical battle intent, Zichun cursed them inwardly. Then he shook his head and said, Sorry, I have something else to do. Let's fight another day. There's no such thing as another day in our eyes. Today, you have to fight even if you don't want to. Rebel Dragon, don't do anything. I'll do it. After the golden rock finished speaking, it bent forward. Purple and gold light surged, and it transformed into a purple and gold rock. On the surface of the rock's body, there were arcs of lightning. Its cold eyes glanced at the group of people and landed on Zichun. It made people's hearts tremble. He looks good. Since he's so arrogant, let's catch him and make him our mount, the monk whispered. Tyrant muttered softly. He felt very uncomfortable. Usually, he would be the main character at this time. But today, he couldn't even be considered as a supporting character. At most, he was just a spectator. Don't get your hopes up. You might not be his match if you're at the same level. The demon ape stared at the sky, ignoring the monk's feelings. You said I'm not his match? The monk was dissatisfied and depressed. The demon ape did not respond. The others just looked at the sky. Although they chose to be silent, there was no nervousness or worry on their faces. Zichun was invincible among people at the same level. It was not said casually. It had been proven through many years of battles. Even in the first mainland, they still had great confidence in Zichun. Swoosh! In the sky, the purple gold rock moved. As it moved forward, its wings tore the space apart. With a powerful aura, it flew towards Zichun. The pseudo-sky aura shrouded the sky and the earth. Endless trees exploded and mountains turned into dust. Swoosh! Feeling the aura lock on him and the golden rock's pressure, Zichun displayed the heavenly thunder wings and flew forward. It's the Thunder Clan's supreme treasure, the heavenly thunder wings. The inverse dragon, who originally had some expectations for the golden rock, shook his head in disappointment when he saw Zichun use the heavenly thunder wings. In terms of speed, the golden rock was obviously not a match for Zichun. The world's fastest speed could suppress all other worlds' fastest speed. Clang, clang, clang. The heavenly rock seemed to have noticed this. As it rushed forward, its body shot out beams of energy. After these beams left its body, they turned into long spears. The long spears were bright and sharp. They pierced into the void, shattering it and turning it into a black hole. The heavenly rock flapped its wings, and the long spears in the sky trembled slightly. Then, they turned into a rain of spears that tore through the space and rushed towards Zichun. Wong. The golden light on Zichun's body trembled. The origin source energy condensed in front of him, forming a huge origin source light ball. Within the origin source light ball, there was an unimaginably terrifying power. Zichun looked up with a cold gaze. Looking at the sky full of spears that tore through the space and approached him, his hands shook slightly. The origin source light ball floated forward. After it was about 100 feet away, the energy exploded. Boom! The origin source energy became very violent. Like a huge dragon, it instantly devoured the rain of spears. At the same time, it continued forward, enveloping the golden rock. Swoosh! Flapping its wings, the golden rock easily dodged the energy and rushed towards Zichun directly. Zichun stood where he was and looked up at the golden rock. He punched out. Dazzling golden light shrouded the sky. Bang! The energy collided. The heavenly rock's face paled slightly. A cold light flashed in Zichun's eyes. The origin source energy around him surged forward crazily. With a louder sound, the golden rock's body flew backward. In the sky, a line of blood was drawn. It was the golden rock's blood. He was invincible among those of the same level. This sentence was not said casually. As expected of someone who can fight above his level. He is indeed powerful. Divine light surged in the rebel dragon's eyes as he exclaimed. He admitted that Zichun was powerful, but it would be difficult for Zichun to completely defeat the golden rock. Again. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the heavenly rock yelled. He turned into a rock again and rushed forward. Humph! Zichun didn't hold back anymore. With a cold snort, boundless golden light erupted from his body. The origin source energy formed a large golden wave behind him. He clenched his right hand and punched out again. The golden fist light tore through the space and arrived in front of the golden rock instantly. With a sharp cry, the rock's sharp claws collided with the fist light like sharp, heavenly weapons. Boom! The energy was violent. The golden rock's expression suddenly changed. The violent fist light exploded along with its claws. The rock's blood splattered. Damn it! The golden rock cursed. It retreated, trying to heal its injuries. Since you want to fight, don't leave in a hurry. Zichen's cold words suddenly sounded in its ears. Then the golden light energy enveloped the golden rock like a wave. In the golden light energy, the rock's shrill cry kept ringing. It was facing Zichen head-on. The golden rock was completely defeated. Powerful, powerful, powerful indeed. Such a battle force can be ranked in the top 5 even in the first continent. Who said that all the strong ones are in the first continent? This guy from another continent is not weak at all. Looking at the battle, Rebel Dragon kept praising. The divine light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. The battle intent around him surged. These two idiots seem to be martial arts maniacs. Their companions are screaming, but they are still praising. Monk's attention was always different from others. Others were watching the battle, but he was watching Rebel Dragon. Seeing Rebel Dragon's expression, he couldn't help but ridicule him. The others heard him and turned around. They smiled when they saw Rebel Dragon's surprised expression. In the battle, the golden rock was almost torn into pieces by Zichen, but this guy was still enjoying the battle. Idiot, my realm is not enough. I can't use it. Hurry up and help me. The golden rock said helplessly. Its voice came from the battlefield. Oh! Rebel Dragon woke up instantly. He shook his body and turned into a huge black dragon. His terrifying aura swept in all directions. Monk was caught off guard and almost collapsed. The latter was so angry that he cursed. Rebel Dragon obviously wouldn't care about a small fish like Monk. After a loud dragon roar, he rushed towards Zichen. Zichen turned around and stared at Rebel Dragon. His cold eyes made Rebel Dragon feel a chill in his heart. In the next moment, Zichen formed a seal with his hands. The seal fell. Zichen looked at Rebel Dragon, who was rushing forward, and shouted, "Extreme Yang." Chapter 1901. There weren't many cities in the first mainland because it was a place where clans and forces were the foundation. Its structure was also very different from that of the ninth mainland. It was mostly mountains and primeval forests. Many clans were built in the depths of the primeval forests in a semi-secluded state. Tranquil, the Sky City, was a very famous city in the first mainland. It wasn't far from the second mainland. Usually, many secluded clans and forces would come here to purchase some necessities. It was very lively here. The cultivators who entered the city were all extremely powerful. Boom! Suddenly, a huge energy tremor came from the sky. A pitch-black figure fell from the sky, streaking across the sky and heavily smashed into a building. The building collapsed with a loud bang. The sudden change stunned all the cultivators in the city. They looked at the collapsed building in a daze. The building had completely collapsed, creating a deep pit in the ground. There were still some residual energy shockwaves that spread in all directions. Which reckless bastard did this? How dare he tear down my shop? Energy swirled, and the rubble was blasted away. The shopkeeper walked out of the rubble while cursing. The shopkeeper was a robust man with the strength of an undying sovereign. His brows were furrowed, and his face was filled with anger. His shop had been destroyed, so he was naturally unhappy. A few customers appeared at the same time. They all had ugly expressions. Compared to the shop owner, they had suffered an unexpected disaster. None of them were in a good mood. What's going on? Everyone gathered around and looked curiously at the center of the pit. There was a human figure there. Boom! The gravel in the pit exploded in an instant, shooting into the distance like a hidden weapon. A figure covered in dust appeared. It was a man with a face covered in dust. His face couldn't be seen. How dare you behave so atrociously in the Tranquil, the Sky City? You're a pseudo-heaven powerhouse. Seeing the culprit, the burly shop owner was furious. He was about to curse when he suddenly felt the terrifying aura surging around the other party. His expression changed drastically. The expressions of the other cultivators also changed. Who would have thought that the one who fell from the sky was a pseudo-heaven powerhouse? Moreover, This pseudo-celestial seemed somewhat familiar to them. This is, someone said with uncertainty. Rebel Dragon? How is that possible? That's a genius of the Heavenly Dragon Clan, someone said. Seems like it really is the Rebel Dragon. Looking at the dusty figure, another person said. Rebel Dragon? He's a fake sky. Who can take down the Rebel Dragon? That's right. It's the Rebel Dragon. I saw him fight the Golden Rock from afar. To be able to knock the Rebel Dragon down from the sky, could it be the Golden Rock? That's impossible. Their combat power is almost the same. Only those in the Heaven Realm could knock the Rebel Dragon down from the sky. The crowd retreated far away. After recognizing the Rebel Dragon, they began to discuss in low voices. Rebel Dragon walked out and shook his head. His head was on the ground just now, so he was in a daze. He looked around and heard the discussions. Rebel Dragon was angry and said, "Get lost. All of you, get lost." As soon as he finished speaking, a violent aura swept through the city. Everyone was shocked, immediately backing up. This time, they were completely sure of the Rebel Dragon's identity. Something like this had happened in the Space Trample City. Logically speaking, the experts guarding the city should have come out to stop it. For example, the Rebel Dragon had destroyed public property and should be compensated. However, from the beginning to the end, not a single person showed up. Those people had been ordered not to act rashly. Earlier, the higher-ups had sensed the Rebel Dragon's aura. Apart from the Rebel Dragon, they also sensed two other auras. At the moment, the two were fighting, and the Rebel Dragon had just been knocked down. What a powerful kid. He can fight two people at the same time. The Rebel Dragon and the Golden Rock are well-known figures in the First Continent. This kid can suppress them. His combat power is almost the best in the First Continent. That's the 9 flashes of thunder. When did the Thunder Clan have someone like that? Some old men were discussing with astonishment. This battle was related to two geniuses. Naturally, they didn't want to get involved, nor could they. In another part of the city, there were two women. One of them was wearing green clothes. She was tall and slender, with a delicate face. Her eyes were pure and bright, like a lotus that had just emerged from the water. The other one was also extraordinarily beautiful, with arched eyebrows. The two of them were holding hands and strolling in the city. Suddenly, a loud noise attracted their attention. A moment later, the Rebel Dragon appeared. Pseudo-heaven aura swept across the land. It's the Rebel Dragon. Who can knock the Rebel Dragon down? The extraordinarily beautiful woman covered her red lips. Clearly, she was very surprised. The Rebel Dragon. He's the Rebel Dragon. The woman in green looked into the distance. Her delicate face showed surprise. The Rebel Dragon was very famous in the First Continent. He could be said to be a genius. Almost everyone knew him. It's rare even in the Heaven Realm to beat the Rebel Dragon like that. He must be one of the best in the Heaven Realm. The extraordinarily beautiful woman looked at the Rebel Dragon, who rose into the air again and said with certainty, "Really?" The woman in green looked up at the sky curiously. Suddenly, another loud noise came from the sky. A black dot appeared in the sky. Then, the dot expanded and turned into a figure. The black figure was very fast. As it fell, it shouted, "Catch me!" Boom! Before the Rebel Dragon could catch it, the black figure smashed down and hit the Rebel Dragon. The deep pit deepened again. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. Energy vibrated. In the distance, everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. In their eyes, the powerful inverse dragon was actually knocked over by someone. Normally, the Rebel Dragon was extremely powerful and famous. After seeing this scene today, no one could believe that this was true. Two figures rushed out of the deep pit one after another. They stood in the air and looked at the sky with dust on their faces. The one next to the Rebel Dragon was the Golden Rock. He was also a famous person. Soon, people recognized him. For a moment, all kinds of exclamations of disbelief were heard. The Golden Rock was the genius of the Dark Lightning Rock Clan. The Rebel Dragon was the genius of the Heavenly Dragon Clan. But now, the two of them were knocked down at the same time. While everyone was shocked by the other's combat strength, they also wondered who the other party was. They wondered which force dared to attack the two geniuses. People guessed that there must be more than one Heaven Realm expert. How can this be? The extraordinarily beautiful woman standing beside the green-robed woman frowned slightly. She appeared to be very shocked. Even a Heaven Realm expert can't fight against two people alone. It must be some faction that wants to attack them. She was only an undying sovereign. Normally, she admired those geniuses. Seeing the two of them in such a sorry state, she couldn't accept it at all. She lifted her head and stared at the sky. Seeing a figure descending from the sky, a smile appeared on the beautiful face of the girl in green. It was like a blooming green lotus, causing the surroundings to be filled with radiance. She looked up at the sky and said softly, "That might not be true." Under her slender neck, her breasts were slightly bulging. Her bright and clear eyes were full of surprise and joy. A handsome young man descended from the sky. He was wearing black. His robe fluttered in the wind. He was very handsome. He emitted the aura of a fake sky. It's him. Could it be that he defeated the two heavens chosen by himself? How is that possible? He's also a fake sky. Seeing that there was only one person in the sky, the crowd went into an uproar. They couldn't believe that such a fake sky descending from the sky was the one who had defeated the two geniuses. They guessed that it wasn't a Heaven Realm expert who could do that, but a force. What do you want? The two of them looked up at Zichun with fear in their eyes. Zichun, who was looking down at the two of them, had a faint smile on his face. He looked at the two of them and said, "I should be the one asking you this. Didn't the two of you want to fight? I have been cooperating with you. Now, what do you want?" The crowd went into an uproar again. It was really 1 against 2, and it was a battle of the same level. While being shocked, people looked at Zichun carefully, guessing which tribe he was from. Unfortunately, he was a new face. No one knew him. The Golden Rock and the Rebel Dragon looked very upset. They were famous for their belligerence, but that didn't mean they were willing to be tortured. In the beginning, they were still able to fight against Zichun. However, when Zichun fully displayed his might, the two of them were defeated. After that, they were oppressed. They were oppressed all the way until they couldn't even run away. In fact, Zichun's idea was simple. Didn't they like to fight? Then they would fight until they were sick of it. But we said we wouldn't fight. The Golden Rock wasn't afraid of Zichun. He said coldly, "Don't think you're strong. I haven't reached the Heaven Realm yet, so I can't use many of my skills. When I reach the Heaven Realm, I'll come to you. Do you know how much you've delayed me? Today, whether you want to fight or not, you have to fight," said Lin Feng coldly. Zichun said coldly. His fake sky aura soared into the sky. His figure was majestic and domineering. It was indeed 1 against 2. He had defeated the two geniuses. People around accepted the fact, but they still found it unbelievable. The place became extremely quiet. The two didn't say anything. Apparently, they didn't want to fight, but they didn't know the reason. At that moment, lights flashed. Many elders showed up. Their Heaven Realm aura swept over the place. Heaven Realm, people exclaimed and stepped back immediately. They couldn't bear the aura of a Heaven Realm cultivator. Zichun was still in the sky. He didn't say anything when he saw the Heaven Realm cultivators. As for the aura that the Heaven Realm cultivators deliberately showed, it was blocked by a mysterious power before it could reach Zichun. Chapter 1902. They had clearly violated the rules of the city, but the Heaven Realm cultivators didn't punish them. Instead, they tried to persuade them, which made all the cultivators speechless. There had been people who fought in the city before, but they ended up in a miserable state, and it was the law enforcement team who dealt with the matter. The Heaven Realm cultivators who appeared this time were the strongest in the era of saints. But at this moment, they didn't say anything about breaking the rules. Instead, they acted as peacemakers. What made them even more speechless was that the Golden Rock and the Inverse Dragon, who were recognized as the strongest in their hearts, didn't refute, but chose to acquiesce. The Golden Rock seemed to feel the strange expressions of the crowd, and his face turned cold. "Zichun, let me tell you, I've never been afraid of you. It's just that I haven't entered the Heaven Realm yet, so I can't use many of the Rock Clan's supernatural powers. Once I enter the Heaven Realm, I'll definitely challenge you to a duel again." Looking at the Golden Rock, who spoke with conviction, and the Inverse Dragon, who was also unconvinced, Zichun sneered and said sarcastically, "Why wait until you enter the heaven realm? You can do it now." You. The two were stunned, but they didn't say anything. If they could beat him, they would have done it long ago. Zichun. Is he the Zichun who's been rumored recently? There's indeed a Zichun who's very famous recently. It's said that when he was a supreme, he comprehended the heavenly path technique and defeated a pseudo-heaven realm. Is it really him? But how long has it been since he entered the pseudo-heaven realm? Exclamations rose again. Zichun's name had been spread all over the Zhanwu continent. Little friend, they're right. Their battle strength can only be fully exerted when they enter the heaven realm. How about we fight again at that time? Can you give us some face and let bygones be bygones? A heaven realm elder said. Zichun, he's Zichun. Lin Shui, he's your sweetheart. Next to the woman in cyan, the beautiful woman was very shocked. The woman in green nodded. Her eyes were filled with unconcealable excitement. Her jade-like hand gently pulled the hand of the woman beside her as she said, "Let's go." It's really him. He's able to fight 1 against 2. It seems like he's really as strong as the legends say. He's actually broken through to the pseudo-celestial realm. Several heaven realms had stepped forward to act as peacemakers. Zichun, of course, expressed that he would let it go. In fact, he didn't intend to pursue the matter. He just wanted to teach the two of them a lesson. Don't fight everyone you see, not to mention that he saw Xuelin here. Why are you here? Seeing Xuelin walking towards him, Zichun left the crowd and flew towards Xuelin. I'm here to purchase some things from senior sister. Xuelin chuckled and stared at Zichun with her clear eyes. Her undulating chest proved that she was not calm at the moment. Are you going back this time? Where are the others? They're all here. Monk and the others appeared one after another. When they saw Xuelin, they were stunned at first. Then, they cheered excitedly. Seeing Xuelin meant that they could return to the Wuji sect. Once they reached the Wuji sect, they could return to the Tianwu continent. Of course, they were excited. Zichun, once we reach the heaven realm, we'll go find you. If you haven't broken through by then, just wait to be beaten up by us. Leaving these words, Enai Long and Jin Peng turned into flowing light and flew away. The elders nodded at Zichun and then disappeared. We're just here. You can go take a look around the city, said Zichun, looking at the girls who each had their own merits. We've purchased everything. I can show you around, said Xuelin. No, let's go back to the Wuji sect first. Su Mingyao shook her head and said softly. She knew that Zichun had a rare treasure. She didn't want Zichun to be exposed. Wang Xian'er and Shang Guanyu also said that they couldn't wait to return to the Tianwu continent. They left the sky-trampling city. On the way back, Xuelin's senior sister stole glances at Zichun from time to time. She seemed very nervous. Nothing unexpected happened along the way. The group passed through a mountain range and finally entered a thick ancient tree. The ancient tree was just a camouflage. Inside the ancient tree was space-time. The space-time was very unstable, giving people a feeling of chaos. This is a chaotic space-time. The Wuji sect is here, said Zichun, looking at the constantly changing scenery. Xuelin nodded and said, yes, the Wuji sect is in this chaotic space-time. In fact, it's not just the Wuji sect. The Enai Long and Jin Peng's clans are also in this space-time. Why is it in such a place? Zichun was very puzzled. The first continent was very large, and the primeval forests were boundless. It couldn't be easier to establish a sacred land. I'm not sure. It seems that every force in the first continent is like this. Passing through the chaotic space-time, they arrived at the Wuji sect. This sect that had disappeared for many years appeared in front of them again. This is the Wuji sect. Looking at this place that couldn't even be considered a village, Zichun was dumbfounded. In front of them was a space less than a kilometer wide. There were 3 to 5 wooden houses in this space. As if sensing their arrival, 3 people walked out of the houses. They were 3 men, and they were all undying sovereigns. Looking at the dumbfounded Zichun, Xuelin smiled and said, this is only the entrance of the Wuji sect. We haven't reached the real place yet. Junior sister Lin Shui, why did you bring so many outsiders? The 3 men's expressions changed slightly when they saw the group of people. The man in the lead directly spoke. His indifferent gaze fell on Zichen's group, and he appeared to be very vigilant. He is the person Lady Qingnu is looking for. He is not an outsider. Hearing the man's words, Lin Shui's expression became calm as she spoke. Are all the people Lady Qingnu is looking for? A trace of surprise flashed through the man's eyes as he asked. Only one person is. The others are my friends, Shuelin said truthfully. A trace of apology flashed through the man's eyes as he said, then I'm sorry. According to the rules, others can't enter. Senior brother Wei Nuo, do you know who they are? The woman beside Shuelin asked. I don't need to know who they are. I just need to abide by my duties. The man's words carried a trace of toughness. You. The man looked at Shuelin again and said indifferently, Junior sister Lin Shui, you should know the rules. I don't need to repeat it again. Shuelin's pretty face turned ugly. She didn't expect to be stopped here. Behind Zichun, Tyrant and the others were furious. If it weren't for the fact that this was the Wuji sect, they would have already killed these three undying sovereigns. Just as the atmosphere became awkward and oppressive, a voice suddenly came from one of the wooden houses. Let them in. The man was startled. He turned around and looked at the wooden house in the deepest part. He said in surprise, Uncle Master, this is against the rules. I said, let them in. The voice became tough. The man obviously didn't dare to disobey the voice. After turning his head, he stared at the crowd with a fierce look and said coldly, You're lucky. Go in. Let's go. Shuelin was a little unhappy. She didn't understand why her senior brother, who was usually very easy to talk to, was deliberately making things difficult today. Everyone's gazes towards that man also became unfriendly. If they could make a move, any one of them here could kill him. When he walked to the man's side, Zichun suddenly paused and sent a message to the man with his spiritual sense. If you let me feel any killing intent from you again, you'll die. The man suddenly shuddered. His expression changed dramatically, and there was no trace of blood on his face. Senior brother Wei Nuo, what's wrong? The two beside him asked with concern. Wei Nu waved his hand and said, Nothing, nothing, but his heart was still very cold. Of course, he knew who the man was, but he didn't expect the man's perception to be so sharp that he could sense the hidden killing intent. Wei Nuo, if you're tired of living, then go die yourself. Don't drag the others with you. Just as Ziqian and the others disappeared, a voice filled with anger came from the depths of the wooden house. Martial uncle, what do you mean? Wei Nuo was startled and puzzled. You know best what I mean. That Ziqian has killed 2 digits of pseudo-heavens. If you have the ability, then go challenge him yourself. Don't abuse the rules of the everlasting sect. Hearing this, Wei Nuo's expression became very unsightly, and Zichen's warning echoed in his mind. No matter what the reason was, Zichen wouldn't care. This was the only warning he had for him. Just as Shuelin said, that was only the entrance. 3 immortals and 1 pseudo-heavens were guarding it. This was the real everlasting sect. This was a stable space in the chaotic space-time. There were many ancient buildings here. This was a sect with a long history, and it exuded an ancient charm. At the towering gate, the word everlasting was carved. This was the real everlasting sect, but it had always been hidden from the world. Just as the group of people arrived, a person flew out from the mountain gate. It was also a woman in green clothes. Although she was middle-aged, she was still very attractive. She rushed over. Elder Rain. Shuelin called out softly, her face full of confusion. She knew Elder Rain's identity, and Shuelin also knew that this elder usually didn't leave the Green Maiden Palace. Today, she suddenly came here. Elder Rain nodded slightly at Shuelin, then her gaze fell on the group. Her gaze swept over everyone, and finally, she looked at Zichen and said, You are Zichen? Yes, greetings, Elder Rain. Zichen nodded. He had already sensed that this Elder Rain was a heaven realm cultivator. Come with me? Lady Qingnu wants to see you, Elder Rain said. Now, Zichen was a little surprised. He hadn't even entered the gate, so how did Qingnu know he was here? Let's go now. There's not much time left. Follow me. Chapter 1903. Before Zichen could respond again, Elder Rain pulled Zichen away impatiently. What about my friends? Zichun broke free from Elder Rain's grasp and asked. What just happened made him cautious. I'll take you to see Lady Qingnu first. I'll arrange for them myself later. Elder Rain didn't stop as she spoke. It was obvious that she was in a hurry. Zichun had no choice but to follow along. He wasn't any slower than Elder Rain as they headed towards the depths of the sect. They met other cultivators of the everlasting sect along the way. Most of them stuck their heads out and were surprised to see Elder Rain. While they were surprised, they were also sizing up Zichun and trying to figure out where this stranger came from. The two of them headed towards the deepest part of the everlasting sect and stopped in front of a large hall made of green stones. The words Green Maiden Hall were engraved on top of the hall. Lady Qingnu is inside. Standing in front of the hall and feeling the ancient aura of the hall, Zichun suddenly felt a little nervous. Qingnu was a truly powerful existence. She was the confidant of the founder of the everlasting sect, Wuji. There was only one Green Maiden Hall here. There were no other buildings or guards around. Elder Rain looked at Zichun and said, Go in. Qingnu is waiting for you. Zichun nodded his head and placed both his hands on the bronze door. With a light push, the door slowly opened. An ancient aura that had been there for a long time rushed out. It was as if this hall hadn't been opened for many years. After the door opened, Zichun didn't go in. He was a little hesitant. Come in. An elegant voice sounded from inside the hall. Zichun didn't hesitate anymore. He took a deep breath and stepped into the hall. The door behind him slowly closed. Sigh. Elder Yu let out a long sigh as she stared at the door that was about to close. An extremely complicated expression appeared on her still charming face. With a flash of her body, she disappeared from this place. Clearly, she had gone to make arrangements for Tyrant and the rest. Zichun entered the hall and found it empty. Only the sound of his footsteps could be heard. He scanned the place with his spiritual sense and found no signs of life. This made Zichun frown slightly and his mind tense up. Don't be nervous. Whether it's for Shue'er's sake or because you've inherited Wuji's inheritance, I won't harm you. The elegant voice from before sounded again, and a figure emitting green light appeared in front of Zichun. This was a body formed purely from energy. Although the green light flickered and her true appearance could not be seen, one could still see her graceful figure. Coupled with her identity, one could imagine that she was an unparalleled beauty. Zichun greets Senior Qingnu. Although Zichun was surprised to see Qingnu in her energy form, he still bowed respectfully. If Limitless was his master, then the person in front of him was his master's wife. The green light flickered, and Qingnu waved her hand and said, No need to be so polite. You should have seen that I'm just an energy form, not the real Qingnu. Zichun raised his head and looked at Qingnu again, his expression full of confusion. Qingnu was also sizing up Zichun. After a while, she said, I'm an energy clone left behind when my original body entered the Star Path. It was to protect the Wuji sect. The Star Path. The Star Path is also called the Xing Qin Ancient Road. Only those in the Heaven Realm are qualified to enter it. Just like the invasion of the alien race, the experts who enter the Star Path will go to places where the alien race lives. They will fight on the Star Path, weakening the alien race's power as they advance. It's another battlefield, contributing to the Zhanwu continent and the Tianwu continent. This was the first time Zichun heard about it, and he was very shocked. The Heaven Realm is the final realm for all cultivators. Aside from a few special life forms, ordinary cultivators need a huge opportunity to reach the Saint Realm. That kind of opportunity doesn't exist in these two worlds. Only by entering the Star Path can one reach it. Qingnu raised her head, and her deep gaze seemed to pierce through the palace and into the stars. Back then, my original body left with them just like this. They. Limitless? Zichun's heart shook. Yes. Qingnu nodded. If that's the case, then they didn't die like the rumors said. Instead, they stepped onto the ancient road of the stars. Zichun was a little excited. He felt that at this moment, he had seen the secrets of the world. Qingnu shook her head and smiled bitterly. Although I've never been to the Star Path, I can guess that it's very dangerous. Entering the Star Path is almost equivalent to death. Under normal circumstances, as long as my original body exists, My avatar in the Qingnu Palace will never dissipate. But in recent years, my avatar has been dissipating. If you had come a little later, you might not have been able to see me. Zichen's expression suddenly changed as he cried out involuntarily. Could it be that something has happened to Lady Qingnu? Qingnu shook her head again. I'm not sure, but the situation is not good. I don't know if she's dead or alive. Then what can I do? As soon as he said that, Zichen regretted it. With his strength, what could he do? Qingnu looked at Zichen as a smile appeared on her face. You're too weak. You can't do anything for the time being. This time, I called you here to give you extreme Yin and also to tell you two things. Senior, please tell me. First, as a heaven defier, your enemies aren't necessarily the foreign races. In this Jiamu continent, there are some forces that are related to the foreign races. These forces are currently in the dark, and it's impossible to identify them. You have to be careful. Zichen nodded, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart. He thought that his identity as a heaven defier was a secret. Who would have thought that Qingnu, who he had never seen before, would be able to say it out loud? The identity of a heaven defier is special. I only guessed it through Schwerer. Because you haven't appeared for many years, most people won't associate you with a heaven defier. The cauldron of all creation is indeed a cover for you. But this cover won't last long. Even if they don't realize it, someone will tell them. Someone will tell them? Who else knows about my identity? Zichen was puzzled. Someone from beyond the heavens. The first to sense the existence of a heaven-defying cultivator is someone from beyond the heavens. It can be said that they were the first to know about your identity as a heaven-defying cultivator. Seeing Zichen's worried expression, Qingnu said, You don't need to be too worried. Even if they know about your identity, they won't be able to spread it for now. You're still safe. What you need to do is break through as quickly as possible while you're safe. At the very least, you have to reach the heaven realm to protect yourself. The transportation formation to the martial heaven continent is in the Boundless sect. You can bring others there. Zichen nodded. This was his main goal in coming here. The second thing is that my spirit body is about to dissipate, and I will no longer be able to protect the Boundless sect. I hope that you will lead the Boundless sect into the path of stars when the calamity is about to strike, Qingnu said with a solemn expression. She was clearly entrusting this task to him. The star path? Didn't you just say that only the heaven realm can enter the star path? That's right. But the Wuji sect is different. They are in this chaotic space so that they can escape in times of danger. The entire space is a great formation. By controlling the formation, they can escape from this world. It's not just the Wuji sect. In the first continent, all the hidden families have similar methods. Zichen nodded. All right, I agree. In a bit, I'll give you the method to control the formation, as well as Zenithine. I'll also remind you that your universe origin cauldron is broken. The only person in this world who knows this secret is me. Back then, the Boundless sect used this cauldron to fight the people from the outer heavens. The universe origin cauldron shattered, and the Boundless sect took a portion of it with her before leaving. The rest is in your hands. The universe origin cauldron's true core is no longer here. The universe origin cauldron in your hands can only be refined to the heaven realm. You have to be prepared for that. Zichen nodded solemnly. He had learned many secrets from Qingnu now. Let me take a look at your yin and yang energy. Zichen did as he was told, and released the power of gold and silver lightning. Gold and silver were of the yin and yang attributes, while lightning was the essence of energy. At this moment, the two energies formed a perfect cycle, mutually reinforcing each other. In a flash of green light, Qingnu arrived beside Zichen and carefully sensed the two energies around Zichen's body. Her eyes gradually brightened, and her face became more spirited. After a while, she nodded slowly and said in a voice that was close to praising, It really is the fusion of yin and yang. Boundless, your deduction back then has finally been realized. Qingnu looked at Zichen again and said, The fusion of yin and yang, complementing each other, can increase one's battle prowess by several times. And the fusion of yin and yang is only the first step. According to Wuji's final analysis, the fusion of yin and yang is the final step. On this path, I can't give you much help. Even Boundless can't. You'll have to explore everything on your own. Now, I'll teach you Zenithine. A ball of light floated out of Qing Nu's body and flew towards Zichun. This is the Zenithine that Boundless left behind. I heard from Shui Air about your comprehension speed. Before my energy dissipates, you should comprehend Zenithine first. Zichun sat down cross-legged as the ball of light entered Zichen's mind. It was as if the scene from all those years ago had reappeared. A tall figure was deducing the Great Path technique in Zichen's Sea of Consciousness. As the hand seals changed continuously, the Grand Tao turned from simple to Zenithine. After an unknown amount of time, Zichun opened his eyes. Qing Nu was standing in front of him, but the green light around her was very dim. Lord Qing Nu, Zichun was shocked and immediately stood up. My energy is about to run out. You can leave now. Qing Nu's figure disappeared, leaving Zichun with a ball of green light. Zichun took the ball of light and walked out of the palace. After walking out of the palace, Zichun saw many people standing outside. He didn't know if they had heard about Qing Nu's disappearance and came here spontaneously. Chapter 1904. As Qing Nu's energy body disappeared, the aura of the ancient hall seemed to have weakened significantly. Zichun walked out of the hall where Qing Nu was and saw a group of Wuji sect cultivators outside. At the front were 3 Heaven Realm elders, followed by 5 pseudo-Heaven Realm experts and a group of undying sovereigns. As soon as Zichun walked out, everyone's attention fell on Zichun. Their expressions were complicated. There was pity and sorrow. It should be because of Qing Nu, but there was also anticipation and greed on their faces. Zichun didn't understand. Has Qing Nu left? The leading white-haired elder asked. Zichun nodded and said, yes. Sigh, as expected. The elder sighed, his face filled with sorrow. Qing Nu, who had protected this world for so many years, had finally disappeared. However, his sorrow didn't last for long. The elder looked at Zichun again and asked, do you want to use the spatial tunnel to enter the Sky Martial Continent? Yes. Zichun didn't hide it. We will help you, but before that, you have to leave something behind. The elder looked at Zichun in the eye and said, what is it? Zichun asked. Although his expression did not change, he was currently contacting Su Mingyao and the others. In his perception, these people were rushing over. The universe origin cauldron. Impossible. A cold voice sounded. The crowd parted. An elder Yu walked over with a gloomy face. Su Mingyao and the others followed closely behind him. Even Manlong was there. It could be said that everyone was here. Elder Yu walked to the front and stood in front of the white-haired elder. He looked at him and said angrily, Qiu Zhengji, Zichun is the disciple of Wuji. What right do you have to ask for something from him? Su Mingyao and the others didn't stop when Elder Yu was questioning them. They walked directly behind Zichun. Su Mingyao, Lin Shui, Shangguan Yuer, Wang Xianer, Zhang Haoyin, LV Pong, Tyrant, Demon Ape, Flying Divine Tiger, Barbaric Dragon, Spirit Devouring Rat, and Long Hu were all present. Qing Nu is the most powerful here. How dare they stop you? The monk behind Zichun transmitted his voice to everyone's mind. The Qing Nu in the hall is just a spirit body. She just used up all of her energy, Zichun replied. No wonder they are so daring. Haha, look at this show of extravagance. If we don't leave behind the universal origin cauldron, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave. Tyrant's voice was filled with sarcasm. Along the way, he had been suppressed the entire time. He had thought that the Boundless sect would be like home, but who would have thought that he would be suppressed as well? This made him very unhappy. It's because he's a disciple of the Boundless sect that he has to contribute to the Boundless sect. The war is coming. If he leaves the universal origin cauldron with us, we will have more strength to fight against the foreign invaders, the white-haired elder said. The cauldron belongs to Zichun. No one can take it away from him, Elder Yu said coldly. Yuqi, you have to understand that the universal origin cauldron doesn't belong to anyone. It belongs to the Boundless sect, the white-haired elder said calmly. Elder Yu sneered. Why didn't you say this when Lady Qing Nu was here? Or why didn't you say it just now? The white-haired elder sighed and said, Lady Qing left before I could say it. Her departure is a loss to the Boundless sect. Fortunately, Lady Qing's spirit in heaven sent us the universal origin cauldron. We should be grateful to her. Elder Yu was trembling with anger. No one else said anything. Obviously, they agreed with Qiu Zhengji's words. What spirit in heaven? Lady Qing Niu isn't dead yet. Maybe something happened to her body. Lady Qing might not be dead, but her departure is a fact. She brought the universal origin cauldron with her. Yu Qi, recognize the truth and persuade Zichun to hand over the universal origin cauldron. While speaking, Qiu Zhengji looked at Zichun and said, Zichun, the universal origin cauldron is only a tool for you to use against your own people. If it's in the boundless sect, we can fight against the foreign invaders. Hearing these righteous words, Zichun was both angry and amused. He looked at the white-haired elder and said, How do you know that I didn't fight against the foreign invaders? Qiu Zhengji smiled faintly and said, I only know that you've been fighting against the Five Elements family and killed many of their people. Do you know that if the foreign invaders invade, they will be our allies? Zichun said, That's a personal grudge between me and the Five Elements family. Qiu Zhengji said, There's no personal grudge in front of the greater good. Zichun sneered and said, Very well, then let me ask you, how many foreign invaders have you killed in the past 1,000 years? Qiu Zhengji was stunned and didn't know how to answer. I can tell from your expression that you haven't. As for me, I've killed more than 10 outsider pseudo-celestials, and I've also killed 4 outsider saints who had fallen in cultivation. Zichun looked at Qiu Zhengji and said, These are my records against the foreign invaders in the past 1,000 years. What about you? When the surrounding people heard this, they were all moved. Qiu Zhengji's expression didn't change. He said indifferently, That's just your side of the story. There's no way to verify it. If I were to say, I would say that I killed 10 saints of the other races. Zichun had a mocking expression on his face as he said, You, kid, don't think too highly of yourself. When I killed the foreign invaders, you weren't even born yet. Old thing, don't try to take advantage of your seniority in front of me. I've killed too many old things like you. As Zichun's cold words came out, murderous intents appeared in the surroundings. The atmosphere became oppressive. What do you want? You want to kill Zichun? Yu Chong's eyes flashed coldly. If he's so stubborn, then we'll have to teach him a lesson. Qiu Zhengji said, You clearly want to steal from me, yet you say I'm stubborn. Haha, it's been a long time since I've met such shameless people like you. Zichun waved his sleeve and an energy enveloped the group behind him, taking them away. Without any worries, Zichun was no longer afraid. He looked at Qiu Zhengji and said coldly, Old thing, I, Zichun, will declare today that you won't be able to get my myriad origin cauldron. You little brat who doesn't know the difference between life and death. Give me. Qiu Zhengji's face also showed a hint of anger, but before he could finish his words, his expression changed drastically. His face was filled with horror. A cold light appeared in front of his eyes, and the cold light went straight for his glabella. The cold light was the sword spirit. The angry Zichun not only used the sword spirit, but also injected the destruction origin into it. Puffed! The cold light flashed and the sword spirit instantly pierced through Qiu Zhengji's body. The powerful force sent Qiu Zhengji's body flying backward. After flying back several hundred meters, his body exploded with a loud boom. Kid, you dare to sneak attack us? You're courting death. Catch him. The remaining 2 Heaven Realm cultivators were furious. Powerful auras surged around them as they tried to stop Zichun. Whoosh! Elder Yu stopped one of the Heaven Realm cultivators and shouted at Zichun. Zichun, the spatial tunnel is at the center of the Wuji sect. You go first. Zichun nodded and displayed his extreme speed as he flew forward. In the process of flying, the universe origin cauldron appeared above Zichun's head with a loud bang. Blazing flames burned and exuded scorching heat. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. Whoever dares to stop me will die. At this moment, Zichun was really angry. If it was an outsider, Zichun might not be so angry. But Zichun completely regarded the Wuji sect as his own people. Zichun could not accept that his own people attacked his own people. Boom! The cauldron shook and a violent aura surged. The undying sovereigns immediately retreated in all directions, their faces full of shock. The undying sovereigns retreated, but the pseudo-heavens came forward and attacked Zichun fiercely. Whoosh! Zichen instantly used his extreme speed and arrived in front of a pseudo-heaven. Like a chicken, he grabbed the pseudo-heaven's collar and threw him into the universe origin cauldron. Ah! The pseudo-heaven who was thrown into the universe origin cauldron immediately let out a shrill scream. This was also Zichen's intention to intimidate. The other four pseudo-heavens' faces were ashen. They were about to retreat, but when they saw the heaven realm expert from before, they gritted their teeth and rushed forward again. Get out! With a loud roar, the saber spirit turned into a cold light and rushed back at the heaven realm expert. Puffed! Although the lightning saber manipulation was only at the initial stage, the speed it displayed was almost unavoidable. The heaven realm expert was hit again. At this moment, Zichen rushed forward and arrived in front of the second pseudo-heaven. A dazzling fist light exploded on the pseudo-heaven's head, shattering it along with his head and body. Then, Zichen struck out a burst of energy. This energy completely enveloped the pseudo-heaven's exploded body and then entered the universe origin cauldron. Since the body was going to be reconstituted, it would be reconstituted in the cauldron. The other three pseudo-heavens immediately retreated when they saw that the situation was not good. You didn't leave earlier, but now it's too late. Zichen's cold words rang in the ears of the three. Then, Zichen used his extreme speed and rushed toward the three. Extreme energy surged around the three of them, trying to block Zichen. But it was useless. Even the Rebel Dragon and Golden Rock were no match for Zichen, let alone these three guys. Relying on his extreme speed, Zichen easily restrained the three of them and then threw them into the cauldron. If one person's scream was not enough to attract attention, then the screams of 5 people at the same time were enough to shock the other pseudo-heavens. From the beginning of the battle until now, less than 5 breaths of time had passed. Within these 5 breaths, 2 heaven realm experts had suffered at the hands of Zichen, and 5 pseudo-heavens had directly entered the universe origin cauldron with no hope of coming out. In a short period of time, Zichen's powerful means were really shocking. The group of undying sovereigns was so frightened that they retreated far away. In addition, when the pseudo-heavens in the distance heard the miserable screams of their companions in the universe origin cauldron, they immediately stopped and hesitated whether they should go forward. What a ruthless kid. The Wuji sect nurtured you, but in the end, you returned to the Wuji sect and started a massacre. Just when everyone was at a loss, an old voice suddenly sounded, and then a heaven realm elder appeared. At the same time that the old man appeared, a fire dragon flew towards Zichen. This is a great Dao technique. Chapter 1905. It was not the first time that Zichen had seen the Heavenly Path spell. He knew how to use it himself. He had also seen it during the battle with the Thunder Sacred Beast. However, it was his first time being attacked by the Heavenly Path spell. The fire dragon, which was completely formed by the battle martial origin, was like a real dragon. It twisted its body and roared as it rushed towards Zichen. As the dragon swung its tail, the space around it shook violently. A powerful aura locked onto Zichen. Swoosh! Facing the Heavenly Path spell, Zichen chose to dodge without hesitation. He even dodged to the extreme. Immediately, the lightning wings appeared and vibrated at a high frequency. The vibrations emitted a mysterious aura that spread in all directions. He dodged the fire dragon's attack in an instant. The fire dragon suddenly changed its direction and locked onto Zichen with its cold eyes. It seemed that it would not stop until it hit Zichen. Zichen had no choice but to retreat. While he was retreating, Zichen kept forming seals with his hands. Her bright eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as she shouted in a low voice, "Extreme Yang." As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of energy appeared in front of Zichen. The ball of energy contained a powerful aura and rushed toward the fire dragon. Boom! The energy collided and caused a loud explosion. The powerful shockwave sent Zichen flying. As he flew, Zichen met Qiu Zhangji, who had reconstructed his body. The latter's eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. He rushed towards Zichen with the battle martial origin. Thunder sword manipulation. He shouted in his heart again. The sword spirit turned into a stream of light and rushed over. Its speed was unstoppable. Qiu Zhangji's expression changed when he felt the killing intent locked onto him. The battle martial origin around him instantly condensed into an energy shield to block the attack. However, it was useless. The energy shield shattered as the sword spirit passed through it. The sword spirit pierced through Qiu Zhangji's forehead again. The latter's body flew back a few hundred meters before exploding. During this time, the flames in the myriad origin cauldron were still burning. Under the raging flames, the 5 false heavens let out hysterical screams. This scream spread throughout the entire everlasting sect in an instant. The pseudo-celestials who wanted to step forward quickly retreated. The huge disparity in battle strength made them not dare to rashly advance. You dare to behave atrociously in the Wuji sect? You're courting death. Die. Fake heavens didn't dare to step forward, but heaven realm cultivators did. Or perhaps it could be said that they had long since anticipated this scene. As cold shouts rang out, heaven realm cultivators appeared one after another. The heaven realm cultivators who appeared later immediately attacked Zichun without saying a word. High wind slash. A cold light flashed in the eyes of a heaven realm expert. The space above his head twisted, and a dazzling origin saber light appeared. With a powerful aura, it slashed towards Zichun. It was another heavenly Dao technique. Fire dragon swallows the heavens. Another cold shout rang out. The fire dragon that had dissipated earlier reappeared. This time, the fire dragon floated in the sky. It opened its bloody mouth, and a powerful suction force enveloped Zichun. In addition, several attacks locked onto Zichun. Many powerful attacks appeared at the same time. The entire space trembled as if it couldn't withstand these energy attacks. Zichun, who was locked onto by the attacks, felt as if there were mountains pressing down on him. Every step he took became very difficult. His expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with ferocity. The blood in his body flowed faster, and a powerful aura rushed out of his body. The space around him instantly froze, and the attacks that were targeting him paused for a moment under the influence of the frozen space. Taking advantage of the pause, Zichun flapped his thunder wings and soared into the sky. Energy exploded under his feet. Even though Zichun had dodged it, he was still shaken by the energy and coughed up blood. He didn't have time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked up at the fire dragon. The suction force was still on him. After a cold snort, Zichun's body suddenly flashed with gold and silver light. His speed, which was already extremely fast, suddenly increased by another notch. Almost instantly, he dodged the fire dragon's suction force and came to the top of the fire dragon's head. He punched at the fire dragon's head. Boom. Gold and silver light intertwined on this punch. It was the perfect combination of 2 types of energy. When the punch hit the fire dragon's head exploded. Immediately after, Zichun turned around and glanced at the Heaven Realm Elder who was controlling the fire dragon. His eyes flashed coldly. Boom. Another rumble came from the sky. The cauldron of all creation turned into a flaming mountain and rushed towards the elder. Seeing the cauldron of all creation coming, the elder's eyes flashed with greed. He raised his hand and shot out waves of origin energy, trying to lock onto the cauldron of all creation. Zichun instantly appeared beside the elder and punched at him. Bang! Caught off guard, the old man's body flew backward and at the same time exploded in the process. On the other side, Zichun was constantly fighting against a group of Heaven Realm cultivators. In the distance, the cultivators of the Wuji sect were shocked when they saw this scene. Even though they saw it with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe that Zichun, who was only a pseudo-Heaven Realm cultivator, could fight against multiple Heaven Realm cultivators at the same time. In fact, the Heaven Realm cultivators on the battlefield were also shocked, because Zichun displayed 2 types of ultimate energy alone. If it was in the past, he would definitely be a core disciple of the Wuji sect. But now, the Wuji sect was no longer the same as before. All the existences who had ultimate energy were either in seclusion, died in battle, or left. The remaining ones were those who weren't valued in the past. None of them had ultimate energy. Now, Zichun relied on the heavenly weapon and 2 types of ultimate energy to fight against a group of Heaven Realm cultivators. He dodged quickly, but the energy still rushed into Zichun's body. Zichun coughed up blood, but his body didn't explode. The origin cauldron revolved around Zichun, rumbling. Light flashed around Zichun, and two figures appeared on each side of him. One was gold, one was silver. After the two figures appeared, they formed hand seals at the same time. One was ultimate yin, the other ultimate yang. Swoosh, swoosh. The two seals were completed at the same time. The two clones stared coldly ahead, and the two seals exploded as they moved forward. Boom! The space that hadn't been shattered by the attacks of the Heaven Realm cultivators before now exploded under the two heavenly Tao techniques. The black hole exploded and spread in all directions. The entire Wuji sect trembled, and the space around them became very chaotic. What a heartless little brat. Do you want to destroy the Wuji sect? The Wuji sect nurtured you, but instead of being grateful, you want to destroy this place. No matter what, we can't let you leave today. One Heaven Realm cultivator after another roared and sent out beams of energy to stop the black hole from spreading. I don't know any of you old things. You talk about gratitude and nurturing. Zichun's voice was cold. He glanced around and saw Qiu Zhengji trying to rush towards him again. Thunderblade. The blade spirit appeared again and rushed towards Qiu Zhengji. It seemed to have recognized him. This time, the blade spirit was even faster. No matter how the opponent defended, he couldn't dodge this attack. Poof! Qiu Zhengji's body flew backwards again and exploded in the process. The violent energy dissipated and the space reformed. A group of Wuji sect's Heaven Realm cultivators had surrounded Zichun. There were 9 of them. Ultimate Yin, Ultimate Yang. After the two clones attacked again, they used up their own energy and dissipated. The moment the energy exploded, Zichun turned into a beam of light and rushed forward. The most important thing now was to reach the space tunnel as soon as possible. Elder Rain had already left to clear all the obstacles for Zichun. Boom! The energy vibrated, and a terrifying aura surged. Zichun coughed up blood again and rushed forward. No, we can't go on like this. Get the heavenly soldiers. A beam of light shot out and went straight towards Zichun. It was a heavenly soldier. It carried a strong, murderous aura. Whoosh! However, besides Zichun, the saber spirit rushed out and blocked the heavenly weapon. A loud clang resounded in the sky. Go to hell. Without the blade spirit, Qiu Zhengji finally got close to Zichun. He cast a heavenly path spell. His face was full of joy. Boom! But then, a beam of blazing energy rushed out from Zichun's side and blocked the attack. Taking advantage of the explosion, Zichun retreated. Don't let him run away. Surround him. The Heaven Realm cultivators shouted and signaled the other pseudo-heavens to attack. Let's see who dares to move. Elder Rain's cold voice sounded. She raised her hand and attacked. The powerful attack directly cut 3 pseudo-heavens' bodies in half. The other pseudo-heavens were frightened and retreated. On the other side, Zichun used the cauldron of all things to open the way. The cauldron was like a huge mountain burning with flames as it moved forward at high speed. Zichun followed closely behind the cauldron of all things and rushed towards the spatial tunnel. Zichun, you only have 3 breaths of time. Elder Rain's voice sounded. She had already opened the spatial tunnel by force. 3 breaths is enough. Zichun's expression was cold. In the first breath, he put away the cauldron of all things and 2 clones appeared beside him. Zichun rushed forward. The 2 clones turned around and started to form seals. Pong! Before the seals were formed, the attacks of the Heaven Realm cultivators arrived and the 2 clones exploded. The second breath came. Zichun used the golden body of Buddha and another Zichun appeared. The golden body stayed where it was and tried to stop the Heaven Realm cultivators. Zichun's real body rushed towards the spatial tunnel. Saber Spirit, come back. As the third breath came, the Saber Spirit came to Zichun's side and disappeared in a flash. Zichun's golden body also exploded. Zichun's real body coughed up blood again and arrived at the spatial tunnel in a critical state. Swoosh! Zichun's body flashed and entered the spatial tunnel. So what if you entered the tunnel? This time, even if you escape to the ends of the world, we will catch you back. The old voice sounded again. The group of Heaven Realm cultivators caught up. After entering the tunnel, Zichun suddenly turned around. A strange smile suddenly appeared on his cold face. Just as the group of experts were confused, Zichun slowly stretched out his hand. He was holding a green light ball in his hand. With a gentle shake of his hand, the green light ball floated forward. After it floated out of the spatial tunnel, it turned into a dazzling green light. Within the green light, there seemed to be a green lotus. Chapter 1906. The ball of light was the last thing Qingnu had left behind, and Zichun used it without hesitation. The ball of light glowed brightly, and a green lotus appeared within it. The green lotus spun within the ball of light, and rays of light shot out in all directions. At the same time, the green lotus began to expand as it spun, as if it were growing larger and larger. This is Qingnu's green lotus technique. The Heaven Realm cultivators all stopped in their tracks when they saw the green lotus blocking their path. The green light emanating from the green lotus illuminated everyone's fearful expressions. It seems like Qingnu predicted your actions. She left this green lotus technique for Zichen to use against you, Elder Rain said coldly, a trace of satisfaction flashing across his face. Not only had they failed to obtain the cauldron of all creation, but they had also offended Zichen. Now, they had to worry about Zichen's retaliation in the future. The green lotus continued to grow as it spun, until it was as large as a 2-story building. The aura it exuded caused the Heaven Realm cultivators to retreat in fear. Everyone, Zichen will remember this. Thank you for your warm hospitality. Out of respect for Lady Qingnu, I will return these 5 pseudo-Heaven Realm cultivators to you. In the future, I will personally come here to resolve our grudges. Zichen's voice rang out from within the tunnel, and immediately afterwards, 5 figures flew out from within. Just as the 5 of them flew out, the green lotus, which had expanded to its limit, unleashed a terrifying aura, and the 5 of them were instantly shredded to pieces. At the same time, the tunnel behind them disappeared. Zichen's cry of surprise could be heard from within the tunnel, and then the tunnel disappeared. It disappeared forever. The Heaven Realm cultivators were completely dumbfounded as they stared at the tunnel that had disappeared forever, because there was no way to chase after it. Evidently, Qingnu, who had protected the Boundless sect for her entire life, had done this intentionally. Just as Elder Rain had said, Qingnu had guessed their actions and had given Zichen this last resort. For a moment, the Heaven Realm cultivators' expressions were extremely complicated. So many years had passed, but Qingnu still didn't believe them. Or rather, Qingnu understood them too well and had already predicted this step. Even though this tunnel has disappeared forever, the other factions should have similar tunnels. You can try to borrow them, Elder Rain sneered as he swept his gaze across the Heaven Realm cultivators. The expressions of the Heaven Realm old men were very unsightly. After a cold snort, one of them said, "The Infinity Sect has nurtured him. I refuse to believe that he will betray the Infinity Sect when the time comes." You have to understand that it wasn't the Wuji Sect that nurtured Zichen. Even if it wasn't the Wuji Sect here. Elder Rain didn't hold back. Zichen had already left, and the Universal Origin Cauldron was no more. There was no point in discussing this anymore. The flames of life burned once more. The 5 false heavens whose bodies had been crushed reappeared. Their faces were devoid of color. Even though they were already safe, the 5 of them were still in shock. The final explosion of the lotus had caught Zichen off guard. He had been forced out of the channel and into the martial heaven continent. After so many years, Zichen had finally returned to the sky martial continent. However, he did not have the time to appreciate the scenery of the sky martial continent, nor did he have the time to breathe in the air of the sky martial continent. His body was completely uncontrollably swept away by a powerful force, smashing into the martial heaven continent. Boom! His head drilled directly into the ground, leaving the upper half of his body outside. At the same time, a powerful wave of energy spread out in all directions. As the ripples vibrated, the surrounding ground shattered and cracks spread out. Startled cries rang out through the cracks, reaching Zichen's ears. Pushing off the ground with both hands, Zichen slowly pulled his head out of the ground. He had once been a famous figure on the martial heaven continent, but now he had returned in such a manner. His face was covered in dust, and his robes were in tatters. He cut a sorry figure. Oh, is this the martial heaven continent? What dense spiritual energy fluctuations! That was Zichen's first impression of the martial heaven continent. The spiritual energy here was at least 10,000 times denser than when he had left. This level of spiritual energy was not the slightest bit inferior to the spiritual energy of the martial heaven continent. Such dense spiritual energy. Is this the result of the Great Era, or did something happen on the martial heaven continent? Zichun was in a daze. He didn't notice the strange gazes of the people around him. His sudden descent from the sky had already attracted a lot of attention. Now that Zichun was standing there in a daze, it caused a lot of discussion. A carriage pulled by 4 spirit deer slowly appeared. When everyone saw it, their expressions changed, and they immediately retreated. It's the noble young master. He's come to Heavenly Sun City again. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Looks like Heavenly Sun City is going to be in chaos again. Just by looking at the carriage, they could guess the owner of the carriage. The people who had been watching Zichen immediately scattered. Only Zichen was still standing there in a daze. Seeing the spirit deer walk forward, many people couldn't bear to see this. If this youth continued to be in a daze, there would be no chance of him waking up. This kind of thing had happened many times in the past few years, but most of them were outsiders. This youth who had descended from the sky was clearly an outsider. Unexpectedly, when the spirit deer arrived in front of the youth, it did not trample him. Instead, it stopped. The carriage's curtain was lifted, and a handsome youth poked his head out. After examining Zichen a few times, he strangely laughed. Little Guer, didn't you want to see this funny fellow? Come and see to your heart's content. The carriage's curtain moved slightly, and a beautiful girl appeared. She only glanced at Zichen once before re-entering the carriage. A trace of doubt appeared in her bright eyes. I seem to have seen him somewhere before. Seeing Guer sit down, the youth smiled. He turned his head and shouted at Zichen. Heh, kid, your funny performance today has won the favor of this noble young master. Fortunately, I'll spare your life today and reward you with some yuan stones. As he spoke, the youth took out a bag of yuan stones and threw it at Zichen. Unfortunately, it just so happened to hit Zichen's head, waking him up. Shaking his head, Zichen looked around and found that there were many people around. The spirit deer walked forward. Seeing that it was only at the human stage, Zichen intentionally sized it up. Then, he saw the carriage being pulled by the spirit deer, as well as the youth and girl behind the carriage's curtain. The youth was also at the human stage. He smiled at Zichen with a face full of arrogance and disdain. The girl's face was beautiful. When she met Zichen's gaze, Zichen saw the doubt in her eyes. The carriage entered the city behind Zichen. It was Tianyang City, but Zichen did not remember such a city in the Tianwu continent. Looking around, many people were looking at him with envy. There were also some who were looking at Zichen's feet, their eyes flashing with greed. Only then did Zichen notice that there was a small bag of yuan stones under his feet. His expression immediately became startled. Excuse me, is this the Tianwu continent? Zichen decided to clarify everything first. This person must have gone stupid. When he fell, his head hit the ground first. He must have gone stupid. How could this idiot's luck be so good? Not only did he not die under the spirit deer's hooves, but he even received a reward from young master Wang Xiangue. Discussions broke out all around once again. Many people looked at Zichen with a complicated expression. With a light tap of his foot, the yuan stone landed in Zichen's hand. Zichen casually tossed it to a nearby cultivator. He only had the strength of a core master. In Zichen's era, this kind of existence could be called an old monster. A core master. At this moment, this core master subconsciously grabbed the bag of yuan stones. He was startled for a moment, then a trace of ecstasy appeared on his face. He really had broken his head and turned into a fool. He even threw away his yuan stones. I won't give you this for free. Tell me, is this the Tianwu continent? Asked Zichen. Yes, this is the Tianwu continent. The core master tightly grabbed the bag of yuan stones and nodded. Sensing the fiery gazes around him, he felt that his answer wasn't very satisfactory. He added, "This isn't just the Tianwu continent. This is a holy land. The strongest power here is the everlasting sect, and the strongest family is the Wang family. The one who just gave you the Yuan stones is called Wang Xiangue. He is the 9th-generation great-grandson of the everlasting sect's master, Wang Qiong. He is deeply loved by the elders of his family. If you offend him, there will be no place for you in this holy land." Zichen nodded, feeling a bit emotional. He had finally returned to the Tianwu continent. As for his old friend, he had a 9th-generation great-grandson. Zichen turned to look at the city behind him. When was this city built? It's been built for over 1,000 years. If you ask others, they won't necessarily know the meaning of this city. However, I've heard that the reason this city was built was to commemorate the former master of the everlasting sect, Zichen. It's said that heavenly Yang City corresponds to Lord Zichen's extreme Yang energy. Under Dan Yuan's perturbed gaze, Zichen turned around and entered Tianyang City. Only then did Dan Yuan heave a sigh of relief. He had finally obtained the primordial stones. Within the carriage, Guer softly said, "I felt like that person just now was very familiar." Wang Xiangue disdainfully curled his lips. "He's just a beggar. If it weren't for you, he would have already died. What's there to be familiar with a dead person?" Guer closed her eyes. She didn't say anything, but she was 100% certain that she had seen this person somewhere before. If the current Guer saw Zichen without his miserable appearance, she would definitely recognize him. After entering the city, Zichen once more saw that carriage. It wasn't very fast, but wherever it passed, it caused chaos among the merchants. Occasionally, Wang Xingue's complacent laughter could be heard from within the carriage. Seeing this, Zichen frowned slightly. However, he didn't stop them. Instead, he followed them. After not returning for so many years, it was a good opportunity to see the character of the current Wang family's disciples. The carriage stopped in front of a luxurious restaurant. Wang Xiangue and that woman walked out one after the other. The waitresses of the restaurant immediately came to greet them. During this time, there was a small interlude. Wang Xingue's hands were placed on the two waitresses' buttocks, but the woman behind him was completely calm. The two of them had just entered the restaurant when the entire restaurant was once more in chaos. Then one cultivator after another ran out of the front door, or miserably jumped out of the windows. There were even Earth Primes present. Chapter 1907. Wang Xiangue, Wang Xiangue. Just by hearing this name, one could tell that he was a blessed and noble person. In addition, he had an impressive background and was doted on by the elders of the clan. He had spoiled an unruly descendant. "Scram! If you don't scram, I'll kill your entire family." This voice sounded from time to time. Figures quickly rushed out of the restaurant. Some people even broke the windows in panic. It was noon, the busiest time for the restaurant. The cultivators in the city seemed to be used to this scene. These people are unlucky to have met the Wang family's Xiangue, right? The current Wang family is rich and has abundant resources. Every time the Wang family's young master comes, he'll reserve the entire restaurant. The Wang family is indeed a big family. They've completely let the younger generation squander their resources. They have a powerful ancestor. It's said that although the Wang family was a big family back then, it wasn't to the point of being the dominant family. It was only after following the original sect master of the Wuji sect, Zichen, that they began to prosper. After so many years, the Wang family's resources are too much. The Wang family has a lot of resources, but the Wang family's disciples are also arrogant. In the entire Holy Land, even the disciples of the Wuji sect have to give some face to the Wang family's disciples. That's right. I heard that the Wang family's disciples don't need to be tested to enter the Wuji sect. They'll be the direct descendants of the Wuji sect and will be greatly nurtured by the sect. Many cultivators didn't watch. Instead, they gathered together and chatted. They occasionally looked at the restaurant and listened to the noise coming from inside. I heard that when the first sect master of the Wuji sect, Zichen, rose to power, he fought against the big forces and eradicated all the injustices in the world. That was then and this is now. Back then, The Holy Land didn't have so many experts and geniuses rose to power. But now, there are even Heaven Realm experts. Even if there are geniuses who dare to challenge the prestige of the aristocratic families, they'll be secretly killed by these experts. When everyone heard these discussions, they all chose to remain silent. The monk shook his head and didn't say anything. Here, he had the most right to speak. Back then, he and Zichun met in Songli City. Although they schemed against each other, they had witnessed the domineering of the Tsang family and Li family together. Back then, those aristocratic clan disciples that they had killed were extremely arrogant and insolent when they went out. But today, compared to the nobles of the Wang clan in this restaurant, they paled in comparison. At the very least, those disciples didn't say that they would annihilate his entire family the first time they met him. Everyone, including Zichun, chose to remain silent. This matter involved the Wang clan, Wang Qiong, and Wang Xian'er. The former was their sworn brother, while the latter was Zichen's fiancée. No one could interfere in this matter. Wang Xian'er's pretty face was completely drained of blood. She looked at the entrance of the tavern in front of her, and at the wretched figures that scurried out from time to time. She muttered, "How could this be? How could this be?" A group of handsome men and beautiful women, as well as a bald monk, stood at the entrance of the hotel, not moving forward or retreating. This matter was already very attractive. When those who were chatting saw this, their expressions became very strange. One of the cultivators saw that no one was paying attention to them and kindly reminded them, "I say, you guys are here for a meal, right? I advise you to quickly change to another restaurant. Otherwise, if you enter, the men will be chased out, and the women will be left behind." How dare he? Wang Xian'er, who was already angry, turned even paler. That cultivator glanced at the entrance of the restaurant and said in a low voice, "You guys are new to the Holy Lands, right? Let me tell you, here, only the Wang clan has the final say. And in the Wang clan, Wang Xiangui has the final say. Even if you have some strength, you still have to listen to the Wang clan here. Unless you are all in the Heaven Realm and can do whatever you want." With that cultivator immediately retreated into the crowd and disappeared. Obviously, he didn't want to cause trouble. But when he left, he had a familiar feeling in his heart, as if he had seen those people somewhere before. Strange, those people are clearly strangers, but why do I feel that they are familiar? And it's not just one of them, but all of them. While walking forward, that cultivator shook his head and said, "That shouldn't be. It's reasonable to say that the men are familiar, but I have never seen those four beauties before. If I had seen them before, I would definitely recognize them. Why don't I have any impression of them? Strange, really strange. They are not the legendary Zichun, so why do I feel that they are familiar?" Suddenly, the cultivator's expression changed, and his eyes widened. "Legendary Zichun, legendary Zichun, what did I just say? I said legendary Zichun." A trace of shock appeared in the cultivator's eyes. Doesn't that black-robed man in the lead have the same appearance as legendary Zichun? Aren't those four beauties Zichun's confidants? And that strange-looking demon, isn't he the sky-rending battle ape? Demon ape? That cold expert should be Zhang Haoyan. The shocked cultivator immediately slapped his forehead, and a look of annoyance appeared on his face. Damn it, there's only one bald monk in this holy land. Isn't that the evil good monk who follows Zichun around? Damn it, why didn't I think of that? Now that legendary Zichun is back, and he's standing in front of the hotel, he obviously knows about Wang Xiangui. I heard that he hates evil as if it were his enemy. That arrogant Wang Xiangui might be punished, and the Wang family will be the unlucky one. No, I have to go back and take a look. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, the cultivator immediately turned back, wanting to take another look at Zichun. This was a secret he'd discovered, and there was no need to share it with others. Thus, he remained silent in his excitement and turned back again. Unfortunately, when he turned back, he only saw the backs of those people. They had already entered the hotel. As expected, the Wang family is going to be the unlucky one. The cultivator thought to himself, but when he turned back, he saw that many people were looking at him with puzzled expressions. "Idiot, don't you think he looks familiar? That's Lord Zichun." The cultivator snickered in his heart but he didn't mention anyone. Instead, he left a person to enjoy in his heart. Don't leave. Stay with me today. Inside the restaurant, Wang Xiangue stopped a group of cultivators who were preparing to leave. Among the group of cultivators, there was a female cultivator with good looks and a slender figure. Go away. The female cultivator's expression was cold, and her eyes flashed with coldness. She exuded the aura of the Earth Prime. She was an Earth Realm cultivator. Wang Xiangue's eyes flashed with surprise, and then they became even more heated. He smiled and said, "It's been a long time since I've played with an Earth Prime female cultivator. If you make me happy today, I won't forget about your benefits in the future." In your dreams, the female cultivator's attitude was still cold. It was impossible for her, an Earth Prime cultivator, to accompany a human Prime cultivator. The smile on Wang Xingue's face disappeared as he said, "It's fine if you don't want to. You can leave this place without worry. I believe that you, who are still alive now, will become dead once you leave this place. Moreover, in less than 3 days, all the men in your clans will die, and the women will be sent to my residence." The cultivator's expressions immediately turned ugly, and the female cultivator glared at Wang Xiangue with hatred. Obviously, she knew that since he said it, he would definitely do it. Little Gu, who had been following Wang Xiangue, didn't say a word. However, when she heard Wang Xiangue's last threat, she couldn't help but tremble. There was only little Gu beside Wang Xiangue, and both of them were human Prime cultivators. There were no guards beside him, but Wang Xiangue dared to confidently threaten an Earth Prime cultivator. It was obvious that the Wang family had a high status in this sacred place. Seeing the indifferent female cultivator, Wang Xiangue smiled faintly and said, "My time is limited. While I'm still in the mood, hurry up and eat with me, and then spend the night with me. Otherwise, haha, you know the consequences." The cultivators were helpless. Even if there were 3 Earth Prime cultivators in their group, they could kill Wang Xiangue with one slap. The cultivators looked at the female cultivator as if they were begging for help. Their pleading eyes seemed to be saying, "Save our people." The female cultivator pursed her lips, and tears fell. She felt wronged, but there was nothing she could do. Just as she was about to compromise, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded, "You've crossed the line." The voice came from behind Wang Xiangue. It was very abrupt and immediately attracted everyone's attention. The group of cultivators looked up and saw Zichen's group. Wang Xiangue and little Gu turned around and saw Zichen's group. Looking at Zichen, Wang Xiangue sneered and asked faintly, "What did you just say? I didn't hear it clearly. Can you say it again?" What was different from Wang Xingue's expression was that when little Gu raised her head and saw Zichen, her indifferent expression immediately changed drastically. This change was so great that her body could not help but tremble. Her bright eyes quickly closed, and then she opened them again and looked at Zichen. After that, she quickly blinked a few more times. Looking at the person still standing in front of her, she was finally sure that she wasn't dreaming. She was really seeing the legendary existence that only existed in the portrait. Zichen, the legendary Zichen. When she saw the portrait of the legendary Zichen for the first time, she had dreamed of meeting this legendary existence. She was very excited when she heard about the heroic deeds of the legendary Zichen, how he destroyed those big families and killed the arrogant disciples of those big families. She was eager to see this legendary Zichen again and ask him to discipline this dignitary of the Wang family and the other arrogant disciples of the Wang family. Originally, all of this was just a dream. She didn't expect that her dream would come true today. And the moment she saw the legendary Zichen, she finally remembered why the person she saw just now looked so familiar. It was because he was the legendary Zichen. The legendary Zichen had returned, but the way he returned was a little unique. Little Gu's reaction was very intense, but she didn't say anything to remind the dignitary of the Wang family next to her. The group of cultivators behind her also didn't recognize Zichen's group. In the face of Wang Xingue's request, Zichen didn't say anything. The next person to speak was Wang Xianer. She said coldly, "You've gone too far." The dignitary of the Wang family had always been arrogant, so he only saw Zichen when he turned around. Now that Wang Xianer spoke, he finally noticed her. Chapter 1908. Wang Xian was tall and slender with a graceful figure. Her beauty was unparalleled, and she had a unique aura that belonged only to her. Seeing how the Wang family was behaving, she recalled that both of them were from the same clan. She was enraged, and the anger made her body tremble. Her chest heaved up and down under her jade-like neck. She was extremely alluring. Wang Xian was already beautiful, and with her anger, she became even more alluring. Therefore, the Wang family's dignitary became very agitated when he saw Wang Xian. He was so agitated that he couldn't control himself. His eyes were filled with fanaticism and shock after seeing a beauty. She might be the most beautiful person he had ever seen in his life. He was never angry with beauties. He waved his hand and said impatiently, get lost now. If you don't, I'll kill your entire family." Beside him, little Gu, who recognized Zichun, was still agitated. However, she suppressed this agitation in her heart. She wasn't going to remind the Wang family's dignitary. At the same time, she was hoping that the Wang family's dignitary would say more disrespectful words at this moment. In this way, the Wang family might have to reshuffle. The entire sacred ground could become a true sacred ground, and not some family's backyard. The Wang family's dignitary's words were like amnesty, and the cultivators were stunned. However, they soon understood the reason. Speaking of which, after seeing Wang Xian, even they were stunned. "You? What's your name? Stay with me today." The Wang family's dignitary tidied his luxurious robe and put on a smile that he thought was handsome. He looked at Wang Xian warmly and said. However, he soon saw the other three women besides Zichun. At this moment, the Wang family's outlook on life was completely overturned. He thought that he had seen countless women, but today, he realized that he had never seen a beauty before. Wang Xian alone was enough to move his heart. He couldn't wait to abandon everything. However, he soon saw another woman who seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious veil. The mysterious feeling in the veil made him feel tempted to tear off the veil and see her true appearance. As for the woman who was as pure as a green lotus, she seemed to be able to seduce a person's soul. Finally, the woman in white was gentle and lovely. One couldn't help but want to hug her and dote on her. It was already amazing to see one of these women who didn't exist in this world. He didn't expect to see four of them at once. While Wang Xingui's heart was burning with passion, he also felt extremely ashamed of his own inferiority. Compared to such a woman, the women by his side were simply not pleasing to his eyes. "You, hurry up and scram." He turned to look at little Gu beside him and said coldly. Little Gu nodded and left obediently. She even smiled at Wang Xingui. It seemed that this was the first time she had taken the initiative to smile since they met. If this was any other time, the Wang Xingui would definitely be very happy. But today, with the four great beauties present, he instead felt that little Gu's smile was because she had fallen out of favor and was trying to seduce him again. This made him feel very disgusted. The disgusted expression was swept away when he turned around again. Wang Xingui once again revealed a smile that he thought was handsome and said, "Today, you four beauties, stay and drink with me." Tonight, before Wang Xingui could finish his words, a palm print appeared on his face. The huge force sent Wang Xingui flying. Little Gu's eyes flashed with a hint of satisfaction. Those cultivators who were hesitating and had yet to leave were completely stunned. As for the service staff in the restaurant, they had long disappeared. "Who are you? How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am?" Standing up from beside the broken chair, Wang Xingui covered his red cheeks and stared at Wang Xian angrily and said, "I don't care who you are, but I am your ancestor. Today, I will teach you an unfilial junior a lesson." After Wang Xian finished speaking, another energy palm print appeared and landed on the other side of Wang Xingui's face. Wang Xingui's body flew backward and smashed a few tables and chairs. "Damn you! How dare you insult the ancestor of my Wang clan? Let me tell you, if the four of you don't accompany me today, I will kill all of your families." Wang Xingui, who had never been hit before, was immediately enraged by these two slaps. "This should be your catchphrase. I didn't expect a scum like you to appear in the Wang clan." The energy palm print appeared again. This time, It was 2 slaps. Under the slaps from both sides, Wang Xiangui coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Wang Xian knew her limits. She knew that such a person couldn't die so easily. At the very least, Zichun wouldn't allow it. Back then, Zichun had put in a lot of effort for this sacred land. He couldn't let all his efforts go to waste. Wang Xian attacked several times and beat Wang Xiangui until he was on the verge of death. His voice was very shrill, and the group of cultivators still couldn't see through Wang Xian's cultivation level. Not only that, they couldn't see through the cultivation level of the others beside Wang Xian. Obviously, these were all experts, and this Wang Xiangui had hit an iron plate this time. However, this sentence couldn't be concluded. Whether these people were iron plates or not still depended on whether they could deal with the reinforcements of the Wang clan. Why are you standing there stupidly? Are you waiting for death? Can't you see that I'm being hit? Stinky, quickly send me a signal. Wang Xiangui, who stood up again, was obviously a little confused. After shaking his head, he shouted at little Gu who had retreated far away. Oh. Little Gu nodded in a panic. Then, she took out an energy signal that looked like a bamboo flute and directly sent it out through the window. The energy signal exploded in the sky. This was the signal of the Wang clan, and everyone knew that. What happened? The Wang clan sent a signal. Could it be that someone inside attacked Wang Xiangui? It must be those people who went in last. They knew that Wang Xiangui was clearing the area, but they still dared to go in. They aren't easy to deal with. After seeing the signal, the surrounding people exclaimed. Amidst the exclamations, many people hoped that those people would accidentally kill Wang Xiangui. This way, although they would suffer in the future, it would make the city much more peaceful. The entire sacred land belonged to the Wang clan. Naturally, there were cultivators of the Wang clan everywhere in every city. After the signal was sent out, many cultivators of the Wang clan in Tianyang City rushed to the restaurant. Wang. In the middle of the restaurant, an energy light shield suddenly appeared and enveloped the entire restaurant. Within the light shield, there was a strong repulsive force. Those who were close to the mortal realm were directly sent flying as soon as they touched the light shield. What a strong light shield! The mortal realm can't even enter. This is the restriction of the realm. The person who came is at least in the earth realm. No wonder they dared to attack Wang Xiangui. It seems that they have very strong means. Amidst the discussion, the first Earth Prime cultivator of the Wang clan appeared. This was only an Earth Prime cultivator, but after he appeared, he was much more powerful than the other Earth Prime cultivators. Who dares to attack a disciple of the Wang clan? Do you want to die? As a member of the Wang clan, he had a great sense of superiority. As this voice sounded, the cultivators who were watching immediately retreated. This Earth Prime cultivator rushed directly into the light shield. But before the crowd could take a closer look, this Earth Prime cultivator was sent flying out of the light shield. While flying, he was still coughing up blood. He was seriously injured. After falling to the ground, the Earth Prime cultivator's body was still struggling. His face was full of shock. It took him a full 3 breaths to regain control of his body. Although he still couldn't stand up, he could take out a signal and send it to the sky. This time, the signal was sent farther and could summon more powerful cultivators. After this Earth Prime cultivator, 3 more Earth Prime cultivators appeared. The 3 of them rushed in at the same time so that they could take care of each other. But in less than a breath, the 3 of them flew out at the same time. They were seriously injured and coughed up blood. Did you see clearly? The Earth Prime cultivator asked, but the 3 of them shook their heads with difficulty. The 3 of them went in and only saw a patch of energy. They didn't even see a shadow. How dare you attack a member of the Wang clan? You want to die? The 2 Emptiness Realm cultivators came. When they saw the 4 severely injured Earth Prime cultivators on the ground, their faces were immediately filled with anger. They rushed into the light shield. Bang! Bang! With 2 loud bangs, the 2 Emptiness Realm cultivators flew out and fell beside the 4 Earth Prime cultivators. They coughed up blood and couldn't move their bodies. They couldn't stand up. The Emptiness Realm cultivators were easily defeated. Gasps of surprise sounded from the crowd. It was obvious that the Wang clan had really met a powerful cultivator this time. As for whether they had kicked an iron plate, it was still uncertain. How dare you attack a member of the Wang clan? You want to die? The cold voice sounded again. This time, it was a corporeal realm cultivator. But the result was the same. This corporeal realm cultivator fell beside the emptiness realm cultivator. The position where he fell was very horizontal. He also couldn't get up after falling. After a few people asked, they got the same answer. This corporeal realm cultivator also didn't see anyone. The powerful cultivators appeared one after another. As streams of light appeared in Tianyang City, the Wang clan's reinforcements quickly arrived. In addition to the corporeal realm and emptiness realm cultivators, there were also several domain realm cultivators. As expected of a great aristocratic family, their reaction was very fast. In just a short while, they had gathered so many powerful cultivators. When the corporeal realm and emptiness realm cultivators saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. They hesitated whether to rush in or not. The domain realm cultivator who came later shouted, "Rush in? How dare you attack a member of the Wang clan? You want to die?" It was as if all the members of the Wang clan who came knew only one sentence. Then, more than a dozen powerful cultivators rushed in. Bang, bang, bang. The powerful cultivators rushed in and came out the next moment. Every one of them was seriously injured, following in the footsteps of those who came before them. How is it? Did you see anyone? A domain realm cultivator could barely open his mouth and shouted loudly. The others shook their heads with difficulty, looking very pained. What? Even a domain realm cultivator didn't see anyone after entering? The cultivators in the distance were in disbelief. The powerful cultivators who came later were all cultivators below the domain realm. They didn't dare to enter at all. After a few more breaths, a domain lord from the Wang clan finally arrived. The domain lord's aura spread out, causing the entire Tianyang city to tremble. Let's go. The domain lord didn't waste any time. When he arrived and saw the light barrier, he glanced at the other powerful cultivators around him and rushed in first. Chapter 1909. As the realm lord fell and coughed up blood, a commotion broke out in the distance. The time the realm lord took to enter was the same as the Earth Prime. It could be seen that this level of existence was still unable to pose a threat to the experts in the restaurant. Even the realm lord was no match for them. It seemed that everyone had to say that this time, the Wang family had finally kicked an iron plate. After the realm lord was the supreme. If even the supreme couldn't do anything to the existence in the restaurant, then this would be the first war in thousands of years in the Holy Lands. Perhaps, the Wang family's position as the largest family in the Holy Lands would be rewritten. After the realm lord was the empty realm, after the empty realm was the mystic realm, and after the mystic realm was the spiritual realm. Experts of this level came one by one and displayed their powerful methods. However, after rushing into the restaurant, they couldn't even delay for a moment and came out with serious injuries. Moreover, their injuries were surprisingly similar. All of them were so seriously injured that they couldn't stand up. Some attentive people noticed this scene and were greatly shocked. The strength of the attack was so accurate. Obviously, this was not an ordinary expert. In the restaurant, the handsome Wang family's head was swollen like a pig's head. His eyes had turned into slits and were filled with fear. Previously, he was still filled with anger. When he saw the experts of the family flying out one by one, he sneered in his heart. The bigger the matter, the better. In the end, the family would definitely interfere. At this point, they were no longer hurting Wang Xingui's face, but the Wang family's face. They were slapping the Holy Lands Wang family's face. In the Holy Lands, the Wang family was the largest family, but everyone knew that behind the Wang family, there was the huge Wuji sect. Slapping the Wang family's face was equivalent to slapping the Wuji sect's face. These people were destined to not have a good ending. However, as more and more powerful existences were sent flying, Wang Xingui was truly frightened. Perhaps these people's endings would be very tragic, but with the Wang family's losses so great, he wouldn't have a good ending either, especially when he scanned with his small eyes. Among the group of people, only the beauty who hit him was attacking. Not only did the others not attack, but they also had indifferent expressions on their faces. What did this mean? Wang Xingui, who was not a fool, knew very well that this was confidence. Absolute confidence. It was the same confidence he had when he threatened the group of Earth Yuans with the strength of human Yuans. Wang Xiangue was alarmed, but he didn't lose all hope, because the supreme beings hadn't come yet. On the other side, the group of cultivators who didn't escape had their eyes wide open. The shock in their hearts had reached the limit. Even Xianjia had been sent flying with a wave of her hand. The strength of this woman in red was truly terrifying. Little Gu Er's eyes were filled with unconcealable excitement. From the beginning to the end, the legendary Zichun had not made a move. Only one of his confidants had made a move. However, from this point of view, Legend Zichun's combat ability had improved tremendously over the years. It seemed that the Wang family was about to face a major reshuffle this time. In Heavenly Sun City, signal after signal shot into the sky. Soon, almost the entire Holy Grounds knew that the Wang clan was sending out signals to gather experts. The Wang clan that has been arrogant for so many years has finally met a strong enemy. In the forest, a crippled, one-eyed man raised his head and looked at the signal soaring into the sky. A glint of delight flashed through his eyes. Leaning on a walking stick with one hand, he walked out of the forest. His cold eyes were filled with excitement and excitement. "Haha, Wang clan, you've finally provoked an existence you shouldn't have. I must go and see how you're going to be destroyed." Another laughter rang out in a secret location. Then, a figure shot into the sky. Ever since the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became rich, the entire Wang clan has recruited many experts. The disciples of the Wang clan are also arrogant and despotic. This is the first time the Wang clan has sent out such a signal. It's obvious that they've met a strong enemy. Perhaps they'll be destroyed because of this. No, I must go and see. A woman in the corporeal realm with eyes full of hatred said coldly, "I didn't witness the rise of the Wang clan back then. This time, perhaps I will be able to witness the destruction of the Wang clan." The signal soaring into the sky was not only known to the experts of the Wang clan, but also to the other cultivators. They all rushed toward Heavenly Sun City at the same time. Supremacy, the final stage of the Earth realm. Even in the Zhanwu continent, such an existence was still considered an expert. During Zichen's era, they had experienced the Lightning Divine Temple. The Earth realm experts had either died or left. At that time, the Emptiness realm was practically the pinnacle of existence. However, with the departure of Zichun, the era of Zichun ended. The era after Zichun arrived. The 4 burial grounds suddenly appeared in the world. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly became very rich. Then, one small world after another appeared, ushering in the golden age of the Tianwu continent. After that, all kinds of experts appeared in the Tianwu continent. All kinds of geniuses appeared. Because of this change, the resources of the Tianwu continent became very rich. During this period, very few people entered the Zhanwu continent. In this era of geniuses, although Wang Lang wasn't as famous as Zichun, he could still represent a glorious era. His speed of breaking through had far surpassed Zichun's back then. He was considered one of the representatives of the post-Zichun era. At this moment, Wang Lang was standing in the air above Tianyang City. Looking at the energy barrier below, his brows were tightly knitted. In front of the hotel, there were hundreds of cultivators lying on the ground. They were all heavily injured and couldn't get up. Furthermore, they were lying in a row in an extremely neat formation. Looking at the heavily injured cultivators below, a few words appeared in Wang Lang's mind. Powerful, grasping power. He had a sense of propriety in his actions. Putting himself in their shoes, Wang Lang didn't think that he had such means. It was obvious that the existence in the hotel was very strong. The reason why he didn't kill them was probably because he was waiting for an even stronger expert to appear. Since the matter had developed to this point, it was obvious that it couldn't be resolved peacefully. As a great family of the sacred grounds, in a situation where hundreds of people were injured, they naturally wouldn't be so foolish to talk about primitive principles with others. Now that the grudge between the two sides had risen to the level of a family's grudge, regardless of whether the matter was right or wrong, the Wang family had to seek justice for these heavily injured people. Right now, Wang Lang wasn't sure if those people had acted together to cause such a scene, or if it was just one person who had acted together to cause such an outcome. That's the supreme being, Wang Lang. That's right. He's one of the representatives of the era after the legendary Zichun. In just over 1,000 years of cultivation, he stepped into the supreme being realm. It's said that he's trying to break through to the immortal supreme being realm recently. Even Wang Lang is here. It can be seen that the Wang family is really anxious this time. Look, Wang Lang is going in. Following a series of exclamations, Wang Lang, who was in the sky, rushed into the light barrier. As one of the representatives of the era after the legendary Zichun, Wang Lang could be considered to have carried all the hopes of the Wang family this time. Before rushing into the light barrier, a powerful aura emerged from Wang Lang's body. The pure Supreme Being's origin energy enveloped his entire body. Wang Lang rushed in. It's the old ancestor. Wang Lang rushed into the light barrier. Hiding in the corner, Wang Xiangue recognized him at a glance. When he was very young, the old ancestor Wang Lang had expressed his admiration for him, and Wang Lang was the current legend of the entire Wang family. In the hearts of the Wang family members, he was even more legendary than the legendary Zichun. After all, the former legendary Zichun had only reached the Earth Prime realm in the entire history of legends, while Wang Lang's legend had reached the Supreme Being realm. It's Wang Lang. In the hotel, Little Gu and the others recognized Wang Lang with a single glance. This was the representative of the latter generation. In the Holy Lands, and even the entire Martial Heaven continent, there was practically no one who did not know of him. Everyone was shocked and fearful of Wang Lang. But then, a scene that left them dumbfounded appeared. They saw that Wang Lang, who had just rushed in, was met with an energy palm. This palm directly hit his head. His defense shattered, and the palm blasted toward his body. Just like the previous people, this representative of the era after the legendary Supreme Being was sent flying before he could even see the faces of the people in the field. While flying, Wang Lang coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, but he didn't fall due to serious injuries. Instead, after flying for hundreds of meters, he stood straight on the ground. Forcefully stabilizing his body, he coughed up blood again. His expression was full of shock as he shouted in a low voice, "Undying Supreme Being." Even Wang Lang had a look of horror on his face, not to mention the onlookers. Even Wang Lang had been defeated. This time, the Wang family had really kicked an iron plate. Wang Lang was instantly defeated, and the person who had attacked him was still unknown. This news quickly spread to the Wang family. Currently, the Wang family was located in a huge city called Royal City. At the center of Royal City, at the core of the Wang family, a group of old men knelt in front of a small two-story building. After a moment, a dignified voice rang out from the small building. "I told you to restrain yourselves. In the Holy Lands, there are existences that you can't imagine, but you didn't listen." The group of old men lowered their heads, not saying a word. Forget it. Forget it. You won't listen no matter what I say. But since my Wang family is sitting on the seat of the number one family in the Holy Lands, it's not an undeserved reputation. In addition, this is the first time the Wang family has encountered such a provocation. Naturally, we can't yield. The group of old men raised their heads, and one of them said, "The news says that the person who came might be an undying Supreme Being. So what if he's an undying Supreme Being? An undying Supreme Being isn't immortal." The door suddenly opened, and a jade pendant slowly floated out from the door. It was a saber-shaped jade pendant. As soon as it appeared, a powerful saber and tint spread out, causing the group of old men to turn pale. "This was given to me by Senior Li in the past. He said that I should look for him when I'm in danger. Now, take this jade pendant and go to the Everlasting Sect to look for Senior Li. Since it's a favor, I'll use it thoroughly. Tell Senior Li that I only want to see a dead person, not a living one." The door closed again, and a cold voice rang out, "Yes." The group of old men took the jade pendant and stepped into the teleportation array to look for Senior Li. Chapter 1910. Right or wrong, not only Wang Lang, but the entire Wang family no longer cared about it. Now, for the number one family in the Holy Land, the most important thing was to regain their face. Wang Lang believed that after he was defeated, the family would definitely make new arrangements. This arrangement would be to take drastic measures to deal with the situation, strong and decisive. Sure enough, Wang Lang did not have to wait for long before the family's strong counterattack came. A heavenly blade appeared in the sky, piercing through the sky and heading straight for Tianyang City, shooting toward the hotel with the light barrier. Boom! As the heavenly blade approached, it released the pressure of a heaven realm expert. All the cultivators in the city collapsed under this pressure. The light barrier outside the hotel shattered with a loud bang, and the heavenly blade entered the hotel. The cultivators who collapsed were shocked. They never expected that after Wang Lang's defeat, the Wang family's counterattack would be so sharp that it actually sent a heaven realm expert. Looking at the mark left by the heavenly blade, Wang Lang's face turned pale. His body trembled, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. As expected of a heavenly weapon, just this pressure alone is not something I can withstand. The heavenly blade broke the light barrier and entered the hotel. After that, there was no more sound. What's going on? What happened? Why is there no movement? Could it be that everyone is dead? The entire city fell into silence. Everyone looked at the hotel and held their breaths, afraid to miss any scene or movement. The entire city was silent for about 10 breaths of time. Then, the entire hotel exploded. The powerful force completely destroyed the hotel. At the same time, the unimaginable destructive force turned the hotel into dust. In the sky, smoke and dust filled the air. The entire hotel disappeared. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared ahead. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed. The hotel disappeared, and a group of people appeared out of thin air. What entered everyone's eyes was a heavenly blade. The heavenly blade emitted a dazzling light. In front of the heavenly blade, where the tip of the blade touched, stood a young man. The young man was dressed in black and had a handsome appearance. He allowed the heavenly blade to point at his forehead, but his expression was extremely calm. At a glance, the young man looked very familiar. Facing the heavenly blade, he even had a faint smile on his face. Behind the young man was a woman in red. She was beautiful and alluring. Then, the three great beauties stood on the side, as well as two other people, one from the devil race and the other a monk. In the eyes of the crowd, there were only these people. As for Wang Xiangue, who was beaten into a pig's head, little Guer, and the group of cultivators, they were subconsciously forgotten by everyone. Of course, when the confused Wang Lang saw who the heaven saber was pointing at, his eyes widened. His expression immediately changed, and disbelief filled his face. As one of the representatives of the era after the legendary Zichun, there would always be people comparing him to Zichun. Although Wang Lang had never met Zichun, he was very familiar with Zichun. He knew everything about Zichun and the oppression that Zichun had faced. But in his heart, he was somewhat unconvinced. Because he was not born in the era of Zichun, he did not encounter the era where even Dan Yuan experts could be called old monsters. That was why Zichun was created. Looking at the history of Zichun's growth, the speed of his breakthrough was really slow. Wang Lang believed that if he returned to that era, there would be nothing about Zichun, and there would be no legendary Zichun. There would only be the legendary Wang Lang. He, Wang Lang, would create a dynasty, the Wang family dynasty. At this moment, after recognizing Zichun at a glance, he was completely stunned. The legendary Zichun actually appeared in front of everyone so suddenly. Swoosh! Just as Wang Lang recognized Zichun, the heaven saber transformed into a human figure. He looked at Zichun with a face full of surprise and joy. "Why is it you?" Zichun smiled and said, "I am also very surprised by your appearance." Not bad at all." This person sized up Zichun, and then patted Zichun's shoulder. Like a blade cutting Zichun's body, it made a sonorous sound. Zichun was not the only one who recognized this person. Wang Xian, and the others also recognized him. But back then, they had always thought that he was a mysterious friend of Xing Daoli. But today, as the heaven saber arrived, Zichun, who sensed a familiar aura, realized that he was the heavenly weapon in Xing Daoli's hand. Seeing the heaven saber transform into a human and chat with Zichun, everyone was stunned. They did not understand what was going on. The cultivator who recognized Zichen earlier glanced at the crowd coldly and then said loudly, "Are you all idiots? Can't you see that that is the legendary Zichen? The legendary Zichen has returned." The whole city fell silent again because of the cultivator's words. After a short silence, the entire Tianyang city was in an uproar. Zichen, the legendary Zichen. It is indeed him. I was wondering why he looked so familiar. It turns out that the legendary Zichen has returned. No wonder he dared to attack the Wang family in the Holy Land. It turns out that the legendary Zichen has returned. If the Wang family is the most powerful family here, then the entire Holy Land belongs to the legendary Zichen. That's right. He is the first sect leader of the Wuji sect. The whole city was in an uproar. Everyone was cheering and clamoring. It seemed that since the establishment of Tianyang City, the entire city had never been so lively. That is the evil good monk. It is said that he had a grudge with Zichen back then. Lord Zichen has always called him the evil monk. He has done all kinds of evil. That is the demon ape, the sky-splitting battle ape of the demon race. He is very powerful. That cold one is Zhang Haoyin. He is so handsome and cool. That is the array master Lu Peng, the founder of the Wuji sect. Those are Zichen's confidants. The one in red is Wang Xiener, the younger sister of the current Wuji sect leader. She is also the ancestor of all the disciples of the Wang family. Amidst the cheers, voices rang out one after another. The group of Wang family members was stunned at first. Then, they were horrified. They had never expected that the ones who attacked them were Zichen and his group. Moreover, there was a respected ancestor among them. The group of cultivators who had been oppressed earlier were completely stunned when they found out that it was Zichen and his group. They could not say a word. Little Guer closed her eyes. Tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. She muttered, "The Wang family's evil retribution has finally come." Wang Lang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then, he stepped forward and immediately bowed. "Greetings, ancestor." "Greetings, Lord Zichen. Who is your ancestor?" "I, Wang Xiener, do not have juniors like you." Wang Xiener's beautiful face was still filled with anger. As she waved her sleeves, a gust of energy swept Wang Lang away. Wang Lang was swept away by the energy and coughed up blood again. This time, he fell down and did not stand up again. The disciples of the Wang family, who were originally shocked and furious, did not say a word at this moment. They all lowered their heads. Zichen, ancestor. Wang Xiangue, who had just woken up from his coma, almost peed his pants when he heard such exclamations. He worshipped Zichen so much that he had a portrait of Zichen in his house. However, he relied on Zichen more than he worshipped him. In his opinion, Zichen was a huge backer. Therefore, he remembered the name Zichen but did not pay attention to Zichen's appearance. At first glance, he did not recognize that this person was the backer that he insisted on worshipping. On the other hand, Guer, who had seen a portrait of Zichen in his room, recognized Zichen at a glance. Zichen's gaze swept across the group of Wang family disciples and also swept past Wang Lang. He did not care about this representative of the later generation at all. He said coldly, "It was not easy to establish the sacred ground. It experienced too many disasters and rose through ups and downs. I didn't expect that you people would make it so foul." The disciples of the Wang family, who were usually arrogant, did not dare to say a word at this moment. They did not even dare to lift their heads. Zichen said coldly, "I need an explanation for today's matter." The crowd was in an uproar again. Clearly, Zichen's actions meant that he wanted to interfere in the matters of the Wang family. If things went wrong, the Wang family might disappear from the holy grounds. In the residence of the Wang family in the royal city, the elders who had left earlier appeared again. This time, they were even more flustered than before. After they came forward, they immediately knelt on the ground and prostrated themselves on the ground. "How is it? Has the matter been resolved?" The voice rang out once more, filled with pride. "Senior Li isn't someone who will help just anyone. Once he's angry, the entire martial heaven continent will tremble." Patriarch, the one who attacked the Wang family, was Zichen. One of the elders knelt on the ground, trembling. "Zichen? Which Zichen?" Could it be that even Senior Li couldn't handle it? The voice contained a trace of anger. The legendary Zichun has returned. The people who left back then have also returned, including Patriarch Xian. What? Uncle Zichun? Aunt Xian has also returned? The dignified voice immediately became pleasantly surprised. The door opened, and a middle-aged man rushed out. Bring me over. Uncle Zichun and Aunt Xian are really something. Since they've returned, why did they attack the Wang family? In the everlasting sect, urgent voices suddenly rang out from a tightly shut stone room. Patriarch, please come out of seclusion. Patriarch, please come out of seclusion. Patriarch, please come out of seclusion. The middle-aged man opened his eyes and said unhappily, "Didn't I say not to disturb me while I'm in seclusion? I'm going to break through to the chosen realm. Even that child Wang Lang has reached the chosen realm. If an old fellow like me doesn't break through to the chosen realm, others will laugh at me." Patriarch, there's news that Sect Master Zichun has returned. What? Brother-in-law has returned? Is he alone? Where is he? The middle-aged man was pleasantly surprised. He's in Heavenly Sun City. It's said that everyone has returned. Heavenly Sun City? I'll go there immediately. The middle-aged man's figure flashed, and he vanished from the room. In another seclusion area, the current sect master of the everlasting sect, Wang Qiong, was forcefully awakened. "Something has happened in the sect," said a dignified voice. "Sect master, we just received news that Sect Master Zichun and the others have returned to the martial heaven continent. They're currently in Heavenly Sun City." Zichun has finally returned. Wang Qiong's eyes flashed with delight. Sect Master Zichun has returned. However, there were some unpleasant events. He's currently in Heavenly Sun City, waiting for an explanation. What explanation? Chapter 1911. News of the legendary battle pet warrior Zichin's return spread out of Heavenly Sun City as if it had grown wings. The speed at which it spread was even faster than the previous signal. In Heavenly Sun City, excited cultivators turned into streams of light and flew out of Heavenly Sun City. Legendary battle pet warrior Zichun is back. He's in Heavenly Sun City. Everyone, let's go and see. After a cultivator rushed out of Tianyang City, he shouted loudly. His excited and emotional voice spread in all directions. Legendary battle pet warrior Zichun is back. He's waiting for an explanation from the Wang family in Heavenly Sun City. This time, the Wang family might be facing a great purge. Everyone, let's hurry to Heavenly Sun City. If we miss this opportunity, we won't be able to see it again. Let's hurry to Heavenly Sun City. Legendary battle pet warrior Zichun is back. He's going to punish the Wang family. Under deliberate efforts, the news quickly spread, causing it to spread further and further. Cultivators from various cities flew towards Heavenly Sun City. So Lord Zichun is back. Haha, retribution. The Wang family's retribution has finally come. A lame man couldn't help but speed up when he heard the news. Legendary battle pet warrior Zichun is back. Based on his personality, even if the Wang family isn't destroyed this time, they'll face a great purge. Haha, this is great. Good and evil will be repaid. The Wang family has always been arrogant. Now, it's finally time for them to suffer the consequences. All kinds of voices rang out when they heard the news. Everyone clapped and cheered. However, the Wang family members didn't show any fear after hearing the news. They didn't really care. If it were anyone else, the Wang family might be very afraid. But since it was legendary battle pet warrior Zichun, there wasn't much of a problem. Who was Zichun? He was the sworn brother of the Wang family's ancestor, Wang Qiong. Putting that aside, the Wang family's ancestor, Wang Xian, was also Zichin's fiancé. Just based on these 2 points, Zichun had no reason to deal with the Wang family, let alone purge them. Ever since Wang Qiong and Wang Shan chose to stay in the everlasting sect, the highest authority in the Wang family was handed over to Wang Weiyu. The entire Wang family was managed by Wang Weiyu. At this moment, Wang Weiyu was being escorted by a group of elders towards Tianyang City. These old men appeared to be very old, and they were at the level of ancestors in the Wang family. However, their seniority was relatively low. In front of Wang Weiyu, they had no choice but to call him ancestor. The group flew across the sky. During this time, Wang Weiyu was very excited because Uncle Zichen and Aunt Xian had returned. It was said that Uncle Devil Ape and the others had also returned. He believed that after these people returned, not only would the everlasting sect's status increase, but the Wang family's prestige would also increase. Maybe the Wang family could even walk out of the sacred grounds and become the #1 family in the entire Sky Martial continent. During this time, they could also hear the discussions. Those elders who had never seen Zichen before felt somewhat apprehensive, and their expressions became very unnatural. But Wang Weiyu didn't seem to care and indifferently said, "What's there to be afraid of? What kind of relationship do I have with Uncle Zichen? This time, Uncle Zichen's return is only beneficial to our Wang family." Wang Weiyu was very confident. When he was young, Zichen had doted on him dearly. Everyone else also doted on him. "Ancestor, I heard that Lord Zichen hates evil as if it were his personal enemy," said an elder cautiously. What do you mean by that? That's for outsiders." "Am I an outsider? Isn't it just a junior disciple being a bit arrogant?" "So what? In the Sky Martial continent, people die every day." Wang Weiyu's confidence also affected the group of elders, and they also relaxed. In truth, the current Wang family was very large, but it was divided into the main branch and the branch family. Wang Qiong's branch was the true main branch, and Wang Shan's branch also counted. Unfortunately, Wang Shan was unmarried. So the current Wang family was Wang Qiong's branch. After several thousand years of development, it had become a truly huge family. After coming out of seclusion, Wang Qiong didn't immediately go to Heavenly Sun City. Instead, he asked about what had happened in Heavenly Sun City. Before Zichen had left, he had passed the position of sect master to Sunling, and the position of vice sect master to Qin Feng. However, in everyone's eyes, although Wang Qiong wasn't the sect master, he still had the position of sect master. There were even some people who called him sect master. After quickly learning the cause and effect of this matter, Wang Qiong's expression became incomparably complicated. A moment later, he sighed. As someone who had gone through the same thing as Zichen, he was extremely clear on how much Zichen hated inequality, especially those large families that used their power to bully others. It seemed that not a single one of those families that had bullied Zichen in the Holy Land could be seen now. After so many years, the Wang family that had grown up had unexpectedly followed in the footsteps of those ancient families. Furthermore, it was even worse than them. "It's my fault for not being strict enough." Wang Qiong sighed once more, his face filled with guilt. This guilt was for those people who had been oppressed in the Holy Land, as well as for Zichen. He had failed to live up to Zichen's expectations. A moment later, Wang Qiong asked, "Where's Wang Shan?" "Elder Wang Shan has already rushed to Heavenly Sun City. Apart from Wang Shan, who else is gone? The sect master and the vice sect master have all gone. Wu Lu, Zhang Tong, Wild Wolf, Heifeng, Elder Niu, and the others also rushed over after hearing the news." Wang Qiong laughed when he heard this. "They all left rather quickly. I wanted to bring a bramble to ask for punishment, but I couldn't find anyone to accompany me." Because of Zichen's return, the entire Heavenly Sun City was packed to the brim. A portion of people had come purely to see the legendary Zichen, but there were also people who had come to witness the Wang family's misfortune. The original hotel had been destroyed, and the ruins had been cleared, temporarily turning into a small square. Zichen sat in the center of the square while the others stood on both sides. "Lord Zichen, I'm Vice Tong Jing. My Tong family's 136 people were all killed by Wang Sun." The crippled man came before Zichen and knelt down with a plop. His face was filled with grief as he said, "The cause was that I accidentally offended Wang Sun's concubine. Wang Sun spared my life and only allowed me to live in the forest. He didn't allow me to enter the city." Zichen nodded expressionlessly. At this moment, in front of Zichen, there were more than a dozen people who had been oppressed by the Wang family like Vice Tong Jing. Moreover, in the crowd, there were many people who were gnashing their teeth but didn't dare to step forward. They were more cautious and had some misgivings in their hearts. Everyone, including Zichen, was expressionless. The reason why they were expressionless was not because they were indifferent or not paying attention, but because they were completely disappointed in the Wang family's actions. Behind these people, the injured disciples of the Wang family had already knelt down spontaneously after hearing so many people come forward to complain, except for the representative of the later generation, Wang Lang. As an origin supreme, he only needed one more step to become an undying supreme, known as undying and indestructible. It was only a matter of time before he became an undying supreme, so he felt like he should have the backbone of an undying supreme at the very least. As a result, he did not kneel and instead stood there silently. However, the corners of his eyes constantly twitched as he listened to the complaints. Lord Zichen, for a mortal energy fruit, Wang Anha used my entire family to threaten me. In the end, the mortal energy fruit was stolen halfway, and my entire family died. A core primordial cultivator came to complain tearfully. He pointed out that he hadn't broken through to the mortal primordial realm, which showed that he really hadn't refined the mortal energy fruit. Lord, my appearance was ruined by Wang Xiangue. A tall female cultivator knelt in front of Zichen. Her face was covered with hideous scars. Those scars were permanent and difficult to heal without special means. Lord, Wang Xiangue, next, a few more people came and complained about the evil deeds of the disciples of the Wang family. Among them, Wang Xingue's complaint rate was the highest. At this moment, Wang Xiangue was hiding in a corner with his pig-like head. His eyes, which were only a slit, stared at these people who were complaining. He thought to himself, after this matter is over, I'll kill your entire families. At this moment, there were many people complaining. A large group of people knelt on the ground. In the distance, people kept sighing. What a sin. There were also some older generation figures who were from Zichen's era. They knew what happened during Zichen's era, but compared to the Wang clan in front of them, the oppression of that era paled in comparison to that of the Wang clan. The current Wang family could easily exterminate an entire family. And it wasn't just empty talk. They had already taken action. Little Gu stood in the distance, listening to the complaints. Her expression kept changing. To be honest, Wang Xingue's actions were enough to kill him 10 times over. But Wang Xingue's identity was special. He was a true descendant. Perhaps Zichen would give him some face. This was her only chance. So she gritted her teeth and rushed over from behind. Stinky, you're going to report me too. Wang Xiangue heard the commotion and turned to look at little Gu. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. You should pay for your evil deeds. Little Gu replied coldly. She quickly walked to Zichen and knelt on the ground. Lord Zichen, Wang Xiangue used my family's lives to threaten me. In the end, at home, woo. Before she could finish, little Gu was already sobbing. Zichen was still expressionless, but there was a chill around him. This chill spread in all directions. Cultivators who sensed this aura felt a chill in their hearts, and their bodies trembled. Zichen, you're finally back. An excited voice rang out. A woman appeared in his line of sight. She was wearing a blood-red qipao that perfectly outlined her curvaceous figure. She was Sunling, Zichen's first disciple. She was also the sect master of the Boundless Sect. She also had the title of Shui Luosha. In the martial heaven continent, she was a terrifying existence. Master. After Sunling was Chun Feng. Back then, Zichen had used his extraordinary talent to recruit him. He was Zichen's second disciple. Back then, Lei Ling had mocked Chun Feng's talent for being too lacking. The two of them flew over, one in front and one behind. Their faces were filled with delight. However, Zichen didn't feel the slightest bit of joy. The fury he had been suppressing completely erupted when he saw the two of them. His quasi-heaven aura spread out, and a huge pressure enveloped the entire heavenly sun city. Although it was just a quasi-heaven aura, because of his fury, this aura surpassed the aura of a heavenly soldier. Kneel, shouted Zichen coldly. His quasi-heaven aura swept out. Chapter 1912. The ground shook and dust rose. 2 deep pits appeared where the two of them were kneeling, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground around them. The two of them, who were originally overjoyed, looked at Zichun in confusion. They saw anger in Zichun's eyes. This was anger that they had never seen since they met Zichun. Had never treated Zichun as her master, but after clearly sensing Zichun's anger, she didn't dare to say a word. All the cultivators in Tianyang City who were standing collapsed again after Zichun's aura erupted. This time, even Wang Lang was no exception. At this moment, his face was filled with shock. At this moment, this aura enveloped the world. Even the expression of the heavenly blade changed. Zichun's pseudo-heaven aura wasn't strong. What was powerful was the baleful aura that accompanied the pseudo-heaven aura. This was the baleful aura that had killed dozens of pseudo-geniuses. A mere origin supreme like Wang Lang would be dreaming if he wanted to block it. Zichun, who had returned, revealed his strength to the world for the first time. Pseudo-heaven. Zichun looked down at the two people below, his face full of disappointment. I handed the Wuji sect to the two of you. Not only did I tell you to manage the Wuji sect well, but I also told you to protect the entire Holy Land. But what have you done? Looking at the people kneeling on the ground with sorrowful expressions, the two of them lowered their heads and remained silent. Under Zichun's powerful pressure, the entire Tianyang city became a no-fly zone. Wild Wolf and the others followed behind and automatically landed outside the city. They walked into the city. Why is Lord Zichun so angry? Wild Wolf asked in confusion. It might have something to do with the Wang family. Zhang Tong, who was walking forward, glanced back at Wang Shan. Even though they hadn't left the sect all these years, they had more or less heard about the Wang family's way of doing things. What's wrong with the Wang family? Wang Shan turned to look at Zhang Tong with a puzzled expression. You've been in seclusion for too long. It's time for you to come out for a walk. The few of them arrived at the square. Zichun's soaring aura was too obvious, but what caught their attention was the black mass of people kneeling on the ground. There were people from the Wang family, as well as others. The people from the Wang family were all heavily injured, their expressions extremely ugly. Meanwhile, most of the others were weeping endlessly, feeling great grief. What happened? Wang Shan was puzzled as he looked at Zichun. The joy that had appeared on his face when he saw Zichun was completely suppressed by the murderous aura surging from Zichun. Wang Shan was confused. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. No one said a word. With the release of his aura, everyone could feel Zichun's anger. Uncle Zichun, you're finally back. A surprised voice suddenly rang out in this oppressive atmosphere, followed by a group of people walking over from afar. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing a luxurious robe. Although his appearance had changed greatly, Zichun could already sense his identity from the aura of his soul. Wang Weiyu, Wang Qiong's only son. Zichun remembered the origin of his name. It meant that Wang Qiong was afraid of Wu Yu. Wu Yu was Wang Qiong's wife. Annie Xiener, you're also back. Wang Weiyu walked over, his face filled with joy and excitement from reuniting after a long time. Behind him, the elders looked extremely nervous as they nervously followed Wang Weiyu. Wang Weiyu saw the cultivators from his family kneeling on the ground, heavily injured, not saying a word. What are you kneeling for? It's just a misunderstanding. This is Uncle Zichun. You don't know him. In the future, open your eyes wide and look clearly. If you dare to offend Uncle Zichun again, be careful that you won't be able to keep your lives. Before Wang Weiyu even reached Zichun, he turned around and began to reprimand the cultivators from the Wang family. After a round of reprimanding, Wang Weiyu indifferently said, "Don't you think you're an eyesore here?" Scram. On the surface, Wang Weiyu seemed to be reprimanding them, but in reality, he was trying to help them escape punishment. After hearing Wang Weiyu's words, the cultivators who were kneeling on the ground to complain lost all color in their faces. The only reason they had stood up was because Zichun had returned. If Zichun hadn't helped them today, or if Zichun had let these evil Wang family disciples off because of their past relationship, then what awaited them would have been complete annihilation. Their faces were deathly pale as they raised their heads to look at Zichun. Their expressions were filled with anticipation, and a wisp of despair. Zichun was their last hope. The marriage between Wang Qiong and Wu Yu was an alliance. Back then, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion was already quite large and had a lot of resources. As Wang Qiong's only son, Wang Weiyu had almost never experienced any hardships while growing up. The resources he needed for cultivation were provided by everyone. Later on, Zichun and the others also treated him like their own and doted on him a lot. As a result, his personality was a little capricious. Even after so long, he was still capricious. Wang Weiyu was capricious because his father was Wang Qiong, his aunt was Wang Xian'er, his uncle was Wang Shan, and his uncle was Zichun. He had Uncle Devil Ape, Uncle Monk, Uncle Zhang Haoyan, Uncle LV Pong, and many other people from the previous era. The capricious Wang Weiyu had too many powerful backers, but they didn't, so they didn't dare to be capricious. At this moment, they were still kneeling on the ground and didn't dare to move. What's wrong? You don't even listen to me? Wang Weiyu's face darkened as he displayed the dignity of a patriarch. However, it was useless. Zichun was the boss today. Wang Weiyu could ignore Zichun, but they didn't dare to. The entire patriarch of the Wang clan didn't have the slightest bit of face today. This made Wang Weiyu feel a little embarrassed. He turned to Zichun and said with some dissatisfaction, "Uncle Zichun, it seems that they will only listen to you today. There should only be a small misunderstanding. Once the misunderstanding is resolved, everything will be fine. If you feel that Wang Weiyu has not received you well, I will personally come and apologize later." Zichun had been paying attention to Wang Weiyu ever since he came. From his words, Zichun could already see the main reason why the Wang clan had developed to this state. A person who had never experienced any storms and had done whatever he wanted at a young age had become the patriarch. He also had too many resources to squander. What kind of clan could he lead? Looking at Wang Weiyu, Zichun didn't say anything, but disappointment could be seen in his eyes. "Kneel." Wang Shan could clearly see the seriousness of the matter and shouted at Wang Weiyu, "Kneel for what?" "Little uncle, I'm the Wang clan's patriarch now." Wang Weiyu turned around and winked at Wang Shan. If a patriarch like him were to kneel in front of so many people, how would he be able to lead the clan in the future? Bang! A powerful force suddenly came from behind. Wang Weiyu's legs bent, and he immediately knelt down. The ground shook and a deep hole appeared in the ground. Damn it! Caught off guard, Wang Weiyu immediately turned around, but before he could finish cursing, he abruptly stopped himself and called out in shock, "Father!" The person who came was Wang Qiong. He stood behind Wang Weiyu, his face full of anger. "Unfilial son! You unfilial son!" "Father, I just came here to take a look. How did I become an unfilial son?" Wang Weiyu was very confused and also felt wronged. He had heard that Uncle Zichun had returned, so he hurried over with a face full of anticipation. Who would have thought that Uncle Zichun would remain silent with a cold expression on his face? Aunt Xian-er was the same. Uncle Wang Shan had asked him to kneel as soon as he arrived, without any consideration for him, the great ancestor. As for Uncle Zichun, he had even kicked him and called him an unfilial son. Ignoring Wang Weiyu, Wang Qiong lifted his head and looked at Zichun, Wang Xian-er, Tyrant, and the rest. His face was filled with guilt. He smiled bitterly and said, "I've disappointed all of you this time. What's there to be disappointed about? Father, this is just a misunderstanding," Wang Weiyu said again. Wang Qiong was furious. He raised his hand and energy surged, wanting to slap Wang Weiyu's head. "If you kill him, I won't live either." An indifferent voice sounded from behind Wang Qiong. A gentle and elegant woman walked over. It was Wu Yu, Wang Qiong's wife and Wang Weiyu's mother. "Mother." Wu Yu came in front of Wang Weiyu and gently stroked his head. She said softly, "It's okay, it's okay." After comforting Wang Weiyu, Wu Yu turned to look at Zichun. She looked straight into Zichun's eyes and knelt on the ground. "Zichun, everything is my fault. It has nothing to do with Weiyu." Wang Qiong stood at the side with a complicated expression full of guilt. But he didn't slap Wang Weiyu in the end. He shook his head and sighed. A loving mother leads to a useless son. Wu Yu turned back and glared at Wang Qiong. She said resentfully, "Yes, a loving mother leads to a useless son. But what about you? Apart from taking care of the Wuji sect, have you ever taken care of your son? In the eyes of others, the Wuji sect is your son. But the truth is that you're nothing in the Wuji sect. Your son even has to kneel on the ground and apologize in front of so many people. Wu Yu was siding with Wang Weiyu and blaming Zichun for not taking into account their many years of friendship. This was a family matter, and there was no absolute right and wrong. Demon Ape and the others looked down and remained silent, even if they felt that Wu Yu had gone too far. Swish. A ray of energy wrapped around Wu Yu and brought her up. Zichun said indifferently, "Sister-in-law, you don't have to do this. Zichun knows what he's doing." The next moment, Zichun changed the topic and said coldly, "Wild Wolf, Wu Lu, are you here?" "Wild Wolf is here. Wu Lu is here." The two quickly went forward and saluted with their fists. Zichun said coldly, "Gather the disciples of the Wuji sect and lock down all the cities. No one of the Wang family's disciples is allowed to leave the city." "Yes." Zichun emitted a cold aura. "Send out an announcement immediately. All the cultivators who are oppressed by the Wang family in this sacred place can report to Tianyang City. In order to prevent anyone from stopping them, send the cultivators of the Wuji sect out to patrol. If anyone complains about the Wang family, bring them to me personally."
Yes.
Wild Wolf and Wu Lu saluted with their fists and left. "Is Black Wind here?" "Black Wind is here. Go and capture Wang Sun and Wang Anha. Kill anyone who tries to resist. Kill anyone who tries to protect them." "Yes, Black Wind." Black Wind turned around and turned into a black hurricane, flying into the distance. Zichun's words were sonorous and unquestionable. Wang Weiyu was in existence who had lived for thousands of years. Even if he was willful, there was a limit. At this moment, he finally understood that this was not a mere misunderstanding, but a serious matter. Chapter 1913. Zichun scanned the crowd and said coldly, "Is Zhang Tong here?" "Zhang Tong is here." A short-haired, slightly plump, and capable man came forward. His eyes were cold as he came before Zichun and saluted with his fists clasped. "Is the saber here?" Zhang Tong was the core old monster Zichun had discovered before he established the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. He was also known as Zhang Sandao, and his 3 sabers had left a deep impression on Zichun. "The saber is here." Zhang Tong saluted again, and a long saber with colorful light appeared in his hand. His saber had been upgraded to an imperial weapon, and he had reached the realm of Sector Lord. "Zhang Tong, take the saber." Zichun's voice was powerful and spread throughout Heavenly Sun City. "Yes." Zhang Tong saluted and stood to the side. His eyes narrowed as killing intent surged around him. Next, he would wait for orders to kill. "Infinity Sect disciples, listen up. Infinity Sect disciples are here." A group of cultivators rushed out from the crowd and half knelt on the ground. "Go and capture all the Wang family members on this list. If they resist, kill their families." Zichun threw out a list of the Wang family members that everyone wanted to sue. "Yes." The Boundless Sect's disciples carefully took the piece of paper. After carefully reading it, they turned around and flew out of the city. "Bring Wang Xiangue to me." Someone immediately brought Wang Xiangue, who was hiding in the corner, over. However, the Infinity Sect disciple frowned during the process. Wang Xingue's body was emitting a stench of urine and feces. He was so scared by Zichun's actions that he lost control of his bowels. "Ancestor, save me. Ancestor, save me." Wang Xiangue panicked. Fortunately, he still had the will to live, so he immediately begged Wang Weiyu for mercy. Zichun's actions might even implicate Wang Weiyu. He couldn't even protect himself, so he didn't have the energy to care about Wang Xiangue. Furthermore, after Wang Weiyu found out that this was all because of this guy, he wanted nothing more than to kill him right now. The disciple of the Wuji sect threw Wang Xiangue in front of Zhang Tong. The latter almost peed again when he saw Zhang Tong's saber. He immediately grabbed Zhang Tong's leg and begged for mercy. Scram! Zhang Tong frowned slightly and kicked the Wang family dignitary away. In front of them, Zichun looked at the Wang family dignitaries and said indifferently, "The Wang family dignitaries, a very festive name. If their accusations are confirmed, the Wang family will no longer have any dignitaries." "It's fake, Lord Zichun. Everything they said is fake." The dignitary of the Wang family hurriedly took a few steps forward, kneeled on the ground, and cried loudly. He pointed at the little girl and said, "It was this little bitch who seduced me first. She was interested in my family's resources. My respect and admiration for Lord Zichun is like a surging river, endless and unending." Zichun interrupted the dignitary of the Wang family dignitaries and said, "Your accusations don't need to be proven. I saw it with my own eyes. I just need to confirm it before I start with you." "No, Lord Zichun, you can't do this. I still have Lord's portrait in my bedroom. I look at Lord Zichun's honor every day." After a short moment of silence, the entire Tianyang city erupted into loud cheers. Many people were shouting loudly. Zichun's actions were clearly a declaration to the world that the Wang clan would no longer be the dominant clan. Now, it was time for them to take their revenge and settle their grievances with each other. Amidst the cheers of the entire city, those who were watching from the sidelines also came out and began to accuse the cultivators of the Wang family dignitaries. In the era after the legendary Zichen, it was recorded in the history books that the day Zichen returned, the Wang family dignitaries were reshuffled. This reshuffle had a lot of implications. In the entire Holy Land, the most famous family was not the Wang family, but the disciples of the Wuji sect. At this moment, all of the Wuji sect's disciples were mobilized. They surrounded the cities and forbade the Wang family dignitaries from entering and leaving. The Wang family dignitaries, who were used to being arrogant, could not tolerate being imprisoned like this. Immediately, they clashed with the Wuji sect's disciples. In the past few years, there had been conflicts between the two sides, but most of the time, the Wuji sect's disciples would choose to back down because of Wang Qiong and Wang Shan. However, today, the Wuji sect's disciples showed their strong side. As soon as the conflict started, they started to kill. If the Wang family could kill the innocent, why couldn't they? Moreover, whether or not they were killing the innocent was another matter altogether. Zichun had returned and was going to purge the Wang family dignitaries. Everyone who had been oppressed could go to Tianyang City. This news was immediately spread out. When the Wang family dignitaries heard the news, they felt that it was impossible. However, when the Wuji sect's disciples arrived, they were dumbfounded. Tianyang City became the most lively place. Almost all the cultivators who could arrive on the same day immediately rushed over. The Wuji sect's disciples quickly cleared out a large area for Zichun. In this open area, the Wang family dignitaries collapsed at the front. Behind them, a large number of people were kneeling. Many of them were crying. These people were all people who had been oppressed by Wang Xiangue. There were simply too many of them. Some of them had even had their entire families killed. Zhang Tong stood at the front coldly with his saber. "Kill." Zichun stood at the front of the high platform and spoke coldly. "No," accompanied by a miserable scream. A saber light slashed across Wang Xingue's neck. A head flew high into the air. The Wang family no longer had any dignitaries. The entire city was silent, but apart from the Wang family dignitaries, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. Wang Xingue had died. Little Gu cried tears of joy, and so did everyone else. However, this was not the end. Light flashed in the crowd, and figures rushed out and landed on the square. These figures were all disciples of the Wuji sect, and each of them had a person next to them. The people kneeling in the crowd vaguely recognized some of them. They were either Wang Xingue's henchmen or Wang Xingue's thugs. They had participated in many family massacres. "Kill." Zichun's voice was still cold. Zhang Tong slashed down with his saber. Before the saber light left his body, it instantly turned into dozens of saber lights that swept past those people's necks. Heads flew and blood splattered. At this moment, everything related to the Wang family disappeared, including his evil parents. From now on, the Wang family no longer existed in the sacred land. After that, the people who were kneeling dispersed. A new group of people knelt in the square again. This time, they were going to sue Wang Anha of the Wang family. "Kill." With conclusive evidence, Wang Anha's head flew as soon as he finished speaking. After that, all the people who were related to Wang Anha and had done many evil things were killed. The third one was Wang Sun. The people kneeling in the square were replaced by a new group of people. In the sacred land, The Wang family was the most powerful family. Normally, people would avoid them, let alone provoke them. As such, almost none of the people who came to sue them were innocent. Some of the disciples of the Wuji sect had even dug up some shocking secrets from them. Apart from a few genius disciples, most of the Wang family's disciples were corrupt and had done all kinds of things that people normally would not even dare to think about. These people relied on their powerful families and did not think about improving themselves. They always focused on other things. Hearing these complaints and looking at the heads on the ground, Zichun was very glad that he had returned. If he had come any later, who knew what would have happened to the Wang family? The entire Wang family really needed to be cleansed. During this process, Wang Qiong and Wang Shan both chose to remain silent. Wu Yu hugged Wang Weiyu tightly. As long as Wang Weiyu was mentioned, her delicate body would tremble. She was afraid that Zichun would drag Wang Weiyu out and behead him in the next moment. The entire process lasted for 7 days. During these 7 days, almost all of the Wuji sect's disciples were sent out to collect evidence. They did not let go of a single good person. After 7 days, the entire square was covered in the corpses of the Wang family members. However, when they saw so many corpses, no one showed any pity. Instead, they all looked pleased. During this time, they had heard about the Wang family's various ways of doing things. These people's deaths were not worthy of sympathy. Even so, the Wang family had cleaned up nearly half of its members. This did not mean that the remaining half were good people. On the contrary, there were some who chose to give some resources as compensation in order to keep the peace. Zichun turned a blind eye to this matter. As long as the victims were willing, it was fine. When the purge finally ended, Zichun's decisiveness was shocking. After this scene, it was likely that the Wang family would be much more low-key in the future. No one else went up to complain. Some of the Wuji sect's disciples had already come to clean up the square. Zichun coldly glanced at the terrified Wang family disciples and said, "Next, the Wang family's people will enter the Wuji sect. The difficulty of the examination will be increased." Yes. Standing at the side, Chun Feng respectfully nodded. Wang Qiong and Wang Shan will no longer be elders of the Wuji sect. Zichun's gaze swept past Wang Qiong and Wang Shan before landing on Wang Weiyu. Seeing Zichun look over, Wang Weiyu and Wu Yu could not help but tremble. Zichun's voice rang out once more. Wang Weiyu will be grounded for 100 years and will never be allowed to enter the Wuji sect. This punishment was not too heavy. Wang Weiyu, who was terrified, could accept it, and Wu Yu had nothing to say. With Wang Weiyu's ability to manage his family, if he went to the Wuji sect, it would be a disaster for the Wuji sect. While Zichun was giving out orders, the people behind him were all silent. This matter involved too many of their own people, and some of them were their sworn brothers. Zichun did not need them to do anything from the beginning. He only ordered the Wuji sect's disciples because he did not want to make things difficult for them. After watching people kill people for 7 days, Zichun felt extremely tired. He had returned in high spirits, but he did not expect to start killing people on the first day. Return to the Wuji sect. Chapter 1914. Xing Daoli, who had been standing outside the city, looked at Zichun's departing figure and sighed. This kid is probably not in a good mood. After not returning for so many years, he killed people the moment he returned. Furthermore, they were the direct descendants of his sworn brothers. No one would feel good about this. However, those people are all malignant tumors. It's good that they are gone, Tian Dao, who had transformed into human form, said beside Xing Daoli. Zichun sensed something and turned his head to see Xing Daoli and Tian Daoli. Unsurprisingly, Xing Daoli had taken the final step and entered the heaven realm before the arrival of the Great Era. Zichun nodded at Xing Daoli from afar and headed straight for the Boundless Sect. After staying in Heavenly Sun City for 7 days, Xiao Chan felt even more exhausted than fighting with a group of Heaven Realm cultivators. After Zichun left, Heavenly Sun City was in an uproar. This time, nearly half of the Wang clan's members had been purged. The Wang clan finally paid the price for its arrogance, and indiscriminate killing of the innocent. After Zichun left, the Boundless Sect's disciples withdrew. Tyrant and the others nodded at Wang Qiong and followed after Zichun. Wang Qiong smiled bitterly and nodded in response. After a while, he sighed. We should return as well. Yes, we should return. It seems that we have not returned for many years. The current Wang clan has become unfamiliar. Wang Shan also had a bitter smile on his face. The two of them had gone through life and death with Zichen before. They were very clear about Zichen's character. Although they had not seen each other for many years, Zichen was still Zichen. He had not changed at all. This time, Zichen removed the two of them from their positions. On the surface, it seemed like he was drawing a clear line between them and the boundless sect. However, the two of them were very clear that Zichen wanted them to focus on managing the Wang clan. If they wanted the Wang clan's inheritance to remain unscathed, this purge was necessary. However, Zichen was going to be the bad guy. If the two of them did not return to manage the clan and let Wang Weiyu manage it, then today's purge would be for naught. Perhaps the Wang clan had someone protecting them now, but if they wanted to continue as a noble clan, relying on someone else's protection was not enough. If they didn't take any good measures, the Wang clan would be destroyed one day. After returning to the royal city, Wang Qiong issued an order to recall all the Wang family disciples who were outside. After the great reshuffling, many of the Wang clan's businesses needed people to take care of them. Those who were previously inconspicuous and ostracized were now put to good use. After Wang Qiong issued a series of orders, the geniuses of the Wang family's new generation started to show their talents. The branch family disciples also gradually had more opportunities. Wang Weiyu had gone into seclusion for 100 years and was not allowed to interfere with the family's affairs. The entire Wang family had been handed over to Wang Qiong. Wang Qiong had once been in charge of a sect, so there was naturally no problem for him to manage the family. There were many clan matters to take care of, and Wang Qiong didn't have the time to visit Zichen at the Boundless sect. After returning to the Wuji sect, Zichen did not remain idle. Although he was no longer the sect master, his words carried more weight than the sect master's. The Great Era was coming. This was an era where experts emerged in large numbers, but at the same time, it also indicated the arrival of danger. The invasion of the alien races was different from the invasion of the demon race. The latter came to find a place to live, while the former came purely for destruction. Before Zichen broke through to the heaven realm, he first had to take care of the Wuji sect's affairs. For example, Wu Lu and the other elders who had been hiding behind the scenes were once again activated by Zichen. Following that, Zichen began to take stock of the Wuji sect's current resources. It was worth mentioning that all the Wang family disciples who held important positions in the Wuji sect had been sent back to the Wang family after Zichen's return. After taking stock of the resources, Zichen began to discuss with Ling, Chen Feng, and the others about how to arrange for the disciples to enter the time castle to cultivate. At the same time, Zichen issued an order in the name of the Wuji sect. From now on, the Holy Lands were forbidden from fighting. Everyone was on alert. In total, it took 3 months for Zichen to arrange everything. Then he entered seclusion. The news of his return immediately spread throughout the Sky Martial continent. Immediately, many forces came to visit Zichen. Zichen, who was in seclusion, refused to meet them. However, Zichen asked Chen Feng to pass on a message, hinting that a great disaster was coming. Everyone should work hard to increase their strength. Evil Good Monk only stayed in the Wuji sect for a few days before returning to the Buddhist sect. He wanted to enter the heaven realm there. Furthermore, he swore that he would not leave seclusion until he reached the heaven realm. Zhang Haoyan accompanied his wife for a few days before entering seclusion as well. Lin Shui and Su Mingyao walked around the Sky Martial continent, trying to find some memories of the past. However, the entire Holy Lands had changed greatly. There were almost no traces of the past. Wang Xian returned to her family once during this period to see her relatives. After that, she returned to the Wuji sect and entered seclusion. The entire Holy Lands was in a tense state of cultivation. Under such circumstances, nothing major happened. Time passed. 100 years passed. Kaka, Zichen's stone room opened. A black-clothed Zichen walked out. He did not enter the time castle to cultivate because the acceleration of time had no effect on him. Ever since he embarked on his own path, Zichen's cultivation level needed to depend on the growth of the world. However, After the world stopped growing in the Jianwu continent, Zichen's cultivation level did not increase again. This time, after 100 years of seclusion, he did not improve at all. Furthermore, Zichen realized that it did not matter if he did not enter seclusion now. Walking out of the stone room and into the sect, Zichen heard the sound of laughter. Following the laughter, Zichen saw Lu Peng and the others. You're out of seclusion. Other than Lu Peng, Zhang Haoyin, Wang Xian'er, Su Mingyao, and the others were also there. They were surprised to see Zichen coming out of seclusion. His spiritual senses swept across everyone. Zichen finally understood why they were so happy. It turned out that all of them had broken through to the pseudo-heaven realm. Although only 100 years had passed, a lot of time had passed under the acceleration of time in the time castle. Under such circumstances, it was normal for everyone to be able to break through to the pseudo-heaven realm. Why haven't you broken through yet? After arriving in front of everyone and sensing that Zichen was still in the pseudo-heaven realm, they all felt very strange. Zichen shook his head. His situation was rather special, so he did not know where to start. Xing Daoli guessed that Zichen had encountered a bottleneck. He patted his shoulder and said, "It's useless to enter seclusion at this realm. It's better to go out and take a look." Zichen shook his head again. He wanted to explain, but he did not know where to start. Hence, he shook his head and nodded. Everyone broke through to the pseudo-heaven realm one after another. This was a very happy thing. During this time, Wang Qiong and Wang Shan also came to the Wuji sect. There was no gap between the former life and death brothers. Moreover, in this matter, Zichen was the one who had to bear the notoriety. After a short gathering, Wang Xian'er and the others went into seclusion again. In their words, they had not sensed the bottleneck yet, and still had a lot of room for improvement. They wanted to break through to the heaven realm in one go. After that, Wang Qiong and Wang Shan also went back. Wang Qiong was preparing to break through to the pseudo-heaven realm, while Wang Shan was preparing to break through to the undying sovereign realm. Danger was about to invade, and a great era was coming. In the Tianwu continent, small worlds would occasionally appear. There were many resources in these small worlds. These resources, under the joint development of many factions, also increased the overall strength of these factions by a large margin. In Zichen's era, it was already very impressive that people could be found everywhere. In the flourishing age, kings and emperors began to be found everywhere. Wu Lu, Zhang Tong, Wild Wolf, and the others broke through to the undying sovereign realm one after another. Their realms were still steadily increasing, and they had hopes of breaking through to the pseudo-heaven realm. Back then, when Xing Daoli was in the pseudo-heaven realm, he often went out. During this time, he accompanied Zichen to train for a long time. This time, Zichen went out alone, relaxing while looking for a way to break through. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years passed, but Zichen still had not broken through. As the first battlefield of the invasion of the outsiders, the atmosphere in the Jianwu continent was very solemn. It was as if everyone felt an invisible pressure, and all of them were cultivating even more diligently. In the dark night, a beam of light descended from the sky, like the light of Xingchun, and landed in a wild area of the Jianwu continent. The beam of light contained an indescribable aura, causing the wild beasts to panic and flee in all directions. A moment later, a figure appeared in this wild area. He looked at the beam of light and muttered, "It's been 500 years. This is the 58th time the outsiders have tested the coordinates. Recently, the time of the beam of light has been getting shorter and shorter. It seems that the invasion of the outsiders is not far away." Among the 9 continents of the Jianwu continent, except for the first continent, the other 8 continents would occasionally have beams of light descending from the sky. Every time a beam of light appeared, there would be experts who would sense it and extinguish it in advance. However, the appearance of the beams of light had become more and more frequent recently. If there was a slight negligence, the outsiders would be able to accurately obtain the coordinates and enter the Jianwu continent. On the Jianwu continent, there were a few extremely powerful experts who were extinguishing the beams of light, silently delaying the invasion of the outsiders. Suddenly, the matter of the heaven defiers began to be brought up. The reappearance of the heaven defiers had caused a change in heaven and earth, leading to the invasion of the outsiders. As long as we kill the heaven defiers, the outsiders won't invade. At the same time, there was also this news circulating among some families. It was said that some ancient families had discovered this from the distant past. For a time, all the powers on the Zhanwu continent began to secretly investigate the heaven defiers. At the same time, they began to search for geniuses. In recent years, the most famous expert was naturally Zichun, who had appeared 500 years ago. He had practically jumped realms to fight. Some powers also placed their attention on Zichun. Zichun had already returned to the Zhanwu continent for 500 years, but during this time, he still hadn't broken through. On this day, Zichun returned to the everlasting sect and saw Xing Daoli. You still haven't broken through. Xing Daoli was startled to see that Zichun was still a false heaven expert. Chapter 1915. Looking at Xing Daoli, Zichun shook his head helplessly. That's impossible. Everyone else broke through during this time. They all broke through 2 levels in one go. Based on your cultivation talent, you shouldn't have stayed in this level for so long in this great era. Xing Daoli was filled with disbelief as he looked at Zichun, who was still in the false heaven realm. It had to be known that in this era, everyone's cultivation speed had increased by several times, and there were no longer any bottlenecks. It had been 500 years since Zichun had returned. During that time, his companions had first entered the false heaven realm and then easily entered the heaven realm. Every once in a while, strange phenomena would appear in the world, indicating that someone had broken through to the heaven realm. I can enter the heaven realm at any time, but that's not the path I want to walk. Zichun looked up at the sky. His voice was firm, but there was a rare confusion in his eyes. He hadn't encountered a bottleneck, but he didn't know what to do next. Not your path? You're not preparing to enter the heaven realm. Xing Daoli looked at Zichun with astonishment, entering the heaven realm, but not the martial heaven continent's heaven realm. Instead, I'll enter my own heaven realm. My Tao of the heaven realm will be controlled by me. Your Tao of the heaven realm. Without Zichun's personal experience, very few people could understand Zichun's so-called Tao of the heavenly realm. Xing Daoli also did not understand, and his face was full of confusion. Because he couldn't find a path forward, Zichun wanted to find someone to help him. So he explained his understanding to Xing Daoli. After hearing it, Xing Daoli was filled with shock. You're actually walking your own path, creating your own Tao? That's unimaginable. Zichun, you really are amazing, praised Xing Daoli. Even he found Zichun's way of thinking crazy. When I entered the earth realm, I was different from others. As I advanced step by step, I gained enlightenment and chose this path. This path might not be suitable for others, but it's very suitable for me. Zichun looked worried. He had encountered a hurdle on his path, and he didn't know how to cross it. Xing Daoli's eyes flashed as he pondered. Then, he asked, when you entered the earth realm, what made you different from the others? When I was in the virtual and corporeal realms, I only had a space of 3 meters. However, after I entered the domain realm, my spatial world began to expand rapidly. Its surface area was almost infinite. Zichun answered honestly. Hearing Zichun's words, Xing Daoli frowned and asked, under normal circumstances, the size of one's space in the illusionary realm and corporeal realm will determine one's path in the domain realm. Why is it that you only have a 3-meter space in the illusionary realm, but your spatial world can grow to infinity? Hearing this, Zichun frowned and began to think about the scene when he broke through the realm. All along, Zichun had doubts about his 3-meter virtual space. After a while, Zichun said with uncertainty, it seems to be because of the tomes of arcane. Heavenly book. Xing Daoli was slightly startled and said, what does it have to do with the tomes of arcane? When I broke through the realm, 3 pages of the tomes of arcane disappeared into nothingness and merged into my virtual realm space. Hearing this, Xing Daoli's expression suddenly changed. He cried out involuntarily, that's impossible. The tomes of arcane will never disappear. If I'm not wrong, when you entered the Zhanwu continent, you were only in the earth realm, not the virtual realm. According to common sense, the tomes of arcane can't leave the Zhanwu continent. Zichun shrugged and showed a helpless expression. There seemed to be too many impossibilities in his life, but that was the truth. Not only did he take the tomes of arcane away, but the tomes of arcane also dissipated in his hands and merged into his own world. Zichen didn't look like he was joking. Even if Xing Daoli found it unbelievable, it was indeed the truth. Well, if that's the case, why haven't you broken through yet? My world stopped growing. It encountered a bottleneck. Zichen explained the current situation. This time, even Xing Daoli sank into deep thought. After a while, Xing Daoli said, "In that case, your situation is indeed special. Since the world hasn't changed for 500 years, it obviously won't change again. The current you doesn't need to comprehend anything. If you want the world to change, it seems that you need some external stimuli." External stimuli. That's right. External stimuli. Back then, your world manifested because of the 3 pages of the Tomes of Arcane. Then, you can try to use the Tomes of Arcane to stimulate your world and see if there will be any changes, said Xing Daoli. Use the Tomes of Arcane again? Zichun was startled again. He had never thought of this problem. However, after hearing Xing Daoli's words, it really seemed feasible. Currently, the new Tomes of Arcane only have 5 pages. They have always been in the 5 elements aristocratic families of the Tianwu continent. Because of the unique nature of the Tomes of Arcane, they can't leave the Tianwu continent. So, they have always been in the 5 elements aristocratic families' custody. Xing Daoli looked at Zichun and said, "I think you need to go to the 5 elements aristocratic families." Zichun didn't hesitate. He nodded and said, "Since it's hope, I need to make a trip to the 5 elements aristocratic families." Although he had reconciled with the 5 elements aristocratic families under the witness of St. Rosefinch, and both sides didn't interfere with each other, this kind of reconciliation wasn't reliable. Both sides could start fighting again at any time. Now, the tomes of the 5 elements aristocratic families might be able to help him break through. Zichen naturally wouldn't give up this opportunity. Now that the great era has arrived, there are many experts in the 5 elements aristocratic families. It's best to be careful, Xing Daoli reminded solemnly. "I know what to do." After returning to the main hall of the Wuji sect, Zichen immediately called for Wang Xian, and the others. Among the group of people who had returned previously, except for Evil Good Monk and LV Pong, who had yet to break through to the Heaven Realm, everyone else had already broken through. This naturally included the Supreme Beasts as well. Everyone gathered in the main hall. They were very surprised by Zichen's summons. Everyone thought that Zichun had already broken through. They didn't expect that when they met again, Zichun was still at the pseudo-heaven realm. "I'm going to the 5 elements aristocratic families to borrow something. I hope that you guys can come with me." Even though Zichen was very strong and could fight against a heaven realm expert at the pseudo-heaven realm, he was still just one person. He couldn't fight against an entire aristocratic family. However, it was different with Zhang Haoyin and the others. With several heaven realm experts together, even the 5 elements aristocratic families would have to treat them with caution. Everyone didn't ask Zichun what he was going to borrow. They all nodded and looked very excited. The 5 elements aristocratic families weren't just Zichen's old enemies, they were their old enemies as well. All kinds of oppression back then were still fresh in their memories. Now that everyone had broken through to the heaven realm, it was natural for them to seek justice. Xing Daoli also joined the group. A heaven realm expert with a heaven-grade weapon would be even stronger. Moreover, Xing Daoli's reputation was very strong. It would also serve as a deterrent to the 5 elements aristocratic families. Just as the group was about to leave, Elder Gue suddenly returned. Unsurprisingly, this existence that was second only to the pure-blooded ancient beasts had broken through to the heaven realm today. The flying divine tiger, the dragon tiger beast, the barbaric dragon, the 4 girls, Zhang Haoyin, and the demonic ape had a total of 9 heaven realm experts. In addition to Xing Daoli and Elder Gue, there were 11 heaven realm experts. With 11 heaven realm experts, Zichen, who was no weaker than a heaven realm expert, and Lu Pong, who was a pseudo-heaven array master, it should be enough to intimidate the 5 elements aristocratic families and get what they wanted. On the same day, the 11 heaven realm experts and Zichun left the sacred grounds together and headed straight for the 5 elements aristocratic families. Ever since Zichen returned, the five elements aristocratic families had been a little nervous. They asked around about the sacred grounds almost every day. During that time, they even sent people to gather information. After cleaning up the Wang family, Zichun stayed in the Boundless sect and went into seclusion. 500 years quickly passed. During these 500 years, Zichun didn't do anything, and the Boundless sect didn't do anything either. After 500 years of peace, the five elements aristocratic families' hearts were completely at ease. But today, Zichun suddenly came to visit. The aura of a Heaven Realm expert suddenly appeared outside Blackwater City. The Heaven Realm aura suppressed the city, and the entire city fell into panic. What's going on? The five elements aristocratic family's current patriarch frowned, and his expression became gloomy. Who dares to provoke the five elements aristocratic families in their territory? Patriarch, it's Zichun. He brought 11 Heaven Realm experts with him. They're outside the city right now. Soon, someone came to report, his voice filled with fear. What? Zichun is here, and he even brought 11 Heaven Realm cultivators with him? The five elements aristocratic family's patriarch was stunned, and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground. With a crack, the tea splashed everywhere. Bringing 11 Heaven Realm experts, Zichun definitely wasn't here for a visit. The five elements aristocratic family's patriarch quickly sorted out his emotions and brought his people to fly out of the city. 11 Heaven Realm experts, Pseudo-Heaven Zichun, and a Pseudo-Heaven Array Master. This kind of lineup was enough to attack Thunder Divine Temple. The five elements aristocratic family's patriarch saw Zichun at the front of the group. After not seeing him for so many years, Zichun's appearance was still the same. That calm and indifferent expression was still as hateful as ever. Apart from Zichun, the rest of the Heaven Realm experts were all old acquaintances. Those companions that had followed Zichun in the past had all broken through. Suddenly, the five elements aristocratic family's patriarch's pupil shrank, and he almost cried out. He actually saw Xing Daoli, an existence that had a fierce reputation even in the pseudo-Heaven Realm. Once he stepped into the Heaven Realm, he would definitely be able to stand at the peak of the Heaven Realm. Zichun, our Shui family has always minded our own business. What is the meaning of this? Forcefully suppressing the shock in his heart, the five elements aristocratic family's patriarch flew in front of Zichun and said in a low voice. Compared to Zichun's luxurious lineup of Heaven Realm experts, the five elements aristocratic families only had one Heaven Realm expert. As for the patriarch, he was only a pseudo-Heaven Realm expert. Looking at the patriarch, Zichun smiled faintly and said, "Don't misunderstand. Zichun definitely isn't here to cause trouble. He's here to borrow something." Borrow something. Not only did the patriarch not relax, he became even more vigilant. He had never seen someone bring so many Heaven Realm experts to borrow something. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "What do you want to borrow?" "I want to take a look at the Shui family's heavenly book." "You want to borrow the heavenly book?" "Impossible." The Shui family patriarch refused without hesitation. Chapter 1916. In the eyes of the Shui family patriarch, Zichun's request was simply unreasonable. In the martial heaven continent, who didn't know that the five elements aristocratic families possessed the heavenly book? Who didn't know that the heavenly book was one of their trump cards? Impossible. The patriarch refused without the slightest hesitation. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. Waves of Heaven Realm aura landed on the Shui family's patriarch, causing his face to turn pale. A cold light flashed in his eyes. "What do you want to do?" asked the patriarch in a low voice. Zichun smiled indifferently. "I don't want to do anything. Since you don't want to borrow anything, I feel like there's no need for this city to appear here." The patriarch's expression changed. "Zichun, don't go too far. This is the five elements aristocratic family." Looking at the patriarch's cold expression, Zichun shrugged helplessly. "Since you've said that, there's no room for reconciliation. LV Pong, set up the formation and slaughter the city. Once there's no one left alive, we'll personally go get the heavenly book." LV Pong smiled. "It's just a city. No problem. I guarantee it won't take more than 4 hours." The two of them spoke indifferently, but the patriarch knew that they weren't joking. adding on their enmity from many years ago. Slaughtering an entire city was something they could do. A mysterious fluctuation spread from LV Ping's body, enveloping the entire city. The destructive power of a pseudo-heaven formation master was unimaginable. The city below sensed it, and a barrier of light appeared. Many cultivators walked out of the city. Sensing the dangerous aura in the sky, they were filled with shock. Is he going to slaughter the city? Why? Why is the legendary Zichun slaughtering the city? Cries of horror kept coming out from the city. Seeing that the situation was not looking good, some cultivators attempted to flee the city. However, LV Pong had already sealed off the entire city and no one could escape. The entire city instantly fell into a state of chaos. Looking at the chaotic city and hearing the commotion, the expression of the Shui clan leader grew increasingly unsightly. He glanced at Zichun, only to see a faint smile on Zichun's face. However, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Forcefully suppressing the anger in his heart, the Shui clan leader roared, "Fine, consider yourself ruthless." After he finished speaking, the patriarch of the Shui clan turned around and flew back to his clan. A moment later, he reappeared with a golden piece of paper in his hand. This page of the Heavenly Book was exactly the same as the one Zichun had obtained before, except that the things recorded on it were different. After receiving the Heavenly Book, Zichun sensed the water cultivation method recorded in the Heavenly Book, as well as the unique material, and nodded in satisfaction. Then, he put the Heavenly Book into his own world. When the Shui clan patriarch saw this, his expression changed again, but he didn't say anything. Clearly, he had expected this to happen. When the Heavenly Book entered the world, the entire world reacted and trembled slightly. This was the first time in 500 years that the world trembled slightly. This made Zichun very happy. Perhaps after obtaining the 5 pages of the Heavenly Book, he would be able to break through again. Farewell. Cupping his fists and smiling at the Shui clan leader, Zichun turned and went to the second clan of the 5 Elements family. With the pressure dissipated, the cultivators in the city no longer panicked and let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the departing figures, the Shui clan leader sneered. "So what if you took the Heavenly Book? The Heavenly Book can only be in this world and is of no use to an individual. Before you can establish another 5 Elements family, our experts will descend." Because of the Great Era, the atmosphere of the entire Zhanwu continent was very tense. Therefore, the 5 Elements family had spread the news early on that once someone entered the Heaven Realm, they must report to the Zhanwu continent. This was also the reason why there was only one Heaven Realm expert in the Shui family. Zhanwu continent, 5 Elements family. The 5 Heaven Realm family leaders were sitting together and discussing. From the information we've received in these years, the most likely person to be a Heaven Defier is Zichun of the Sky Martial continent. With the great changes in the world, the news of Heaven Defiers appearing was no longer a secret. Many forces were investigating and searching for Heaven Defiers. Zichun of the Sky Martial continent. Hearing the Mu clan leader's words, the Shui clan leader frowned slightly. Don't Heaven Defiers appear from the Zhanwu continent? How could they be from the Sky Martial continent? At the head of the table, the Jin clan leader said, "Regarding Heaven Defiers, there's no rule that says they have to come from the Zhanwu continent. Zichun's fighting power is extremely strong. Since he appeared in the Zhanwu continent, he has been fighting across realms. The most suspicious thing is that he can easily kill the Undying Sovereign." "Isn't that because of the Myriad Origin Cauldron?" asked the Shui clan leader. "The Myriad Origin Cauldron is one thing, but according to the information we've received, Zichun can kill the Undying Sovereign without using the Myriad Origin Cauldron. Of course, all of this is just speculation, and it can't be confirmed." The 2 clan leader, who had been silent all this time, said, "Since it's suspicious, we can't act rashly. Now that Zichun is in the Sky Martial continent, we can't bring a lot of people down. The world has become extremely unstable, and the foreign races can invade at any time. Danger will fall on our 5 Elements family at any time." The water, fire, and Mu clan leaders nodded. The atmosphere in the Zhanwu continent was very heavy, and a war might come at any time. The Jin clan leader was silent, obviously unable to make a decision. If the Heaven Defier was really Zichun, they could go down to the lower realms without any scruples and kill Zichun, taking away the myriad origin cauldron. Even if they offended the four saints, they could use the excuse of being a Heaven Defier. If Zichun wasn't a Heaven Defier, they might anger the four saints if they acted rashly against Zichun. Among the four saints, they had only seen Saint Rosefinch. As for the other three saints, they had no idea. Maybe one of them was still in the Sky Martial continent. Now, they could only guess that Zichun was a Heaven Defier and couldn't confirm it. Just as the five of them couldn't make a decision, a cultivator suddenly rushed in and whispered something to the Shui clan leader. Damn it! The Shui clan leader was furious, and his face turned ashen. What's the matter? The four of them looked at each other in surprise. That damn Zichun. We haven't even gone to find trouble with him, and he actually took the initiative to provoke us. That guy has already snatched the water page Heavenly Book and is now going to the Two clan. The Shui clan leader said coldly. Zichun is actually snatching the Heavenly Book. The faces of the clan leaders were obviously ugly, but the Jin clan leader had a smile on his face when he heard this. The heavens are really helping me. I was just worried that I couldn't find a reason to act against Zichun. Since he took the initiative to come to us, then don't blame us for being impolite. Go and inform them to cooperate. We will wait for Zichun in the Jin clan. The entire Five Elements family began to move, wanting to act against Zichun. This time, it wasn't about the Heaven Defier, but about justice. Just as the Five Elements family was about to move, in the 9 continents of the Zhanwu continent, beams of light descended from the sky. These beams of light came from all directions, and after they appeared, they were quickly destroyed by a group of experts. However, a beam of light that forcefully entered the mountain peak, because of its extremely obscure fluctuation, escaped the perception of the experts. This beam of light stayed in the mountain peak for a while, and then a mysterious fluctuation spread out. This fluctuation spread out in all directions, and the rocks inside the mountain peak immediately turned into powder. The fluctuation completely spread out, like a huge crack, and at the same time, a mysterious energy was sent back to the sky. Not good. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, a cold-faced, middle-aged man's expression instantly changed. He looked up at the sky, and the energy fluctuation was rushing to the sky. Boom! He instantly appeared outside the mountain peak, and the entire mountain peak suddenly exploded, and the source of the energy fluctuation dissipated. It's impossible to guard against. The energy source exploded and was destroyed, but the energy fluctuation had already been sent back. The invasion of the foreign race who had obtained the accurate coordinates was only a matter of time. Sigh, I can only let everyone be on guard. I hope that this generation's Heaven Defier won't let us down. The middle-aged man turned around and headed towards the human city. In the Zhanwu continent, Zichun headed towards his second target, the Two family. Just like the previous situation, the Heaven Realm pressured the city and threatened with the lives of all the cultivators in the city. The Two families' patriarch also agreed decisively after a slight hesitation. This was something that Zichun had already expected. After all, in everyone's understanding, the Heavenly Book was something that would never dissipate. Even if it was given away today, when the experts descended in the future, they would be able to get it back. Moreover, the news had already spread to the Zhanwu continent, and they had already received feedback. They said that after a slight delay, they would give it away without revealing any flaws. As the Earth Page Heavenly Book entered the world, the entire world trembled again. This time, the trembling was even more obvious. Let's go to the third house. The 2 pages of the Heavenly Book fluttered in the sky, but because the 5 elements were not in harmony, the 5 powers became disconnected. The third house was the Hua family. The patriarch of the Hua family had already received the news and was waiting outside. When he saw Zichun arrive, he said coldly, "Zichun, by doing this, you clearly don't put our 5 elements aristocratic families in your eyes." This sentence was obviously nonsense. Zichun had never put the 5 elements aristocratic families in his eyes. The patriarch of the Hua family obediently handed the Fire Page Heavenly Book to Zichun. After the Hua family was the Mu family. They had already obtained 3 pages of the Heavenly Book. The patriarch of the Mu family did not make any useless resistance and handed over the Mu family's heavenly book. He had already collected 4 pages of the heavenly book, and only the Jin family was left. The Jin family was the strongest among the 5 elements aristocratic families. Zichun chose this place as his last stop, and there might be another battle here. With such a big matter happening, the Jin family naturally received the news. Before arriving at the city, Zichun saw the patriarch of the Jin family and the 3 heaven realm experts. Seeing Zichun from afar, the patriarch of the Jin family said coldly, "Zichun, you have to think clearly. Today, you took away the heavenly book and completely offended the 5 elements aristocratic families." Chapter 1917. The head of the Jin family stood in the air with an indifferent expression. He looked at Zichun coldly. In his hand, the golden heavenly book flowed with a bright golden light. He was only in the pseudo-heaven realm, but he dared to stand in front of Zichun and look at Zichun coldly, asking him to make a choice. Obviously, the head of the Jin family was threatening him, but it was useless in front of Zichun. After so many years, Zichun's realm had been stagnant. Now that the heavenly book was his only chance, he naturally would not miss it. Zichun did not hesitate and walked towards the Jin family. Looking at Zichun walking over, the head of the Jin family's pupils constricted and his expression became gloomy. In the city, countless cultivators looked up at the sky. When they saw the head of the Jin family take out the heavenly book, it also caused a commotion. Some of the cultivators were shocked when they heard what had happened. The cultivators of the Jin family, on the other hand, looked as if they had been wronged. They did not expect that the dignified 5 elements aristocratic family, an existence that deterred 2 continents, would actually compromise in the face of Zichun's coercion. They felt that this matter was very humiliating and embarrassing. Zichun came in front of the head of the Jin family and glanced at him indifferently. He slowly reached out and grabbed the page of the heavenly book in his hand. The head of the Jin family subconsciously exerted force and wanted to pull the heavenly book back, but when he met Zichun's cold gaze, his expression changed slightly and he immediately let go. Xingdaoli and the other heaven realm cultivators did not follow. Instead, they waited in the distance according to Zichun's instructions. In Zichun's words, the 5 elements aristocratic family was forced to hand over the heavenly book this time. During this period of time, it was enough for them to play some tricks, such as starting a battle. Seeing that Zichun had successfully taken the 5th page of the heavenly book, everyone's expressions relaxed, but the vigilance in their hearts still did not relax. Buzz. As soon as the heavenly book entered Zichun's hand, the space around Zichun began to tremble. Next, a mysterious power tore open the void and a powerful aura surged out from the broken void to envelop the world. In the blink of an eye, there were many more heaven realm cultivators present. They surrounded Zichun from all directions. There were also some who immediately turned around and stared warily at Xingdaoli and the others in the distance. Oh my God, it's heaven realm. They're all in the heaven realm. The pressure of the heaven realm enveloped the world, and the expressions of all the cultivators in the city changed drastically. Cries of surprise rang out once again. It's the 5 elements aristocratic family's counterattack. So many heaven realm experts have come. Zichun is finished this time. As expected of the renowned 5 elements aristocratic family, it's fine if they don't retaliate, but once they do, it's like a thunderbolt. Amidst the cries of surprise, everyone saw the heaven realm cultivators in the sky clearly. There were more than 30 of them. Those were all true heaven realm experts, and no less than 10 of them had heavenly soldiers in their hands. What a big move. Xingdaoli frowned slightly. A hint of coldness flashed through his pitch-black pupils. He pursed his slightly dry lips and said coldly, "It seems that this time, we can have a good fight." The others were silent, but their expressions became solemn. They had guessed that the 5 elements aristocratic families would counterattack, but they definitely did not expect that the 5 elements aristocratic families would counterattack in such a big way. Zichun, surrender. An old man in a golden robe said coldly. He held a heavenly saber in his hand. He was the one who led the group to surround Zichun in the 2nd continent. Taking the heavenly book, Zichun glanced at the crowd coldly. There was a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. You guys came quite quickly. Cut the crap. Back then, we reluctantly reconciled with you for the sake of St. Rosefinch. I didn't expect you to not repent and snatch our heavenly book here. This time, we can't let you go. The Jean family elder who spoke earlier said coldly again. The heavenly saber in his hand flashed with a cold light, releasing a cold, killing intent. Looking at the group of fiendish heaven realm experts, Zichen's expression did not change. He said indifferently, "What, do you have the guts to not fear St. Rosefinch now?" The expressions of the heaven realm experts changed. Even if you think that St. Rosefinch is not in the Tianwu continent, you can be completely fearless. Do you also think that the other saints are not in the Tianwu continent? Facing Zichen's threat, the heaven realm experts' expressions became very ugly. Who in the world could not be fearful of saints? This has nothing to do with saints. It's purely a personal grudge between us. As long as you obediently hand over the heavenly book, we can forget about this matter. After all, they were afraid of saints, so they had to say it nicely. The Jean family elder said coldly. Zichen smiled and said, "In your dreams, you." The Jean family elder was furious and was about to give the order to attack. Suddenly, Zichun released a powerful and terrifying aura. With the golden heavenly book in hand, Zichun directly put it into his own world. With the appearance of the golden heavenly book, the 5 elements gathered. The 5 pages of the heavenly book arranged themselves according to the order of the 5 elements. Then, it rotated in the sky and released the power of the 5 elements. As the power of the 5 elements was released, Zichen's entire world began to tremble. As it trembled, a surge of vitality appeared in the entire world. Under the urging of this vitality, the entire world changed again. The 5 pages of the heavenly book disappeared in the rotation and turned into 5 golden balls of light. The balls of light contained the 5 elements. Rumble. Zichen's world rumbled as if it was splitting the sky and the earth. The earth shook and the mountains shook. The mountain rocks collapsed and the forest shook. In a certain place, a huge mountain peak exploded. Rubble rolled in all directions and smashed into a forest. In another place, a huge mountain rose from the ground. The space of the entire world became extremely unstable. The power of space kept spreading. The creatures in the world screamed in horror as if they were welcoming the end of the world. The power of the 5 elements was still rotating in the sky. However, the speed of releasing the power of the 5 elements slowed down. In the center of Zichen's world, the origin energy that had reached its limit suddenly changed. The origin began to rotate. A huge whirlpool slowly appeared. In the whirlpool, a suction force appeared. This suction force was like a thick beam of light. It directly passed through the chaotic space and fell on the 5 pages of the heavenly book. Swoosh. In the next moment, the suction force enveloped the heavenly book. The heavenly book entered the origin through the pillar. After the heavenly book entered the origin, Zichen's origin began to transform again. During this transformation, Zichen's body naturally released a powerful and terrifying aura. This aura formed a ripple that spread out in all directions. Around Zichen, the heaven realm experts who felt this aura had a drastic change in expression. Some of them exclaimed, "Heaven realm aura! Zichen has entered the heaven realm." Everyone's expression changed. They secretly cursed their bad luck. They didn't expect Zichen to break through at this time. Zichen stood in the air. The aura around him surged. His expression was extremely calm. However, if one looked carefully, they would see a hint of ecstasy in the depths of Zichen's eyes. Sure enough, after gathering the 5 pages of the heavenly book, his strength broke through again. He could enter the heaven realm. In the world, the origin energy began to evolve, forming a higher quality origin energy. The new origin energy enveloped Zichen's body. The entire martial heaven continent seemed to sense it. Above his head, the world's origin energy was like a true dragon, undulating in the clouds. That unimaginably powerful pressure made it hard for the cultivators in the city to breathe. Just as the heaven realm experts were stunned, Zichen suddenly turned his head and swept his gaze over them. His gaze was still calm, but when it landed on them, they felt a chill in their hearts. A faint sneer spread from his lips. Zichen's voice rang out. You've made ample preparations. It seems you're still thinking about the universe origin cauldron. However, I don't understand where you found the courage to come and block me one after another. Could it be because I'm a fake heaven and haven't entered the heaven realm yet? The heaven realm experts were speechless. Zichen's current aura was extremely strange. This was an aura that was not weaker than a heaven realm expert. However, Zichen was not a heaven realm expert. Even so, the current Zichen gave them an extremely dangerous feeling. Zichen, don't be so smug. Let alone the fact that you haven't entered the heaven realm. Even if you did, you wouldn't be able to leave today, said another heaven realm expert with a heaven realm weapon. Zichen's gaze fell on him. He sneered. Is that so? I hope you'll still have the courage to do so later. As he spoke, Zichen took a step forward and released his aura. At this moment, he was a heaven realm expert. The reason his aura was so strange was because Zichen walked his own Tao. In his world, he had already entered the heaven realm. The only thing he lacked now was the martial heaven continent's acknowledgement. Zichen released his aura. Sensing this aura that was much stronger than theirs, the heaven realm cultivators felt immense pressure and instinctively took a few steps back. In the sky, the origin energy that had been hibernating in the clouds seemed to transform into divine dragons. Loud dragon roars resounded throughout the world. The clouds were pushed aside, and the world was filled with golden light. It was the origin energy that had become resplendent. Following that, the origin energy spread out like golden true dragons, crushing the clouds and breaking through space. They descended from all directions towards Zichen. This is, looking at the origin energy in the sky, all the heaven realm experts' expressions changed once more. The pressure released by the origin energy dragons was difficult for even them to bear. The origin dragons that came from all directions emitted a pressure that seemed to want to crush everyone's bodies. They had no choice but to retreat again and again, looking at the sky with a shocked expression. Below them, the entire city was trembling. As the city trembled, some buildings were unable to withstand the pressure and collapsed with a loud rumble. What a powerful aura! Behind them, Xing Daoli and the others were also filled with shock when they saw this scene. They had also entered the heaven realm and obtained the acknowledgement of this world, but their aura was definitely not as strong as Zichen's. The dragon transformation of the quintessence was like a true dragon, descending from the sky and charging towards Zichen. Zichen stood between the sky and earth. His figure was not tall, but it was very imposing. Golden light flickered around him. He was like a blazing golden sun. Boom. Chapter 1918. Zichen took a step forward. Heaven and earth responded, and the essence turned into a dragon. Essence dragons appeared from all directions and landed on Zichen's body. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, heaven and earth became resplendent with golden light. It was as if all the colors in the world no longer existed, leaving only this pure gold. The golden light illuminated the earth. The Tianwu origin entered Zichen's body and reconstructed Zichen's physical body, making Zichen's physical body even stronger. Some entered Zichen's world, but as soon as they entered, they were absorbed by Zichen's own origin C and forcibly refined. Zichen walked his own Tao and respected only himself. In front of him, the Tianwu origin was inferior. As the origin entered his body, Zichen's aura surged again. This time, the aura surging around him was even stronger and more terrifying. This was the aura that had been recognized by heaven and earth. It meant that Zichen had entered the heaven realm. During this process, all the cultivators who saw this scene were deeply shocked. In this world, there were some special existences who sensed that the world had changed again. It seemed that the originally clear world had become clear again. The clouds and mist dissipated, and the faintly visible origin became clear this time. With the arrival of the Great Era, a brand new era had arrived. In this new era, the requirements for cultivators to break through to the heaven realm seemed to have become much more relaxed, allowing many people to break through to the heaven realm. These changes were not as obvious as the last time, but they were clearly sensed by some existences. Heaven and earth are changing again. It seems that the heaven-defying cultivator has grown up. The Great War is finally coming. I wonder if the heaven-defying cultivator will be able to bring us a surprise this time. In some mysterious places, muffled voices sounded. In the Zhanwu continent, outside the world barrier that Zichen had left, a light figure appeared. He looked down at the world barrier below. With the light blocking his expression, he could not see it. After looking directly at it for a long time, he said, "The heaven-defying cultivator has entered the heaven realm. We have to speed up." His figure flashed and disappeared from the world barrier. Boom, boom, boom. Not long after the upheaval, thick pillars of light came from the heavens and forcibly shot into the Zhanwu continent. The pillar of light was completely materialized. After falling into the Zhanwu continent, it forcibly expanded and became dozens of meters in size. This pillar of light was a teleportation channel. When it was forcibly implanted into this world, it caused the space of this world to become very unstable. The power of space kept twisting. Charge! Charge! Zhanwu continent, we're here. In the light pillar, voices sounded one after another, followed by figures appearing out of thin air. After the figure appeared, he directly jumped out of the light pillar and encountered the distorted space. Bang! Bang! The moment these figures came into contact with the distorted space, their bodies suddenly exploded. Their surging life force was instantly destroyed. Several figures rushed out in succession, but they were all strangled to death by the distorted space. There was even an undying sovereign among them. On a mountain peak in the distance, the Thunderous sacred beast and the old farmer watched this scene from afar. They did not come forward. The invasion of the foreign races was already unstoppable. What this world needed to do next was to protect itself. They needed to block this invasion and protect the living beings of this world. This can be considered the last defense. Looking at the figures dissipating and dying under the distortion of space one after another, the old farmer sighed. There was a lot of helplessness in his words. When the world sensed the aura of the foreign races, it began to use the origin laws to kill them. This kind of killing was very terrifying. Even if a heavenly realm expert entered, they would also die in an instant. However, this situation could not last long. It was also the last resort of the heavenly Tao. As long as one foreign race made it here alive, more would soon come. The Thunderous sacred beast nodded and said, "Yes, this kind of thing can't be stopped even by the heavenly Tao. It's like fate." Fortunately, Zichen made a breakthrough at this time and has the power to protect himself. At the mention of Zichen, the old farmer's eyes lit up. "I hope this little guy can bring us a miracle." At this moment, outside the spatial light pillar, the power of space was still distorting, but the degree of distortion was smaller. The Thunderous sacred beast glanced into the distance and said, "Let's go. Soon, there will be human forces coming. These foreign races will also appear soon." The two turned into streams of light and disappeared. Let's go quickly." Thousands of miles away from the light barrier, a team of dozens of people was advancing rapidly. The leader was an undying sovereign, and the rest were either sovereigns or realm lords. They all held weapons, and coldness appeared in their eyes. The leader said coldly, "When you see those foreign race bastards, don't be polite. Kill them if they die." "Don't worry, leader. We will definitely not let any of them go." "That's right. These guys didn't stay in their own world and dared to come here. They all deserve to die. Everyone, be careful. The invading foreign races are very strong." In the midst of this banter, they quickly arrived at their destination. They saw the light pillar and the foreign races that died outside it. One of them laughed and said, "Hee hee, looks like we don't need to do anything. The heavenly Tao can kill these guys." Swoosh! Just as they were talking, a foreign race avoided the strangulation of the distorted space and landed on the ground. His appearance was almost no different from the humans of the Zhanwu continent, but his figure was taller. The aura surging around his body was also incompatible with the aura of the Zhanwu continent. Kill. This was an origin supreme. As soon as he appeared, he encountered a group of powerhouses who rushed forward before he could wake up. Under the chaotic saber light, this origin supreme's body was cut into several pieces, and his vitality was extinguished. Haha, it's not a big deal. One of the Origins Supreme laughed. This feeling of killing someone of the same level was too satisfying. Poochie. Suddenly, his body was divided into several pieces. His pupils widened, and his vitality dissipated. In the sky, another foreign race appeared. This was an undying Supreme. He descended from the sky. Kill. With a loud shout, everyone rushed forward again. This time, the invasion of the foreign races could be said to be well prepared. As the space became more stable, more foreign races appeared. First, it was 1 or 2, then 5 or 10, and finally dozens of them appeared together. These first batch of cultivators from the Zhanwu continent from a certain force were quickly wiped out. Even the undying Supreme was killed by the powerhouses of the foreign races. After killing these humans, the invading foreign races gathered beside the light pillar. Killing intent surged around their bodies, and bloodthirsty madness appeared on their faces. After gathering, they rushed toward the human city. The foreign races had entered the Zhanwu continent, and the era of the Great Calamity had arrived. Zichun didn't know anything about the Zhanwu continent. Right now, he was breaking through. Just like when he stepped into the pseudo-heaven realm, he now stepped into the heaven realm. The origin power dissipated, but Zichun's body was still shining with golden light. He was like a terrifying golden-armored war god standing between heaven and earth. The resplendent golden light only dissipated after a long time. However, the heavenly realm aura around Zichun did not dissipate. This is the heaven realm. At this moment, Zichun was feeling his heaven realm aura. After breaking through, he was undoubtedly much stronger than before. The pseudo-heaven realm could only be considered to be in mid-air, but the heaven realm was completely above the sky. The mysterious origin of heaven and earth was no longer so mysterious after entering the heaven realm. It seemed to be everywhere. This kind of origin was a kind of power, and also a kind of will. Heaven realm, this is the heaven realm? Zichun nodded in satisfaction and looked at the city in front of him. Boom! In the city, a huge explosion occurred. The buildings were completely blown up, and the ground cracked. The entire city trembled as if the end of the world was coming. This was the means of the heaven realm. With a glance, the ground cracked. Then, Zichun looked at the sky and the heaven realm cultivators. He saw the heaven realm cultivators immediately fly backward. The space where the heaven realm cultivators originally stood was shattered, like a huge black hole, spreading in all directions, and a violent aura swept out. With a glance at the sky collapsed. Between heaven and earth, there was no other sound except for the violent surging energy. All the cultivators held their breaths and looked up at the sky, at Zichun's figure. This existence that represented the legend of the martial heaven continent had finally broken through to the heaven realm today. In less than 10,000 years, Zichun had reached the heaven realm, walking a path that others had not walked for hundreds of thousands of years. The heaven realm cultivators of the 5 elements families were all silent. They had come here this time to use the heavenly tomes as an excuse to steal the universal origin cauldron and see if Zichun was a heavenly fire. But who would have thought that Zichun would suddenly break through to the heaven realm? And the surging aura around him made even the heaven realm cultivators tremble in fear, not daring to go forward. Even the heaven realm cultivators with heaven weapons didn't have the courage to go forward, because the heaven weapons clearly transmitted their thoughts of fear. Behind them, Xing Daoli was shocked. He knew that Zichun had walked his own path, but he didn't expect that after breaking through under such circumstances, Zichun's aura alone would be so terrifying. Su Mingyao and the others smiled. As the backbone of the group, Zichun had finally broken through, and everyone's battle power had increased by a large margin. For all the cultivators in the world, the heaven realm was the end. After Su Mingyao and the others broke through, they didn't have the luxury of entering the next saint realm. I have to thank you for breaking through this time. You can leave. From today onwards, the grudges between the 5 elements families and me will be written off. Zichun turned his head and looked at the heaven realm cultivators. The golden light in his eyes dissipated, and his eyes turned back to black. The heaven realm cultivators looked at each other, not knowing how to respond. You think you can write it off just because you say so? Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, If you don't leave behind the heavenly tomes and the universal origin cauldron, you can forget about leaving. Under the signal of the Jin family's elder, a heaven realm cultivator stepped forward and coldly spoke to Zichun. Zichun glanced at him, golden light returning to his pitch-black eyes. Boom! Chapter 1919. With a glance at the sky collapsed. With a glance at the ground, the earth cracked. With a glance at the heavenly realm's body exploded. This was the power of the heavenly realm, Zichun. It shocked everyone. In the city below, the cultivators didn't know what had happened. They only saw the heavenly realm's body explode abruptly. In the sky, the heavenly realm cultivators who knew this well looked at Zichun with deep shock. Heavenly realm cultivators didn't just comprehend the origin and use its energy. They were called heavens, and apart from that, they also had heavenly realm will. Every heavenly realm cultivator had heavenly realm will. This kind of will could almost cancel each other out at the same level, so it didn't have much effect. Once there was a suppression in the realm, the power of will could be fully displayed. For example, when Zichun was just an origin supreme, he met a fake heavenly realm cultivator. At that time, the fake heavenly realm cultivator only said one word, and Zichun's body exploded. This was will. It was illusory, but it really existed. All heaven realm cultivators could shatter the world with a single glance. This was also a form of willpower, but Zichun's willpower had shattered a heaven realm cultivator's body with just a single glance. This was a scene that the heaven realm cultivators had never seen or heard of before. With a glance, the heavenly realm cultivator's body exploded, but he didn't die. After his body reassembled, he looked ahead in shock. His face was full of fear. He didn't dare to provoke Zichun again and immediately retreated. Zichun looked at the heavenly realm cultivators indifferently. His expression was still calm. The other heavenly realm cultivators' faces were very ugly. At this moment, they were thinking in their minds. If they were to face Zichun, what were their chances of winning? Looking at everyone's changing expressions, Zichun said indifferently, "I don't want to kill anyone. You can leave." This wasn't a threat, because Zichun had the universe origin cauldron. With this cauldron in hand, it wasn't impossible for him to kill a heavenly realm cultivator. The heavenly realm cultivators' faces were gloomy, but they didn't retreat. The chances of snatching away Zichun's universal origin cauldron were extremely slim. However, if they wanted to see if Zichun was a heaven-defying cultivator, there might be a chance. Ignoring those heaven realm experts, Zichun turned around and walked forward. His expression was calm, and his pace was neither fast nor slow. The heaven realm experts looked up and stared at Zichun, who had left his back behind. Their eyes sparkled. Even when Zichun arrived in front of Xing Daoli and the others, these heaven realm experts did not move at all. Zichun turned around and looked at the heaven realm cultivators. He said, "From now on, the Wuji sect has no more grudges with the Five Elements family. The war is about to begin, so we should be united against the enemy. However, if the Five Elements family provokes us for no reason, I promise that I will remove them from this world." After saying that, Zichun led everyone away. He was still very excited about breaking through to heaven realm. "Zichun, you can resolve our grudges just like that. Where's our heavenly book? Return it to us, and we'll write off our grudges." Behind him, the elder from the Jin family said indifferently, fighting for the last bit of face, "From today onwards, there will be no more heavenly books in this world." Zichun waved his hand behind him, and his figure disappeared. On this day, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Zichun took the Five Elements almanac and broke through to the heaven realm. Many of the heaven realm cultivators in the Five Elements aristocratic family watched helplessly until Zichun disappeared. "Why didn't you attack?" Seeing Zichun disappear from sight, a heaven realm expert from the Hua family asked. He also controlled a heavenly weapon and had extraordinary combat strength. The elder from the Jin family shook his head and said, "Zichun has already broken through. With his usual battle record, it will be difficult for us to keep him here." The Hua family expert said again, "Even if we can't keep him here, we can take the opportunity to see if he's a heaven-defying cultivator. If he is, he will become the enemy of the whole world." The elder from the Jin family looked at him and said, "So what? Even if Zichen is a heaven-defying cultivator, even if he becomes the enemy of the whole world, it's meaningless to us. If we attack now, we will completely challenge Zichen. Not to mention whether we can go back or not. The foundation of the Five Elements family will be uprooted in the next moment. Even if we come to the conclusion that Zichen is a heaven-defying cultivator, he will die in the end. Not only will we not gain any benefits, but we will also suffer great losses." Benefits were what maintained the normal operation of the world. Therefore, there was no need to deliberately explain this point. As Heaven Realm experts, everyone could understand. This time, the benefits of attacking Zichen were far less than the losses. No one would do such a loss-making deal. Then what should we do now? We didn't get anything, and we even lost the Heavenly Book. Are we just going to go back like this? The Hua family expert, who knew that they couldn't get any benefits from fighting Zichen, couldn't help but sigh. In fact, it wasn't just him. The others were also annoyed. This time, they went down to the lower realm on a large scale. Not only did they not get anything, but they also got snubbed. It's not like we didn't get anything. Didn't Zichen break through? We can't attack him now, but the others can. As long as we deliberately release some information, we might be able to get unexpected results. Just as the elder from the Jin family spoke again, the space above everyone's head suddenly tore open. A Heaven Realm expert appeared and said anxiously, "Not good. The outsiders have invaded the Zhanwu continent." What? The outsiders have invaded? When the group of Heaven Realm experts heard this, their expressions became shocked. They stared blankly at the Heaven Realm expert who descended from the sky. From now on, the Five Elements family is no longer a threat to us. Isn't that so? Back then, the Five Elements family was so arrogant. Although we didn't suffer a big loss, the feeling of being schemed against every time is very unpleasant. Now, Zichen has successfully broken through. Coupled with us, if the Five Elements family wants to scheme against us again, they'll have to carefully consider themselves. On the way back, everyone's expression was overly excited. Although there was no battle today, Zichen had shocked a group of Heaven Realm experts by himself. There was no doubt about his strength. In the entire Tianwu continent, the Wuji sect had the highest combat strength. They had already stepped into the peak force of the Tianwu continent, and were not inferior to the Five Elements family at all. Just as everyone was excitedly talking, Zichen suddenly felt something and looked back into the distance. The others also looked back and saw flashes of light in the distance. It was the Heaven Realm experts who had broken through the void and returned to the Zhanwu continent, one after another. Why did they leave so quickly? Did he feel that he couldn't stand it anymore and just left? They've lost so much face this time. Naturally, they feel embarrassed. Looking at the Heaven Realm experts leaving, they didn't care too much. Before Zichen had even returned to the Wuji sect, the news of his breakthrough had already spread. As the founder of the Wuji sect, Zichen was the spiritual leader of all the Wuji sect's cultivators. When Zichen returned, the entire sect cheered. When the news spread throughout the Holy Land, the entire place was in an uproar. Back then, the barbarian land had been lacking in resources. It was only under Zichen's leadership that they had today's achievements. After Zichen had broken through to the Heaven Realm, his combat power had become even more extraordinary. It was enough to shock the entire continent. After returning, Zichen stayed in the Wuji sect for only 3 days before entering seclusion once more. After successfully breaking through to the Heaven Realm and gaining the recognition of this world, Zichen's lightning saber manipulation could take another step forward. At the same time, the power of Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang would also increase. All of this required Zichen's comprehension. As for the others who had entered the Heaven Realm, they went out to search for small worlds to see if they could come across opportunities and find 1 or 2 heavenly Dao techniques. The Heaven Realm was the world of heavenly Dao techniques. Every single heavenly Dao technique was extremely rare and difficult to comprehend. The reason why Zichen was able to comprehend the Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang techniques so quickly was not only because of his superior comprehension ability, but also because of the 2 techniques that Zichen cultivated. The Zhanwu continent was invaded by outsiders. If the outsiders' invasion was said to have a purpose, that purpose would only be revealed in the later stages. In the early stages, the invading outsiders would only bring slaughter and destruction. In the Zhanwu continent, except for the first continent, the flames of war had been ignited on the other 8 continents. One city after another was turned into a sea of fire. All the cultivators in the cities either died or fled. The invasion of the foreign races had caused the laws of heaven and earth to become unstable. All existences above the level of undying sovereign would have their undying origin suppressed. In this chaotic world, this kind of undying origin would have to be discounted. Of course, the outsiders would also face the same situation. Therefore, in the Great War, undying sovereigns would often die in battle. During this period, some families and forces in the cities would form various alliances to resist the outsiders' invasion. In a city called Bright Sun City, various forces had gathered. Some of these forces were local forces, while others came from other cities. They worked together to resist the outsiders. In their line of sight, the outsiders appeared like a black torrent, rushing toward them. Boom, boom. The earth shook, and the space above the dome of heaven twisted crazily. Terrifying killing intent surged. Everyone, the time for a battle of life and death has come. Let these outsiders open their eyes wide and see that there are no cowards in our Bright Sun City. The one who spoke was an undying sovereign in armor. He was the former old city lord. After the invasion of the outsiders, he forcibly came out of seclusion and led the cultivators of Bright Sun City to resist the outsiders. The crowd cheered, and all kinds of weapons flashed with cold light. The cultivators were nervous, and they pursed their lips tightly. The black torrent was approaching, and a great battle was about to break out. In the sky, the outsiders had already taken the lead and rushed up. Kill! As the old city lord roared, he leaped into the air and charged towards the foreign race experts in the sky. Behind him, the other undying sovereigns followed closely behind. Shouts of killing filled the air as the city gates slowly opened. Numerous cultivators rushed out, and some even flew over the city walls to attack the outsiders. As the cultivators rushed out, the great city barrier formation opened behind them. Not only did it stop the outsiders, but it also prevented their own people from returning. Burning the boats. The battle lasted for 7 days. During these 7 days, countless outsiders died, and nearly 20 undying sovereigns died. As for the Bright Sun City side, from the old city lord to the soldiers, all of them died in battle. Chapter 1920. The Zhanwu continent had become a battlefield. Every day, fierce battles would break out. The Tianwu continent, on the other hand, was quiet. The whole world was showing signs of prosperity. All kinds of experts were popping up like bamboo shoots after the rain, constantly emerging. In the endless silent forest, Zichun stood on a mountain peak. Golden light flashed around his body. His hands were constantly forming seals. Golden light shot out in all directions. In the process of the seals changing, the weather changed. The origin appeared in the sky, causing the void to tremble. As the last seal fell, the origin of heaven and earth condensed into a golden ball of light in front of Zichun. There was some kind of pattern mark in the ball of light. As Zichun looked forward indifferently, the ball of light in front of him broke free, broke into the space, and exploded in the void. Boom! A muffled sound resounded in the air above the forest. A powerful shockwave descended from the sky and crushed a large number of ancient trees. The ancient trees were constantly shaking, and the thick trunks were letting out squeaking sounds. In the sky, the energy exploded, and a huge black hole appeared. A terrifying pressure fell from the sky. The spiritual beasts in the silent forest prostrated themselves on the ground in fear. When Zichun first came to this forest, he was facing the encirclement of many forces. In the end, he used the royal mountain as bait to escape the pursuit. Thinking of the grudges of the past, Zichun smiled and reminisced. In that era, Dan elemental experts were called old monsters. In that era, human elemental experts were the foundation. If those forces who had grudges with Zichun at that time knew that Zichun would have today's achievements, would they still be enemies with Zichun? During this period of enlightenment, Zichun's understanding of extreme yin and extreme yang had deepened again, and his combat strength had increased a lot. It was just that recently, when he was meditating, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. A trace of energy fluctuation appeared, and Zhang Haoyan appeared beside Zichun. He looked at the large number of ancient trees in front of him and said, "Everyone is here. We're just waiting for you." Zichun nodded. His pitch-black eyes lit up as he murmured, "I hope everyone will reap some benefits this time." During this period of time, Zhang Haoyan and the others who had broken through to the Heaven Realm had been searching for opportunities everywhere to see if they could find something suitable for the Heaven Realm. Because of the arrival of the Great Era, these people broke through in advance, so their cultivation techniques and weapons were still at the Supreme Being level. Even though they had already reached the Heaven Realm, they did not possess any Heaven's Path techniques or Heaven's Path weapons. It could be said that they were the weakest existences in the Heaven Realm. They went out to search for opportunities, but to no avail. Everyone returned, and they discussed entering the Holy Burial Ground together. This was because the young man who was in charge of the Holy Burial Ground had said that there were 3 paths in the Holy Burial Ground: Heaven, Earth, and Man. Now, they wanted to go to the Heaven Path to try their luck. If they still couldn't find anything here, they were prepared to once again step onto the ancient path guarded by the ancient race. They would enter the Heaven's Path from there and search for opportunities. "Let's go." The two of them disappeared in the sky above the silent forest. With the Heaven Realm pressure gone, all the spirit beasts heaved a sigh of relief. Some even collapsed to the ground. In the Wuji sect, everyone had already gathered. It was still the same people who went to the 5 Elements family last time. Although LV Pong still had not reached the Heaven Realm, he wanted to try his luck at the Heaven Path to make himself stronger. Xing Daoli also followed. It seemed that no one would dislike having too many Heaven's Path weapons. The group once again arrived at the Holy Burial Ground. Now, this place was completely open to the world. Almost every few decades, the Holy Burial Ground's gate would naturally open once. Because the Holy Burial Ground was right in front of their door, the Wuji sect and the entire Holy Burial Ground were the biggest beneficiaries of this Holy Burial Ground. When they arrived outside the Holy Burial Ground, there were already more than 10,000 cultivators gathered here. These cultivators were either in the mortal realm or the earth realm. As for the Heaven Realm, there was not a single one. In front of these cultivators, the Holy Burial Ground was slowly appearing. The tall and heavy gate that had once been in everyone's eyes was still there. However, the figures of the 2 demon sovereigns did not appear again. The mortal realm and earth realm cultivators were shocked when they sensed the aura emitted by the tall gate. However, in the eyes of Zichun and the other Heaven Realm cultivators, the gate was only a special refining material. The oppressive aura did not have much of a deterrent effect on them. According to their many years of experience, the Holy Burial Ground would take at least a few more days to truly open. However, when Zichun and the others arrived, the gate suddenly began to tremble and then slowly opened. A dense fiendish aura surged out from the door, and the human realm and earth realm cultivators who bore the brunt of the fiendish aura immediately felt an enormous pressure. Under this pressure, they found it difficult to breathe, and their faces turned pale. After a short period of suppression, everyone gradually adapted and rushed in one after another. Zichun and the others stood at the back and quietly watched this scene. After everyone had entered, Zichun and the others stepped forward. After the last person entered the gate to the Holy Burial Ground closed. The cultivators who had not yet arrived had completely lost their chance this time. After entering the gate, what Zichun and the others saw was not a test path, but a huge open space. This was a separate space. In the middle of that space stood a young man. "It's you." Zichun's face flashed with surprise. He recognized this youth at a glance. It was the person who had been in charge of the Holy Burial Ground. After so many years, the other party had not changed at all. "Congratulations on your breakthrough." Many people in the group recognized the other party. "I know very well why you are here, but this heavenly path is temporarily not for you to train." "Why?" This was deliberately left behind by the saint back then for the Heaven Realm cultivators of the Martial Sky continent, so that they would have the power to protect themselves when a great disaster came. "Are we not Heaven Realm cultivators? Although you are also Heaven Realm cultivators, you came too early." Or rather, you came too little. Hearing this, everyone's hearts burned. Clearly, there was no lack of good things in the heavenly path. Since there were few people, their harvest was naturally great. Seeing the excited looks on everyone's faces, the young man shook his head and said, "Don't get too excited. Unlike other arts, the Heaven's Path divine art has its own limitations. Every single elemental essence has its own corresponding Heaven's Path divine art. Even if others were to obtain it, it would be useless." He looked at Zhang Haoyin and said, "For example, you walk the Tao of slaughter and assassination. Only by obtaining a heavenly path technique that is suitable for the Tao of slaughter and assassination can you maximize its power. As for other heavenly path techniques, not only are they difficult to learn, but their power is also passable." The youth gave several examples in a row to tell everyone that only a heavenly path technique that was suitable for them was a true heavenly path technique. As for those that were not suitable, not only were they difficult to cultivate, but their power was also too weak. Hearing the youth's explanation, Zichun pondered for a moment before saying, "You specially let us in and brought us here. It can't be that you're just telling us this common knowledge, right?" Glancing at Zichun, the youth smiled and said, "As people that even saints think highly of, since you're here, I naturally can't let you return empty-handed. Next, I'll send you to a designated place. There are some heavenly path techniques that are suitable for your attributes. However, you can only choose one. Remember, you can only choose one. As for the grade, it will depend on your luck." "What do you mean?" Zichun asked. Could it be that the heavenly path techniques are divided into different grades? The heavenly path techniques are divided into 8 grades. Grade 1 is the weakest and grade 8 is the strongest. Whether it is good or bad depends on you. Since there are heavenly path techniques, shouldn't there be heavenly soldiers as well? I'll let everyone choose one. You're too greedy. Heavenly soldiers have their own consciousness and are products of the world. There is no way to control them. As for whether there is a heavenly soldier or not, it will depend on your luck. Could it be that it is not the heavenly soldiers who choose, but the heavenly soldiers who choose? In this world, there will always be more heavenly realm cultivators than heavenly soldiers. Of course, it will be the heavenly soldiers who choose. This sentence made Zichun speechless. However, it was good enough that everyone could get a heavenly path technique. Before leaving, the youth reminded them again, "Remember, you can only choose one heavenly path technique. Firstly, it is because one heavenly path technique is enough for you to study for a long time. You might not be able to understand it in your lifetime. Secondly, it is because of the mechanism set by saints. Once you take more than one heavenly path technique, the whole mechanism will be forcefully shut down, and you will be trapped forever. Don't doubt the means of saints. They are not on the same level as heavenly realm cultivators." Everyone nodded solemnly. Wang Xian took a step forward, and a ray of light fell on her body. Within the light, there was a sharp sword will. At the same time, the sound of a sword rang out. Wang Xian's figure was swept away by the energy and disappeared. The second to step in was the devil ape. He was born in this area. As soon as he stepped out, a thick, demonic aura surrounded his body, bringing him along. The third was Zhang Haoyin. His figure disappeared. Then, Su Mingyao, Xing Daoli, Elder Gue, Longhu, and the others disappeared one after another. Finally, it was Lin Shue's turn. As the successor of Qing Nu, she had cultivated with Qing Nu's clone for a period of time. Zichun was not sure if Lin Shue had a heaven-grade weapon, but he guessed that she should know 1 or 2 heavenly path techniques. The ray of light fell on Lin Shue. After it circled around her body, it disappeared. Lin Shue was still standing in the same place. The youth was surprised. Zichun also looked at him and said, "What's going on?" The youth spread out his hands and said helplessly, "There is nothing here that is suitable for her elemental origin. Therefore, she is disqualified. This is nothing. Just give her an ordinary heavenly path technique." The youth smiled and ignored him. Then, Zichun took a step forward. With Lin Shue as an example, he was a little nervous. He was afraid that St. Rosefinch's private collection did not have the Thunder Tribe's heavenly path technique. However, he had many choices. Other than the Thunder Tribe's techniques, the Wuji sect's techniques were also fine. The ray of light fell on Zichun. Zichen felt a surge of energy enter his body and then into his world. After that, the energy did not appear again. It was forcibly refined by his world. This is nothing. Chapter 1921. Sensing the disappearance of the energy, Zichen was slightly taken aback. He looked up and saw that the young man and Lin Shui were still beside him. At this moment, the young man was frowning slightly. Clearly, he was also puzzled by the disappearance of the energy in Zichen's body. Whoosh! The young man raised his hand, and another burst of energy appeared out of thin air and landed on Zichen's body. Due to the abnormality just now, Zichen was trying to block the perception of the world. However, it was useless. This was a perfect world with its own self-defense mechanism. The energy that appeared again was crushed again. With the disappearance of the energy, Zichen could no longer search for opportunities. Zichen was a little unwilling. Looking at the unwilling Zichen, the young man shrugged and smiled faintly. Then there's no other way. Zichen rubbed his forehead and looked at the young man. What do you mean no other way? Open the heavenly path, and I'll definitely find an opportunity. The young man shook his head. That's useless. A heavenly path spell technique that doesn't match will only affect one's time and energy. It won't be that powerful. At this point, everyone had already entered. Only he and Lin Shui were waiting outside. Now, Zichen had 2 heavenly path spell techniques, and he also had the help of the heavenly weapon saber spirit. If he counted the lightning saber manipulation, he would have 3. Although Zichen was still looking forward to the heavenly path spell techniques, he was not that desperate. Lin Shui was not depressed by the loss of her opportunity. She had probably benefited a lot from the time she spent with the Green Maiden clone. There were only 3 people left in the space. The 3 of them did not speak, so they were very quiet. In order to ease the silence, Zichen said, I hope they can all obtain a stage 8 heavenly path spell technique. It was a very casual sentence, but the young man retorted, Stage 8? That's a heavenly path spell technique that even saints don't dare to dream of. You can stop dreaming. Are Stage 8 spell techniques very rare? Zichen asked curiously. Lin Shui also turned around and looked at the young man curiously. There are no weak techniques in the Heaven's Path Divine Art. Even if it's just the first level, as long as it's compatible with the user, it's bound to be able to bring forth extraordinary might. The young man looked at Zichen, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He said with a hint of mockery, under normal circumstances, the heavenly Tao techniques used by Heaven Realm experts are all first rank. This type of technique can be widely circulated, and can be considered a common technique used by some large families. As for rank 2 cultivation methods, they are very rare in the Heaven Realm. Only those large aristocratic families have treasured them for a long time and rarely spread them outside. Only some of the direct descendants of the family have the qualifications to cultivate them. As for rank 3 cultivation methods, they are even rarer. They belong to the true core of aristocratic families and are almost equivalent to the foundation. Only those few core people can comprehend them. Under normal circumstances, a Heaven Realm expert can grasp at most 3 heavenly Tao techniques. Because they grasp too many, it's very difficult to comprehend them. Secondly, it's not necessarily very powerful. A normal level 3 heavenly Tao technique is enough for a Heaven Realm expert to comprehend for a lifetime. Zichen and Lin Shui had both just entered the Heaven Realm. Their understanding of the Heaven Realm was still in a state of ignorance. At this moment, they were quietly listening. Rank 4 heavenly Tao techniques have another name, and that is Saint Skills. This type of technique can only be unleashed with the energy of a saint. The following rank 4 to rank 8 heavenly Tao techniques all correspond to saints. As for the legendary rank 9 heavenly Tao techniques, they have already reached a new level. They have already personally comprehended the heavenly Tao. Every rank 9 heavenly Tao technique is their own creation and is unique to the world. The young man glanced at Zichen and said, You're from the Everlasting Sect, so you should be very clear about the founder of the Everlasting Sect. I once heard a saint mention that the Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang techniques created by the Everlasting all those years ago belonged to the 9th rank of the Heaven Tao. Seeing the light in Zichen's eyes, the young man waved his hand and said, Don't be in such a hurry to get excited. Let me finish. Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang are publicly acknowledged rank 9 heavenly Tao techniques. They belong to the extreme, but only the Wuji sect can use them. Apart from the Wuji sect himself, the quality of the Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang techniques used by anyone else will be greatly reduced. It is extremely difficult to comprehend such a powerful heavenly Tao technique. Normally, a normal heaven realm expert would only be able to comprehend the surface. Even a saint might not be able to comprehend the essence. After all, creating a heavenly Tao technique is extremely difficult. It involves one's emotions, life experiences, and life's comprehension. Under these circumstances, it is naturally impossible for the later generations to completely imitate it, so it is impossible for them to comprehend the essence. Under normal circumstances, comprehending 3 or 4 levels and reaching rank 3 or rank 4 is already very impressive. Hearing the young man's words, Zichun blushed with shame. He originally thought that he already understood Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang very well, and understood the process of every seal change. Now that he heard the young man's words, he was only copying and only understood the surface. From this point, it could be seen that the heavenly Tao techniques were extensive and profound. In order to completely master a technique, even a heaven realm expert would need a long time to comprehend it. The little bit of unwillingness in his heart completely disappeared after hearing the young man's words. Zichun had already made up his mind to carefully comprehend Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang, and strive for a deeper understanding. During this time, Lin Shui asked a few more questions, and the young man answered them one by one. The young man's strength was not strong, and could be said to have no cultivation base at all, but his knowledge was extraordinary. No wonder he was following a saint. At this moment, the crisp sound of a sword suddenly rang out in the entire space. The moment the sword sound rang out, the space began to tremble violently, and a strong sword will swept through the space. Zichun and Lin Shui raised their heads and looked forward. That was where the sword will appeared, but the two of them could not see anything. The young man was stunned. Then, his expression changed. After a while, he could not help but exclaim, "Amazing, amazing! What is it?" The aura just now came from the heavenly weapon of an expert from the sword sect. Back then, he was a representative and was very famous. It's said that he was only a step away from becoming a saint. Unfortunately, in the final battle, the heaven realm expert died, and the weapon spirit fell into a deep slumber. In the end, it was placed in the saint's burial ground. The young man continued, "This is an undamaged weapon spirit. I originally thought that it had not awakened yet, but looking at its aura now, not only has it awakened, but it has also recovered to its peak condition. It has sent out a message on its own." Lin Shui was overjoyed when she heard that. "So Sister Xian has obtained it?" "Not yet, but it's only a matter of time." The young man shook his head again and sighed in admiration. "She really is lucky. If she obtained this weapon first, the weapon spirit might have helped her obtain a higher level heavenly Tao technique." Zichun and Lin Shui looked at each other when they heard that. They could see joy and excitement in each other's eyes. The sword hum continued to resound, and the sword intent that swept out continuously battered the space. This situation lasted for a very long time before it finally disappeared. As soon as the sword hum disappeared, a furious roar rang out. Dense demonic chi roiled outside the space, blotting out the sun. Only the demonic ape could possess demonic chi, so all of this had been caused by the demonic ape. It seemed to be quite powerful. After seeing this, the young man's expression did not change much, as if he had already expected it. Seeing how surprised the two of them were, the young man said indifferently, "Is it very strange for the heaven-rend battle ape to cause such a disturbance? Don't forget that he came from here. This place is like his home." That made sense, but Zichun still had doubts. Didn't the demon race invade the saint's burial ground? Was the demonic ape left behind at that time? No, the demonic ape absorbed demonic chi and manifested as a spiritual body. The one leading the spiritual sense is a sliver of the heaven-rend battle ape soul. When Zichun had first entered the saint's burial ground, he had thought that it was the demon race that had caused all of this. In fact, that was not the case. The demon race had only invaded later, and the saints had already fallen in the war with the foreign races. Strictly speaking, the demon race was on the same side as the Tianwu continent and the Zhanwu continent. As the demonic qi roiled, a cold aura suddenly appeared. This aura emitted a cold, killing intent that made one's heart tremble. It's him. The young man frowned slightly when he sensed this. This killing intent belonged to the Tao of Slaughter, and it was related to Zhang Haoyin. Following that, all sorts of strange phenomena appeared. The young man could not help but sigh. If one wanted to obtain a heavenly weapon, they had to have the heavenly weapon recognize them as its master. And this was on the premise that the master was worthy of the heavenly weapon's recognition. Clearly, none of the people Ziqian had brought here were extraordinary. Each one of them was very unique. Even if they did not obtain a heavenly weapon, they had obtained a powerful cultivation technique. Haha. Following a hearty laugh, Xing Daoli broke through the space and arrived at the scene. He was the first to appear, and from the joy on his face, one could tell that he had gained a lot. Following that, LV Peng appeared. Array flags floated around him, and the array flags covered his entire body. His figure was blurry and mysterious. Putting away the array flags, LV Peng looked at the crowd with excitement. Wang Xian was the third to appear. When she appeared, she held a light sword tightly in her hand, and the aura of the heaven realm surged from the golden sword. Following closely behind was Zhang Haoyin, who was still holding his stone sword. However, the difference this time was that the stone sword contained a pure soul. Everyone came out one after another and gained a lot. The young man was also amazed. This time, they had gained a lot, and it was enough for everyone to comprehend for a period of time. Ziqian also expressed his gratitude to the young man. All right, don't be so polite. If the war comes, I will still need to rely on you. The young man waved his hand and said, All right, I will send you off now. Thank you for your trouble. After another polite greeting, the young man led everyone out of this space and appeared outside the holy burial ground. The young man waved at everyone and disappeared from the saint burial ground in a flash. Everyone's excitement was still hard to suppress. Ziqian shook his head and said, Let's go back first. As soon as he turned around, Ziqian saw a middle-aged man standing in front of him. Ziqian was in the heaven realm, but he could still appear in front of Ziqian without him noticing. This person was naturally a saint. Chapter 1922. Ziqian's actions also startled the others. Everyone raised their heads. Seeing an unfamiliar saint, they became nervous. Originally, they had guessed that the martial heaven continent had a saint. They hadn't expected to actually see one. This saint wore azure robes. His hands were behind his back, and his back was ramrod straight. His sharp gaze landed on Ziqian. It was as if he wanted to see through Ziqian. Ziqian also examined him. He circulated his energy, but didn't release it. He didn't know why this person had come, so he didn't say anything. The devil ape and the others spread out, faintly forming a fan as they stared at this saint. This time, they had all gained quite a bit from the saint burial ground. Adding on the celestial army, they might be able to fight a saint. The indifferent saint moved his gaze away from Ziqian. He looked at the devil ape and the others. After nodding slightly, he indifferently said, I'm called Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon. Ziqian and the others were stunned when they heard this. In the current world, there was only one person called Azure Dragon. That was the Azure Dragon Saint. The barbaric dragon was an Azure True Dragon, not an Azure Dragon. Greetings, Azure Dragon Saint. After being stunned for a moment, Ziqian and the others immediately reacted and hastily bowed. Back then, Saint Rosefinch had appeared in the name of one of the 4 saint beasts. Of the 4 saint beasts, the Azure Dragon was fully deserving of being number 1. As they bowed, they were very surprised. They hadn't expected to see the Azure Dragon Saint here. I've come this time mainly to find you. The Azure Dragon Saint's voice was calm. Find me? Ziqian paused for a moment before immediately saying, What orders do you have for me, Saint? The Azure Dragon Saint smiled faintly and said, I don't have anything to tell you, but you've been in this world for a long time. Now that you've broken into the heaven realm, it's time for you to do what you need to do. Rubbing his nose, Zichun was still confused. He clearly didn't know what he should do. However, the Azure Dragon Saint's next words caused Zichun's expression to change. The outsiders are invading. What? The outsiders are invading? Zichun cried out involuntarily. The expressions of the others also changed. One had to know that for this connected world, the biggest thing that could happen was the invasion of the other races. However, Zichun was completely oblivious to such a huge matter. When did this happen? Zichun asked, his expression changing. The invasion of the alien race was definitely for him, and once the alien race entered the Zhanwu continent, the first thing they would bring was destruction. It's been a while. You should set off now. Let's leave now. Zichun looked very anxious. In the Zhanwu continent, he had friends, so naturally, he also had concerns. The Cyan Dragon Saint glanced at the demon ape and the others and said, with the invasion of the alien race, the natural laws of the world will be in chaos. The undying origin will be greatly suppressed, and all kinds of weapons and skills will be greatly strengthened. During the battle, deaths will happen frequently. They should use this time to comprehend. Understood. Thank you, Saint. Zichun cupped his fists and thanked him again. Your purpose in going to the Zhanwu continent this time is to eliminate the alien race. As for other things, you don't have to blame yourself. Whether you appear or not, the alien race will invade. Being a heaven defier is only one of the reasons. The alien race has other reasons for coming here. If you're in danger, remember to save your life first. The Cyan Dragon Saint advised. Zichun nodded again. If you have anything to say, hurry up and say it. Time is of the essence. After that, the Cyan Dragon Saint's figure disappeared. What's a heaven defier? After the Cyan Dragon Saint left, everyone looked at Zichun curiously. It was the first time they heard the term heaven defier. Let's go back to the Wuji sect first. Demon Ape, go and inform Wang Qiong and Wang Shan to come over. At this moment, Zichun seemed a little anxious. He suddenly remembered that on the day he broke through to the Heaven Realm, the Heaven Realm experts of the Five Elements family hurried back to the Zhanwu continent. Perhaps the alien race had already invaded at that time. After such a long time, the Zhanwu continent might not have changed, and as the weakest continent, the ninth continent might not even exist anymore. The demon ape didn't return to the Wuji sect. Instead, he went directly to the Wang family. Above the king city, the demon ape stood in the air and shouted, Wang Qiong, Wang Shan. In the king city, the Wang family disciples, who had been keeping a low profile, looked up and recognized the demon ape. Their expressions immediately changed. Although 500 years had passed since the Wang family's great purge, and in these 500 years, the Wang family had many new direct descendants, the Wang family had always been wary of the purge. And the relationship between the Wang family and the Wuji sect was very mysterious in the eyes of the Wang family disciples. At this moment, the demon ape stood above the king city, but none of the Wang family disciples stood out. The representative of the later generation, Wang Lang, only looked at the demon ape. Back then, he was arrogant and thought that he was better than Zichun. But when he saw Zichun, he realized how big the gap was between them. Not to mention Zichun, he didn't even have the confidence to compare with the demon ape now. Demon ape, what's going on? Two streams of light flew out of the king's city. They were Wang Qiong and Wang Shan. Wang Qiong had already reached the pseudo-heaven realm and was trying to break through to the heaven realm. As for Wang Shan, he was lingering in the undying sovereign realm. Zichun has something to discuss with you. After saying that, demon qi wrapped around the two of them and took them away. Clearly, the demon ape felt that the two of them were too slow. When the three of them returned to the Wuji sect's main hall, all the higher-ups of the Wuji sect had gathered. Zichun sat at the head and went straight to the point. Everyone, the alien races have invaded the Zhanwu continent. Everyone present was a true higher-up. They knew the history of the Tianwu continent and the Zhanwu continent. When they heard Zichun's words, their expressions changed. Right now, the Zhanwu continent is covered in the flames of war. I will soon enter the Zhanwu continent. I don't know when the flames of war will spread here. I hope you can prepare as soon as possible. Since the war has already begun, why do you still want to go? Asked Wang Qiong. That's my responsibility. I have to go. His gaze swept past Ling, and Qin Feng before landing on Wang Qiong. Zichen ordered, Wang Qiong, go and inform the other powers. Furthermore, use your name to spread this news. Try to make all the powers of the Tianwu continent realize the danger this time. Wang Qiong nodded. He would definitely do it. Compared to Ling, and Qin Feng, Wang Qiong's prestige was higher. At the same time, he was someone from Zichen's era. He had always followed Zichen, so his words were more trustworthy. After explaining everything, Zichen's figure flashed and disappeared from the Wuji sect under everyone's reluctant gazes. In the next moment, Zichen appeared in front of the Azure Dragon Saint. "Where do you want to go?" asked the Azure Dragon Saint, who had long since expected Zichen to come. "The ninth continent." Zichen's voice was firm. "Since this is a responsibility I can't avoid, then I'll start from the ninth continent. I'll visit every continent." Admiration flashed in the Azure Dragon Saint's eyes. He nodded and sent a ray of energy into the sky. That energy tore through the void, forming a black hole. Swish! Zichen soared into the sky and charged into the black hole. The invasion of the outsiders was so great that the entire ninth continent sensed it. Those cities that had long since expected this also prepared for a counterattack. This also included Huping City. Because of Zichen, Huping City's prestige in the Shuntian prefecture was extremely high. Perhaps its overall power couldn't compare to the top cities, but its fame definitely surpassed them. With the arrival of the Great Era, the city lord, Mu Feng, had already broken through to the undying sovereign realm. Now, he was leading the city's defenders, as well as the experts of Hunter's Castle, to deal with the outsiders. Mu Feng stood side by side with Lord Wu. Behind them was an army of more than 10,000 cultivators. Waves of ferocious aura swept across the sky. Behind them was a large open area. Behind that open area was Huping City, which had activated its city defense formation. The twins stood side by side in the sky above Huping City. Similarly, they were cutting off their means of retreat and sacrificing their lives for righteousness. I've always heard the term outsiders, but I've never seen one. This time, I can finally fight against them. Mu Feng pursed his slightly dry lips, his eyes filled with battle intent. That's right. This old man has never seen an outsider before, and I don't know what it feels like to kill one. However, I should be able to feel it soon. Lord Wu smiled. The outsiders' army appeared in their line of sight. As they advanced, they caused the world to tremble. A black mass appeared at the end of their line of sight. Everyone, the time for a battle of life and death has arrived. Remember, our families are behind us. We must fight for our families. Mu Feng opened his mouth. His voice was sonorous and powerful. Kill. A cold shout reverberated through the world. The outsiders' army approached. All kinds of weapons flashed with cold light. A great battle broke out in an instant. In this battle, blood flowed like a river outside Huping City. This battle was also the most tragic battle since Huping City was established. Under the leadership of City Lord Mu Feng and Lord Wu, Huping City used thousands of years of accumulation to fight a fierce battle against the outsiders. This battle lasted for a full 7 days and 7 nights, until the last warrior died. As long as Huping City exists, this city will remember your contributions. Mu Feng turned around and looked at Huping City, which was covered by a light shield. He looked at the twins. His sonorous voice reverberated through the world, as if he was trying to make the fighting souls listen. Boom. His body exploded. He was dead. Then, Lord Wu died. The outsiders suffered heavy casualties. However, there was still an endless stream of outsiders coming from behind. Facing the corpses all over the ground, they were expressionless. They stepped over the corpses and charged towards Huping City. Looking at the outsiders who had already entered the open area below, the twins in the sky looked at each other and began to form seals with their hands. Sizzle. Chapter 1923. In the sky above the city, the seals in the hands of the twins were constantly changing. A misty array appeared in the sky and enveloped this open area. More than half of the foreign races were enveloped by the array. In the misty array, sharp blades appeared out of thin air and pierced through the bodies of the foreign races, crushing their souls. Swish, swish. Some of them leaped into the air and dodged most of the sharp blade attacks. But at this moment, the sharp blades fell from the sky like a dense rain of light, landing on the bodies of the foreign races. Another large number of them died. In the blink of an eye, as many as 50% of the foreign beings within the spell formation had perished, and the rest were all wounded. The cultivators in the city also erupted into raucous cheers at the sight of the fearsome destructive power of the spell formation. This cost the twins a lot of energy. Their faces were pale, and they looked a little weak. Again, the two brothers looked at each other and nodded solemnly. Their hands formed seals again, and the array was activated again. The rest of the foreign races who could not escape in time died. The foreign race's temporary purpose of invasion was to destroy not only Huping City, but many cities in Shuntian Prefecture were besieged. Even Shuntian Prefecture was attacked by the foreign race army. The Tiger God Mountain, which had great significance, was also surrounded by layers of foreign race army. The foreign races came from the starry sky, and their numbers seemed endless. As the foreign races continued to die, the foreign race army continued to fill in. Because of the large-scale invasion of the foreign races, a new transmission channel would appear in the Zhanwu continent almost every day. Every day, new foreign races would appear and join the foreign race army. Outside Shuntian Prefecture, the foreign race army gathered, led by a pseudo-heaven. They surrounded Shuntian Prefecture layer by layer and had not yet launched an attack. In Shuntian Prefecture, the old prefecture lord and Tang Nua stood on the city wall, coldly looking at the invading foreign races. Behind them, all the cultivators of Shuntian Prefecture had gathered. At this moment, outside Shuntian Prefecture, within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles, it had become a mess. Many aristocratic families had been destroyed by the foreign races. The cultivators of the aristocratic families had either died or fled. In addition to those cities, Shuntian Prefecture had also become the target of their defection. But the speed of the foreign race's invasion was far beyond their imagination. Soon, the foreign race army had killed their way here. In the army, Long Fei's position was closer to the front. He had already entered the Undying Realm and was about to step into the pseudo-heaven realm. The outsiders surrounded Shuntian Prefecture for 7 whole days. After 7 days, the outsiders began their invasion. The cultivators of Shuntian Prefecture counterattacked. This battle lasted for an entire 2 months. 2 months later, the Shuntian Prefecture's protective array formation shattered, the city gates shattered, and the outsiders charged into the Shuntian Prefecture. In this battle, the old mansion lord had died. Tang Nua, who was once a legend in the battlefield of despair, had been surrounded and killed by the other pseudo-heavens after killing 2 pseudo-heavens. General Long Fei was heavily injured and fled with the remaining cultivators. In this battle, Shuntian Manor suffered a crushing defeat and changed owners. However, this time, the foreign races did not act as usual and completely burned Shuntian Prefecture to ashes. Instead, they treated Shuntian Prefecture as their base camp and stationed themselves there. Up until now, in the battles in the Shuntian Prefecture's territory, there had never been a Heaven Realm battle. The highest scale battle was at the pseudo-Heaven Realm. It was as if there wasn't a single Heaven Realm cultivator in the vast Shuntian Prefecture. Long Fei led the remaining soldiers straight to Shuntian City. Aside from Shuntian Prefecture, Shuntian City was the strongest city among the 108. Long Fei and the remaining soldiers were dumbfounded when they saw the city from afar. The city had been reduced to rubble, and thick smoke billowed out from time to time. There were no signs of outsiders or human cultivators in sight. "Let's go." Long Fei took the lead and rushed towards the ruins. Everywhere he passed, the ground was filled with traces of battle. There were countless deep pits, and there were many corpses that had already turned black within them. Everyone rushed into the city. After a while, they gathered outside the ruins and shook their heads. There were no survivors in the ruins, only corpses strewn across the ground. "Let's go to Destiny City." Long Fei didn't believe that all the cultivators in the city had died in battle. He led everyone to the next city. When they arrived at Destiny City, the situation was the same as before. There was nothing left but rubble. The third city was the Hidden Fog City. Although it had been breached and turned into ruins, Long Fei saw people who were still alive. They were from the Hidden Fog clan, who were experts in concealment. When they saw Long Fei and the others arrive, they came out of hiding. There were a total of 5 people, hiding in 5 different directions. One of them had been to the battlefields of despair and recognized Long Fei. He immediately stepped forward and bowed. "You're the only ones left," Long Fei asked directly. It was worth mentioning that while running, Long Fei's injuries had not only recovered, but his cultivation had also advanced to the pseudo-sky realm. A trace of sorrow flashed in the eyes of the Hidden Fog clan member. He said in a low voice, 80% of the cultivators in the city died in battle, and so did the city lord. The others have left. Left? Where did they go? Long Fei asked. The most important thing now was to gather more people. The more people there were, the stronger they would be to resist the outsiders. Huping City. A trace of astonishment flashed in Long Fei's eyes. Even Shuntian Prefecture had been destroyed. He did not expect that Huping City would still exist. His expression changed and he immediately asked, "Zichun is back?" "I'm not sure, but Huping City does indeed still exist. Before the city was destroyed, many of us who were weaker stepped into the transportation array and entered Huping City. How long has it been? How long has it been since you guys contacted your clan? Is Huping City still around?" Long Fei asked several questions in a row. He did not wish to see the hope that had just been ignited in the crowd extinguished again. The person from before shook his head and said, "We have not contacted each other for a long time. However, I am certain that Huping City still exists. If Huping City was destroyed, we would have received a message from our clan using a special method. We would then evacuate from this place. To tell you the truth, before this, the people from Goldleaf City and Darkvale City had already been here. Under our guidance, they had already gone to Huping City. It's fine as long as Huping City still exists." Long Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He turned around and said to the crowd, "Everyone, Huping City still exists. We will rush there now and resist the alien race together." Long Fei led the group to Huping City. The 5 from the Hidden Mist family stayed behind. Their duty was to inform the other survivors of Shuntian Prefecture to go to Huping City and resist the alien race together. Huping City was the weakest city in Shuntian Prefecture several thousand years ago. It was a city that everyone could casually joke about. However, in just a few thousand years, this city had actually withstood the alien race's attacks time and time again. Furthermore, it had become the last pure land in the entire Shuntian Prefecture. Apart from the contributions of the illustrious Zichun, the contributions of the other proud sons of heaven could not be erased. Ever since City Lord Mu Feng died in battle, the twins had taken over the defense and attack of the entire city. All kinds of endless attacks and defensive formations had blocked the invasion of the alien race time and time again. The reason why the twins could have such a battle record was also inseparable from the teachings of Formation Master Lu Peng. The invasion of the alien race had caused the Heavenly Tao's laws to become chaotic. The undying essence was suppressed, and at the same time, other aspects were also suppressed. However, the blessing of the Heavenly Tao did not disappear. As the cities were destroyed one by one, the vitality contained within those cities was forcibly extracted by the Heavenly Tao and injected into the existing cities. Huping City was the one that benefited the most. After the invasion of the alien race, the area of the city had expanded several times. At the same time, the spiritual qi and vitality in the city had become extremely dense. As more and more experts gathered here, the cultivators in the city would also form groups and go out to attack the alien race. As for those who returned with heavy injuries, they practically did not need to consume any medicinal pills. The surging vitality contained within the city would be able to accelerate their recovery. After entering the pseudo-sky, Long Fei finally brought the group to Huping City. Seeing the huge city from afar, everyone cheered loudly. However, after cheering, they had to consider how to break through the alien army and enter the city. Fortunately, the twins solved this problem for them in the next moment. A large area of light appeared on the ground. These lights formed a strange formation that enveloped everyone. All of them disappeared, and appeared in Hu Ping City in the next moment. In that city, Shun Tiandao and Fortune Teller were discussing something. When they saw Long Fei's arrival, their eyes flashed with joy. The two of them had entered the pseudo-sky for a long time and had yet to break through to the heaven realm. Seeing the two of them, Long Fei was the first to ask, "How did your city get destroyed? Don't tell me that your city doesn't even have a single heaven realm expert." When Shun Tiandao heard this, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. No one is spared from the invasion of the alien race. The battle between the heaven realm experts is too terrifying. All the heaven realm experts have left in advance. This was not wrong. If a battle between the heaven realm experts broke out, it would be very easy to destroy a city. The alarm sounded, and the alien race began to attack the city again. Shun Tiandao leaped into the air and shouted, "Those who have recovered from their injuries, follow me and kill our way out." Fortune Teller also got up and rushed out of the city. After hesitating for a moment, Long Fei led the people who had just returned and rushed out as well. In this battle, both sides had suffered huge losses. Those who returned alive were all healing their injuries. Although this was the last Pure Land, there were battles every day. All the cultivators in the city were in a tense state, and the atmosphere was very oppressive. Almost every time someone returned alive, they would subconsciously look up at the tallest statue in the city. There stood a dignified young man. He had a name that the entire continent knew, Zichun. This was also the reason why all the cultivators in Hu Ping City persevered. They believed that Zichun would eventually return to Hu Ping City and resolve the crisis for them. Chapter 1924. Of course, no one would question the fortune teller's words. Even if some people knew very well that the fortune teller would not be able to divine anything related to Zichun, they still chose to believe him. This was because Zichun was the only thing they firmly believed in. He could be considered as their faith. Once they lost their faith, there would be no more hope. Shangguan Hong was still grieving because his father had followed the governor into battle in the first battle and had never returned. In fact, when the first batch of people left, everyone knew that once they left, they would never return. The foreign tribes had invaded, and a great war had erupted. All the highest-ranking managers in the 108 cities of Shuntian Prefecture, such as the governor and the manager of Hunter's Castle, had died in the first battle. Not a single survivor had survived. Even the governor, Tang Nuo, had died in battle. While they were looking forward to Zichun's return, Shuntian Dao and the others were also worried about Manshur and Wuxia. They did not know how the two of them were doing. In this chaotic world, no one could guarantee that they would not die. Perhaps the two of them had already met with misfortune. Apart from the two of them, Dongqing and Jin Qingqing's situation was unknown as well. Although they had gone to the Sword Sect, and there were many Heaven Realm experts in the Sword Sect, there were naturally Heaven Realm experts among the invading foreign tribes as well. Just the 9th continent alone had sent too many Heaven Realm experts, let alone the other continents. If it were not for the Heaven Realm experts of the native continents bringing the invading Heaven Realm experts to other places, the entire Shuntian Prefecture would probably have collapsed in the Great War and ceased to exist. Over the past few days, Huping City had expanded once again. Black holes that poured in vitality would occasionally appear in the sky. If it were any other time, the entire city would definitely be cheering and celebrating. However, every time a black hole appeared, it meant that another city in Shuntian Prefecture had been destroyed. Everyone's mood was extremely heavy. As more cities were destroyed, the foreign tribes that had destroyed other cities would definitely rush over to provide support. At that time, would Huping City be able to hold on in the face of the foreign tribes' constant attacks? This was a question that everyone with heavy hearts could not help but ponder. An ear-piercing alarm rang out once more. This was the second invasion of the foreign tribes that day. Shangguan Hong's mood grew heavier and heavier because the invasion of the alien races had gradually increased from once every 3 days to twice a day. Obviously, new alien races had joined in. Standing on top of the city wall and looking out through the light screen, those non-humankind beings were divided into different groups. After this period of fighting, Shangguan Hong had already seen that these foreign races were not united and would occasionally quarrel with each other. If he had a strong army by his side, Shang Guanhong was confident that he could completely defeat them. Unfortunately, without such a team, there was no way to take advantage of this fatal flaw. Looking back, the statue of Zichun was still standing tall. His eyes were deep and bright as he stared into the distance. "When can you come back?" Shang Guanhong murmured. After the great battle, she no longer had so many emotions in her heart. Ever since she chose to give up, her heart had gradually calmed down. Now, she only hoped that Huping City could be preserved, that there was still that last piece of pure land here. When he looked outside the city again, the two sides had already clashed. Blood splattered everywhere. Amidst the flashes of swords and sabers, deaths immediately occurred. Suddenly, Shang Guanhong's expression changed slightly. She saw two more alien races rushing over from two directions. Their numbers were more than 3 times that of the original group. The others obviously also noticed this scene, and exclamations continuously sounded. The twins gave the signal to retreat. Already weak to begin with, they once again activated the formation to protect everyone as they retreated. However, the effect was not obvious. A group of alien races stuck close to them, and cultivators fell one after another. When they reached the designated teleportation range, there were less than 10 people left in the group. Whoosh! With a flash of light, 10 people appeared in the city. At the same time, there were 3 undying supremes. However, these 3 people were faced with a large number of sabers, as well as the suppression of the pseudo-heaven's aura. Their undying origin was forcibly destroyed, and they died in Huping City. Swede was a pseudo-heaven with extraordinary combat strength from the Stata planet. This time, he led a small team with as many as 100,000 people in this invasion. Unfortunately, they were still unable to break into the city. As his allies returned victorious, he became more and more anxious, so he sent more cultivators over. Through the Great City Barrier Array, he could see the tallest building in the city. It was a human statue. Every time he looked at the statue, he felt as if the statue was looking at him with a mocking expression. He was very unhappy and irritated. As more and more troops returned, he increased the frequency of his attacks. "Swede, you actually can't take down a small city after so long. If this news spreads to the Stata planet, it will damage your reputation." A mocking voice sounded, and a tall, middle-aged pseudo-heaven walked over. "Tattoo, I have already said that this city is no small matter. You have also seen the attacks over the past few days. There are still many experts in the city, and there are also those damned array masters. Although my method is slower, it can reduce the number of deaths to a minimum." Tattoo smiled disdainfully when he heard Swede's sophistry, but in his heart, he greatly admired his opponent's method. The foreign invaders this time came from various planets, and some of them were even enemies. In the eyes of outsiders, the foreign invaders seemed endless, but these endless foreign invaders were divided into many planetary forces. Nobody would be foolish enough to send their own people to their deaths in vain. This was especially true in a city like this, where many forces were needed to attack if they couldn't take it down in one go. It was obvious that the foreign invaders were not united. Many of the forces among them were clearly not putting in any effort. Even so, as troops attacked one after another, the entire Huping City found it difficult to deal with. This battle lasted for half a year. After half a year, the cultivators in Huping City no longer appeared. Instead, they all chose to defend. Now, groups of cultivators were gathering in all directions of the city. Their energy was continuously injected into the Great City Barrier Array to maintain its operation. Outside the Great City Barrier Array, the foreign invaders were as dense as locusts, constantly attacking the Great City Barrier Array. "Attack with all your might." A cold voice rang out. Not only was Swede enraged by the attacks that had lasted for half a year, but the other leaders were also furious. The failure to take down the Great City Barrier Array after such a long time had affected their progress. They could not help but mock them. All the foreign invaders took to the air and launched various attacks on the Great City Barrier Array. However, all they could do was cause ripples. The barrier's defense was beyond the imagination of all the foreign invaders. The attacks caused ripples on the Great City Barrier Array. The Great City Barrier Array did not seem to be damaged at all, but all the cultivators in the city were actually using up their energy. If it were not for the fact that the life force here had become even denser and everyone's energy recovery speed was several times faster than usual, the Great City Barrier Array would have shattered long ago. Even so, as the powerful attacks landed, people constantly coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and retreated with heavy injuries. Whenever someone retreated, someone would immediately take their place. Both sides were using up their energy just like that. For the entire Huping City, the day of the city's breach was already counting down. If no miracle happened, the Great City Barrier Array would be breached when everyone's energy was depleted. Chi, chi, chi among the ripples. Sharp blades appeared from the Great City Barrier Array and flew toward the foreign invaders. Instantly, a large number of foreign invaders fell from the sky. Most of their avatars were killed, and a small number of them were heavily injured. Damn it! Sweat's expression turned even uglier. With a wave of his sleeve, a violent energy surged out and landed on the Great City Barrier Array, causing even larger ripples. His attack directly caused over 100 cultivators to cough up blood and fall unconscious. Immediately after, new cultivators took their place. As the attacks continued, the ripples on the Great City Barrier Array grew larger and larger. Clearly, the Great City Barrier Array was at its limit. Almost all the cultivators in the city were heavily injured. The twins were also coughing up blood continuously. They were severely injured, but they were still holding on. Buzz. The Great City Barrier Array began to shake and distort wildly. It looked like it was about to collapse. Attack. The Great City Barrier Array is about to be breached. When Sweat saw this, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he shouted loudly. More and more attacks rained down like raindrops. After half a day, the Great City Barrier Array could no longer hold on. Cracks appeared on it, and the cracks continued to spread under the attacks. The appearance of the cracks directly pronounced everyone's death. The cultivators in the city who were still holding on were in complete despair. Some of the heavily injured cultivators turned around and looked at the towering statue. It was their only hope. Lord Zichun, we have always respected you. Now that a great disaster is upon us, can you help us? Some of the heavily injured cultivators knelt before Zichen's statue. Their kneeling revealed their helplessness and despair. Their kneeling caused a chain reaction. Even more heavily injured cultivators knelt. Zichun was their only hope, but Zichen's real body did not come. In their despair, they hoped for a miracle. Shangguan Hong shook her head. She was already in despair. Fortune Teller and Shundao also shook their heads. A statue could not help them at all. The cracks on the Great City Barrier Array had already spread to its limit. It looked like it was about to explode. Buzz. Just as all the cultivators in the city were in despair, Zichen's statue suddenly trembled. Then, two rays of solidified energy suddenly shot out from the statue's deep and bright eyes. These two rays of energy landed on the Great City Barrier Array. The Great City Barrier Array, which was about to reach its critical point, was replenished with energy. The cracks that appeared were instantly repaired. Then, the entire Great City Barrier Array took shape again, emitting a bright, colorful light. Such an unforeseen event stunned the cultivators in the city. They subconsciously turned around to look at the statue. Their faces were blank. Those kneeling on the ground, who were in despair, were also dumbfounded at this moment. They did not expect that their kneeling really had an effect. The statue of Zichun really showed its spirit. Compared to the shocked and dazed crowd, the foreign races outside were flustered and exasperated. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.